Chapter 351 Female Orc, Daddy? The abyss represents infinity. No one knows how big the abyss is, nor how many cruel and evil lives are bred in it. All I know is that this is a place full of darkness and negative energy. The abyss summoning skill that Liu snatched from Lin Feng is an ability to communicate with the abyss. There are traces of this calling. The scenes that Liu saw when he summoned were basically related to his summoned objects. When he summoned for the first time, he saw the blood pool, the blood mist, and a large number of monster corpses. So he summoned a killing machine with blood mist ability, the Dark Warrior. But this time, what he saw was a half-orc. Half-orcs were originally a relatively inferior race in the abyss. There are many types of people in their tribe, and the ethnic group is also very large. Bear people, lion people, tiger people, tauren, or bird people. The tauren that Lin Feng summoned earlier belonged to the tauren clan among the orcs. Among these orcs, the male orcs are very burly, generally between 2 and 3 meters tall. Female orcs are much shorter and slimmer than male orcs, but generally larger than human females. They are irritable and do not like to use their brains. Can act without thinking, can fight without arguing. It is also because they like to rely on brute force and are not as intelligent as humans, so most half-orcs survive in the cracks of the abyss. From the moment they were born, they were destined to be slaves until their own lives passed away. Compared to lemurs and bugs, the high-level demons in the abyss prefer to enslave these sturdy but brainless half-orcs to mine resources. At this time, in Liu's line of sight, there was a group of blood demons with red bodies, horns on their foreheads, and wings on their backs, enslaving this group of orcs to mine stone mines. The gore fiends held whips in their hands, and they had ferocious faces. Whenever they found any orcs who were neglecting, they would twitch the whips in their hands mercilessly. Even cut off the opponent's head directly. Not only that, these demons will also bully the relatives of these slaves. Half-orcs also have kin, brothers, and friends. It's just that they don't have any dignity in front of these demons. Wives and daughters are like toys that are allowed to be invaded and played by these demons. Under normal circumstances, they can only watch helplessly, any small move may lead to death. However, although the abyss is the homeland of demons, other races cannot compete with them. But where there is oppression, there is resistance. Under such high pressure, the orcs began to unite against the masters of the abyss. At first there were only a few orcs who participated in the rebellion, but soon there were dozens, hundreds, and finally tens of thousands. Orcs are born warriors, and some orcs have awakened special powers and become wise men among orcs, shamans and priests. When hundreds of thousands of orcs unite to resist the demons, the demon dynasty is doomed to collapse. They slay elves, they slay dwarves, they slay undead, they slay demons. Although he is made of flesh and blood, he has a tenacious will to fight. Roar! When they used their crude weapons to carve out a piece of land, the head orc held up the weapons in his hands and roared to the sky in their mother tongue. Orc, never a slave. This is what Liu saw in his eyes. This picture is not the current situation of the abyss, but the history of the entire orc clan. With the end of the leader's oath of never be a slave, the rage and bloodlust in Liu's eyes also disappeared. His mind returned to reality. Since the summoning from the abyss requires a lot of mental power, if the mental power is not enough, the summoner may become an idiot. Therefore, after a great battle, Liu is not suitable to use the summoning ability at this time. However, Liu is now a high-level Dark Gold, and with the assistance of the Dark Warrior and the Sacred Body, as long as he does not leapfrog the call, the problem is not big. Kaka. A scarlet space crack appeared in front of Liu. A large number of carcasses of man-eating ants were dragged into the abyss by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, a phantom flashed out from the scarlet crack. This is... Seeing clearly the abyssal creature that came out, Liu couldn't help frowning. This is indeed an orc, but she is a female orc? Woman was originally synonymous with charming and weak. But when these words are used on her, it seems very inconsistent. Because although her legs are very long and her bust is exaggerated, her skin is wheat-colored. A head of black and green long hair was tied behind his head, and the green animal pupils revealed a coldness. Under the small nose is a thin lip, and around the neck is a necklace of bones and teeth. The upper circumference, the waist, and the feet are covered with a thick layer of animal skins. Although these animal skins are thick, the coverage is very small. The blocking position was similar to that of Lin Feng's dark elf before. Off the shoulders, on the waist, on the legs. The face is painted with the unique oil paint of the savage, and the whole body reveals a wildness. Leopard girl? Niu Dolly. I have thousands of man-eating ants, plus the silver ant queen and a dozen silver drones, and I summoned a Nai Dolly. Looking at this female orc, Liu couldn't help but want to complain. It's not that Liu looks down on female orcs, but because this female orc is too similar to a character named Leopard Girl in a game he played before. Since the character's name is Nidalee, people like to call her Dolly. After the Leopard Girl flashed out from the space crack, she leaned forward instantly, staring at Liu with her cold animal eyes. Made a posture, ready to attack at any time. The cold voice resounded in Liu's mind at this time. Do you want to trap me with a contract? Summoner. Contract? No. Liu came back to his senses, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although I can indeed suppress you with a contract, with my remaining strength, it seems that there is no need for this. You're a lot stronger than those cowards sound, but if you kill yourself... Oh! Leopard girl let out a low roar of a beast from her throat, and rushed towards Liu directly. So fast. Her movements were so quick that even Liu was taken aback. Although he used the abyss call just now, and his mental power was indeed consumed a lot, but his physical strength was originally a dark gold high level. I dare not say too much, based on his remaining mental and physical strength, at least he will not be weaker than Luo Kekai and Lu Ruobing combined. But the speed of this leopard girl seems to be faster than those two women? And she also has sharp claws, with after images every time she swipes? Pity. The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and the familiar wind and thunder attributes spread all over the battlefield in an instant. Magic. The leopard girl's complexion changed when she saw this, and at the same time she quickly flew back. She turned into a cougar? Female cougar? Seeing this scene, Liu was also taken aback. Even the transformation ability is exactly the same as Nidali. Race, Lion Clan, Patriarch. Level, Dark Gold Elementary. Explanation, the current Patriarch of the Lion Tribe has been approved by her and her tribe, and you will have a Lion Army. Chapter 352 The Allegiance of the Lion Patriarch. Leopard Girl is a lion? That's right, Leopard Girl is just what players call it. Because the female lion has no mane, it looks similar to a leopard. The Lion Girl is not as smooth as the Leopard Girl, so people call her the Leopard Girl. But in fact, her body is a cougar. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that ordinary half-orcs are orcs who walk upright. They are similar to human beings with supernatural powers, and their images after transformation are similar, and they cannot be transformed into animals. But this female orc in front of her can actually take shape? None of you abyssal species is really normal. Liu's eyes froze slightly, he put away the green sword and threw out the Laquan gun. Come on, let's fight quickly. Ho ho. The transformed female orc is about the same size as a bronze-ranked fire leopard. But the action and strength are obviously not on the same level. He has grey-green mane all over his body, and his eyes exude a cold light like a beast. Like an undead, there is a group of faint blue flames burning in the eyes. Hearing Liu's provocative voice, he rushed towards Liu with a low growl. Can this female patriarch of the Lion Tribe beat the current Liu? Of course I can't beat it. As I said before, the level of life does not represent a person's combat effectiveness. Although Liu's previous consumption was not small, and he did not use the contract to deliberately suppress the opponent's strength, but he is a monster that combines the strength of multiple protagonists. The protagonist is the existence who is best at leapfrog challenges. Liu not only has the full level of swordsmanship proficiency and long soldier proficiency, but also has all kinds of abilities as assistants. In this state, even if he loses half of his strength, he cannot be dealt with by ordinary dark gold level powerhouses. Don't think that several protagonists have all kinds of abilities, so that the person with abilities is not strong. Under normal circumstances, a single elemental supernatural power can become the core combat power of a base after it grows to the gold level. What's more, it's Liu now. So, the wind system accelerates, the thunder system controls, the fire system attacks, and the earth system defends. Plus a golden textured, powerful bright silver gun. The wind and thunder thundered together. In less than a moment, she was beaten by Liu until she was powerless to fight back. Do you wear it? Liu was condescending, and put the silver gun at the throat of the female orc. Kill me, we orcs will not succumb to any alien race. At this time, the female orc has changed back to human form. Although the blue electric arc from all over her body made her unable to move an inch, as long as Liu moved her finger a little, she would immediately lose her life. But she still rejected Liu without hesitation. Orcs will never be slaves, and it's not just words. Since a long time ago, they orcs have not succumbed to any forces. This is the oath engraved in their bones. Liu wants to enslave them by contract, it's a bit unrealistic. Even if they would pay their own lives for this, they would never frown. So after saying this, she closed her eyes directly, waiting for the death to come. It's just that she originally thought that the other party couldn't get her allegiance, so she would become angry and kill herself. But after waiting for a long time, but there was no movement, she couldn't help being a little puzzled. A moment later, a special smell of meat entered her nostrils. She subconsciously opened her eyes, and what she saw was the powerful young human being. Really? The corner of Liu's mouth raised a playful smile. He took out a piece of sauced pig's trotter with a packaging bag from the ring, opened the packaging bag and handed it to the female orc. You eat it first. Lu's calm voice sounded in her mind. It smells so good. She had never seen plastic packaging bags, and she didn't know why the other party put food in such bags. But the aroma of the food inside made her swallow subconsciously. Seeing the banter on the other's face, she raised her paralyzed arm and took the other's food. Putting it under the tip of her small nose and smelling it, the sweet smell greatly increased her appetite. As a female orc, she can become the patriarch of the lion clan, so she is naturally much smarter than ordinary male orcs. Knowing that Lu wants to kill himself, he doesn't need to use any poisoning method. So she hesitated for a moment, then opened her mouth and bit down. The two fangs, which were slightly sharper than humans, soon opened two holes in the food. The sweet smell of meat filled her nostrils. This is meat? Sweet meat. Feeling the deliciousness of the food in her hands, she was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately started to eat it. He didn't care about his image and current situation at all. In fact, wild creatures don't know what an image is. Looking at the stalwart woman in front of her, but wearing revealing clothes, she was devouring pig's trotters. The smile on the corner of Lu's mouth was even better. Be loyal to me, from now on, you can have as much food as you want. Food. The female orc stopped gnawing, and an incredible light flashed in her eyes. Lu didn't care either, and continued to use his mind to transmit sound. Your strength is not bad, you should be able to perceive the difference between this world and the abyss you are in. There is no sulfur in the air here, and the land is not all magma and sand. A lot of life and food can be bred in this world. As long as you are willing to be my right-hand man, I can guarantee that you and your people will never have to worry about food again. Abyss Summoner. The creatures that have just been summoned will not necessarily succumb to the summoner himself. But once they decide to be loyal to each other, there will never be a situation of betrayal. Even if Lu died. This is a bit similar to the oath contract, but the binding force is obviously stronger than the oath contract. So Lu doesn't mind wasting some time on her. Judging from the information he saw before. Orcs, though not pure carnivores. But the harsh environment of the abyss made it impossible to carry out large-scale cultivation. In addition, the orcs have an unusually large appetite. So in most cases, they are in a state of extreme food shortage. It's normal to be full and hungry. What would a person not eat if he was extremely hungry? Not to mention the worms in the abyss, even the bark, grass roots and even dirt can't help stuffing them into their mouths. Therefore, if Lu wants to get the approval of the female orc, food is a good breakthrough. Hearing Lu's words, the female orc looked at the unfinished pig's trotter in her hand and fell into deep thought. After a moment. How? Give me an answer? If it really doesn't work, then I can only kill you and summon another obedient one. If you can really give me enough food, Caroline. Resisting the numbness of her body, the female orc knelt down in front of Lu on one knee, put her right hand on her left shoulder and respectfully said, I am willing to serve you loyally. Very good. Call the master to listen. Master. Chapter 353 Live Ball. Caroline, though a half-orc. But female orcs are much smaller than male orcs. So her height is only about 176. And when in human form, except for two animal teeth that can be put away at any time, there is no trace of a beast on the outside. Some are only as wild as jungle orcs. Of course. Orcs are just orcs after all. They are only good at melee combat, and it is normal that they are not good at supernatural powers. Even if she is the patriarch of the lion people, she can only do some simple orc magic. That's why she was a little surprised when she saw Lu using his power. But now, it's useless to say anything. In order to let her people have enough food, she chose to be loyal to Lu after some careful consideration. And Lu? Hearing the other party call him master, the corner of his mouth also raised a smile. Hehe, not bad, not bad. These things are yours now. For his own people, Lu has never been stingy. After saying this, he threw a large bag of food directly from the ring. Inside the bag are some packaged food such as chicken legs, duck legs and pig's trotters that were sold in supermarkets before the end of the world. Although these foods were not very good before the end of the world, the raw materials of the food did not have any quality assurance. But in these last days, no matter for humans or half-orcs, this is an extremely precious food. Thank you, master. Seeing that Lu gave herself so much food directly, Caroline was a little surprised. But now that she has chosen to surrender, she is no longer polite. She directly picked up the food and sat up on the spot, cut open the packaging bags with her sharp nails, and started to eat hesse. You're welcome, eat slowly. Lu handed over a large bottle of mineral water indifferently, go back by yourself after eating, I'll go in and have a look. These things may be precious to other people, but they are nothing to Lu. Let's not talk about his storage ring and the spare food on the doomsday chariot, nor how much food is in Lu Minjayuan's base. With Lu's own strength alone, plus the information provided by Luokikai, a reborn person, it is impossible for him to be short of food in the future. After subduing Caroline, Luu will not bother with her anymore. After letting the Dark Knight go back to the abyss, he walked towards the depths of the factory alone. If I remember correctly, So Cangyun seems to have said that there are a lot of food stocks here? In the past, man-eating ants occupied this place, and no one dared to come here to search for food, but now that I have killed the man-eating ants here, of course I have to go in and search. I hope the food here will not be eaten by those man-eating ants. With one more loyal female orc, Luu is in a good mood. The Dark Knight is a heavily armored warrior. Caroline is an agile fighter. Although Caroline's lethality and defense power are not as good as the Dark Warrior, but her speed is faster than the Dark Warrior. If the two sides don't use skills, give her a handy weapon and let her fight the Dark Warrior one-on-one, it's really not sure who will win. And her biggest role is not reflected in personal combat power. The instinct of wild beasts, jungle survival skills, tracking and anti-tracking, and the entire lion clan behind them are all unmatched by Dark Warriors. So this time, Luu did not suffer from the summoning. My god, is there still so much food here? So Cangyun was brought here by Luu summoning the fire leopard with a dark scroll. Looking at the food in the two warehouses of the pharmaceutical factory in front of him, he was dumbfounded. It goes without saying how big the warehouse of the factory building is. Each warehouse is at least equivalent to the area of 2 villas in Lu Minjiayuan's villa area. It is full of food, use, and clothing. Ha ha ha, I really made a lot of money this time. Seeing so many supplies, Luu also smiled. This trip not only subdued a female orc, but also found so many supplies? Definitely a big hit. Fortunately, the man-eating ants have not occupied this factory for a long time, and the main concentrated area is not the warehouse side. Otherwise, at least half of the food here would be ruined by those man-eating ants. Luu, where are the monsters here? Of course I killed him. Killed? You really did it all by yourself? But I came in just now, didn't I see a few monster corpses? You don't need to worry about this, let's think about how to deal with these foods first, the space in my ring is not enough. Luu only has 3 storage rings now. Even if all the hot weapons that were exchanged before were stored in Lu Minjiayuan's base. 2 rings of 10 cubic meters can't hold 1/10 of the food here. You found these supplies, of course it's up to you to make up your mind, how can I express my opinion? Luu heard the words and smiled playfully, hee, are you sure you think so? I'll give you some favors to repay Lu Chuanan, and my dad will send someone to move the rest. After Luu finished speaking, he paused again, however, you have to wait until my move is almost done, and then you can repay the favor, otherwise it will easily cause other people's dissatisfaction. That's it, I'll take you back first. Hearing Luu's words, So Cangyun looked at Luu in disbelief. Is this guy a roundworm in his stomach? How do you know what you are thinking? Luu didn't care what So Cangyun thought. 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times sent So Cangyun back to the base, then found a hidden place, and flew back to Lu Mingyuan with his thoughts. After a brief explanation, he flew back again. There is no way, the strength is strong, and it can fly, it is so awesome. When he returns to So Cangyun's base, it was already dark, and a full moon hung in the sky quietly. The soft moonlight covered the buildings on the ground with a layer of light silver gauze. Luu went to the rooftop of a certain tall building and met the assassin that Xia Yukai had prepared for him. Young Master Lu. This is a thin man wearing a peaked cap, black clothes, and a black mask. Seeing Luu appearing, he looked respectful. What's your name? Fly. I heard that before the end of the world, you were a grand thief. It's just for the face of the peers. No matter what you were before, do something for me. After the matter is completed, I will ask Xia Yukai to give you what you want. Young Master Lu, please tell me. After a moment, Xiang Fei disappeared into the night. Phew, I hope my judgment is right this time, hey. Looking at the back of Xiang Fei leaving, Luu let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to go downstairs, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Cangyun. With Dash Online users, just send a healing technique. When Luu found So Cangyun, Zhang Xiaodong was still working on his own system in a separate room. It has to be said that systematically improving the strength of the protagonist is fast. Others may not be able to strengthen their bodies to bronze even if they work hard for a month or 2. It only took Zhang Xiaodong one afternoon to complete this feat. Looking at the newly popped up tasks in the system at this time, Zhang Xiaodong still had some unbelievable eyes. After he accumulated 100 points in the live broadcast, this task popped up automatically. Dash Online users, free healing. The healing technique is in the system wall, but it needs 10 points to be redeemed. At this time, there is a mission to send? Of course, the live broadcast system still doesn't seem to be intelligent enough to answer his question. Forget it, I'll do my own research. Zhang Xiaodong didn't expect the system to answer, so he quickly researched by himself. Remember when the mission popped up just now, there seemed to be an extra light ball in the system backpack? Zhang Xiaodong quickly opened his system backpack. Live ball, experimental version 360 degrees live broadcast equipment with no dead angle, no need for signal connection, no need to adjust the definition. The device has an anti-gravity device, the ability to conceal the void from any perception and damage, and has a built-in high-definition night shooting function, allowing the host to enter the live broadcast state at any time within 24 hours. Experience remaining time, 23 hours and 55 minutes. Fuck, immune to any perception and damage? So awesome! Zhang Xiaodong was surprised, and then decisively threw the ball of light out of the window. The ball of light floated in midair like a flying saucer. And it quickly merged into the night and entered the invisible mode. In less than a moment, the picture taken appeared on his mobile phone. The clarity of the picture at night is almost the same as during the day. Tisk tisk. Looking at the screen on his mobile phone, Zhang Xiaodong couldn't help admiring, with it, not only can I live broadcast better, but my safety at night is also more secure. Hey? Su Qingqing? It's so late, what is she doing outside the base? Chapter 354 So Cangyun and number 039, S True Face. Zhang Xiaodong has just arrived here, and he is very unfamiliar with this world. However, as a child of luck, his consciousness is very high. It only took one day to understand the importance of strength in the last days. It's just that he is a traverser of the earth, and his body has not been swept away by the cosmic storm. If he wants to become stronger, he can only rely on his own live broadcast system. After an afternoon of live broadcasting, the number of people online in his live broadcast room has exceeded 5. With the novel content of his live broadcast, it is only a matter of time before he wants to break through 10 people. At this time, the arrival of the live broadcast ball made him even more powerful. With this thing, he can not only broadcast during the day, but also hang up and upgrade when he sleeps at night. It can be said that lying down became stronger. But just when he wanted to use the live broadcast ball to live broadcast the scene of the apocalyptic night to gain some fans, he accidentally saw that familiar figure. Su Qingqing? She was about to leave the base, but didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, he chose to climb over the wall. In this world, he doesn't know anyone, and the only person who can speak a few words is Su Qingqing. After all, it was Su Qingqing who led a team to rescue him. Seeing Su Qingqing sneaking away from the base at this time, he was of course curious, so he controlled the live broadcast ball and followed. His live ball, like a drone, has a certain detection range. But at least it is more than 3 kilometers, so you are not afraid of losing track. Fuck, Anchor, are you still broadcasting at night? Don't you sleep? This picture is so clear. Isn't it incredible? This height and speed, Anchor, what do you use to broadcast live? Your brother is using an infrared drone. Zhang Xiaodong explained casually. In an instant, words like 666 and Dong Ji is awesome were heard in the live broadcast room. In less than a moment, another small gift of several hundred yuan was received. The other side. So Cangyun has jumped from the position of the watchtower of the base to outside the fence of the community. The sentinel who saw her jumping over the wall, as if he hadn't seen her, kept his eyes on. So Cangyun took it for granted, and didn't go far after leaving the base. Instead, they came to the relatively tall building not far from the base. The monsters here have already been cleaned up by the people at the base. Even if there are occasional wanderers, she can easily avoid them with her unique ability. After coming to the roof of the building and confirming that she was the only one around, So Cangyun let out a sigh of relief. Then look at the bright moon in the sky. Phew, I've been suppressing myself from morning to night, so I can finally relax. After saying this, she stretched comfortably. Then, under the witness of Zhang Xiaodong and the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room, her whole body changed drastically. The originally sallow skin gradually became fairer. Flat bust quickly bulges from A to E. The height of only about 163 before has gradually grown to 172, which is about the same as Lu Ruobing. Ordinary facial features have become extremely delicate. No, her facial features can no longer be simply described with the word exquisite. Because not only Zhang Xiaodong, even the more than 5 viewers in the live broadcast room have never seen such a beautiful woman. Like those beautiful female stars on TV who have put on makeup, used filters and post-production, they are not qualified to be her maids. Fuck, what's going on? Can this woman transform? Madam is incredible. I purchase. Karma. This is too beautiful, isn't it? In this world, is there such a beautiful woman? Anchor, can you let the drone fly closer? The old man can't see clearly. It's like a fairy descending to earth. Seeing her, I know what it means to be overwhelmed. Hi everyone, I'm new here, so I'd like to ask everyone. Isn't this the live broadcast room of the end of the world? Why is there a fairy tale movie? Also, which fairy tale drama is this? Why haven't I seen it? Shut up the newcomer, don't let me watch fairies. Seeing So Qingyu transformed back into her true self, the bullet screen was full of compliments such as good-looking, beautiful, and beautiful. Dense, overwhelming. Oh my god. Zhang Xiaodong also subconsciously patted his cheek, completely unable to believe his eyes. Although he was rescued by So Qingyu, but it was undeniable that he had no feelings for So Qingyu. Because So Qingyu's previous image was too ordinary. With an ordinary appearance and a refugee's attire, how can he, a time traveler who is used to seeing beautiful anchors, fall in love with her? But now, why is this Su Qingqing so beautiful? Are you kidding me? Seeing So Qingyu's changed appearance, Zhang Xiaodong was very excited. If So Qingyu had simply changed her body, it wouldn't have surprised him and the audience in the live broadcast room so much. After all, So Qingyu's current attire is still the refugee attire she used to wear. No matter how beautiful a woman is in refugee attire, she will be 2 points worse than normal. But the crux of the problem is, when she transforms, there is a light blue halo around her body. This layer of halo is not a halo representing the level of enhancement, but a fairy energy like moonlight. Gives a feeling of a fairy descending to earth. Even through the screen, he could clearly feel the charming breath unconsciously revealed between the brows. It seems that no one in this base has discovered her true face. If I am at this time. The more Zhang Xiaodong thought about it, the more excited he became. As soon as he thought of this, a dialogue popped up on his phone. Ding! Female characters with a comprehensive score of more than 95 points have been scanned, and the Doomsday live broadcast room has been placed at the top of the live broadcast platform's no. Recommendation position. Friendly reminder, the live broadcast ball has a zoom function, and the anchor can use the zoom function to broadcast live to attract more popularity. Hey! Take off, take off! For live broadcasts, recommended positions are very important. Before Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast room was not set to the top, so no matter how novel the live broadcast content was, the popularity did not rise as fast as expected. If the live broadcast platform hadn't closed the app before, users could only see his live broadcast room when they entered. The number of people online in his live broadcast room will definitely be less than now. But now, a peerless beauty, plus an excellent recommendation. The number of people online in the live broadcast room is still not rising? On the other side, on the roof of the building. So Qingyu didn't know at all that her whereabouts, which had always been hidden, had been exposed to the public's attention. At this time, she had just taken out a reclining chair placed in the corner of the roof and lay down comfortably on it. The soft moonlight shone on her, filling her with strength. I don't know how much ability Liu has awakened, and he can kill those monsters in the factory by himself. So Qingyu looked at the sky and muttered something to herself. When Liu came to the space, it took only one day to do all the work. But his ability left an extremely deep impression on her. The healing ability healed his grandpa's bone injury. With the ability of the wind element and the sharp knife technique, Go Zhengli was defeated in seconds. With the help of mental power, he killed 2 Go Zhengli's teammates. Boss Su's boss, Xia Yuki, treated him with respect. Then contracted a silver fire leopard to protect her safety, and went to clean up the monsters in the pharmaceutical factory by himself. Looking at these things alone, they are already shocking, and together they refresh her understanding of ordinary awakened people. Can ordinary awakened people be so strong? Blah blah blah. The sudden sound of footsteps startled So Qingyu. Before she had time to think about it, she quickly changed back to her ordinary village girl appearance, got up lightly and hid behind a building on the roof. At this point in time, the guy who appeared here was either a monster or a human being with evil plans. So she has to be careful. It's just that she thought she was careful enough, but that teasing voice still rang above her head. Qingyu, you don't sleep in the middle of the night, what are you doing here alone? As soon as the words fell, a young and handsome figure slowly floated down from the sky. Liu. Before I saw you coming out alone, I was a little worried, so I came here to have a look. Looking at the ordinary woman in front of him, Liu smiled. Name, So Qingyu. Enhancement level, Bronze Advanced. Ability level, Transformation System, Nine-Tailed Fox, Bronze Advanced. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 355 Dawn, be cowardly, just do it. Nine-Tailed Fox? Yes. So Qingyu's ability to awaken is the Nine-Tailed Fox. When Liu cured So Qiaovu before, he had already seen it through the eyes of the villain. Although So Qingyu is not a special heroine, the ability she awakened is no worse than a special heroine. Because most of the awakened animal genes of other metamorphosis users are animals that have existed in reality. Dogs, wolves, leopards, bears, lions, tigers and more. Even the Deinonychus that Wu Jiang awakened existed in the past. But the nine-tailed fox only exists in legends. That's why she uses blue flames. The blue flame is not a gas, but a flame formed by the combustion of hydrogen. It's fox fire. This kind of fire can use spiritual power as fuel to burn the soul. It is somewhat similar to dark fire, but there are certain differences. Although the fire of darkness also has an effect on mental power. But the main effect is still reflected in the temperature of the flame, the adhesion ability and the explosive power. The impact on mental power is negligible. Most of the energy it burns comes from the person who unleashed the dark fire. And the fox fire burns the enemy's mental power, and it has a certain tracking effect. If you are hit by fox fire, and your mental power can't form an effective resistance, basically one shot can make you GG. It is better to deal with lower-level monsters or awakeners with residual blood than dark fire. When did you arrive? Seeing Luyu falling from the sky, and hearing Luyu's words, So Qingyu was a little at a loss. Although she has some trust in Luyu now, is this the end of the world? No matter how much she trusts Luyu, she won't be unreserved after only getting along with him for a day. Just arrived? Luyu asked with a bewildered face, what's wrong? Just arrived? No. Nothing. Seeing Luyu's blank expression, So Qingyu's face was full of doubts, but she still said quickly, it's just that you suddenly appeared and scared me. You scared me, you ran outside the base alone in the middle of the night. I just wanted to get out and get some air. So Qingyu regained her composure, and said aggrievedly. That's not a lie. In the last days, every day is a very depressing existence. Especially for So Qingyu. Because of her lack of strength and being too beautiful, she could easily attract some unnecessary troubles. In order to avoid these troubles, he can only use special abilities to hide his figure and appearance. Although makeup can also uglify a person, without a storage ring, it is impossible to carry a large number of disguise items with you. And when washing daily, it is easy to be seen through. Therefore, she can only use this method. However, although this method is more concealed, it makes her feel bound all over her body. In order not to be discovered by the people at the base, she can only go outside to breathe at night when the sight is good. I never expected that someone would find out tonight. You shouldn't come out alone for ventilation? What if you encounter a powerful monster? And in the base, can't you also breathe? Luyu asked clearly, leaving So Qingyu speechless. Forget it, you don't mean anything, you don't call me when you come out in the middle of the night. Luyu pretended to be disappointed and sighed, it seems that there is no trust between us. It's not like this, Luyu, you. I can understand, you don't need to explain. Luyu interrupted the other party, in this last world, it's normal to be a little vigilant. That's it, I'll go back first, and you are here to pay attention to safety. After saying this, Luyu flew away from the roof of the building without giving the other party a chance to explain. So Qingyu wanted to say something, but found that Luyu had already flown away. Looking at Luyu's disappearing back, she felt mixed emotions in her heart. Although the two sides hadn't seen each other for a long time, Luyu trusted her from beginning to end. He doesn't mind using his abilities in front of her at all. And she. Thinking of this, So Qingyu felt even more uncomfortable. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaodong in the base room frowned. The rise of every Diaozi protagonist will inevitably step on the shoulders of some rich second generations. Although there is no conflict between him and Luyu now, some people's hatred of the rich is innate. Seeing that Luyu is so young and so strong, of course he would be jealous as a peer. He is a systematic man, how can he lose to the natives of this world? So Qingyu didn't reveal her identity to Luyu just now, which proves that she has no feelings for Luyu. According to the normal situation, it should be the plot of Bai Yueguang hating the rich second generation, and then being cut off by a dick like herself. Both novels and movies are written in this way. But Zhang Xiaodong is not a fool, of course he can see that Luyu, a rich second generation, is not easy to step on. So you need to think long term. I don't know how long it will take to live broadcast to improve to his level. Zhang Xiaodong muttered to himself, but he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly took a look at his live broadcast room. Hey, why are there only people online? Is it because you were interrupted by that guy just now? If it wasn't for Luyu's sudden appearance, So Qingyu, after her live broadcast transformation, would rely on the no. Recommendation. Surely you can break through to get the system reward? Damn, what's going on now? Zhang Xiaodong thought about it carefully, and it seems that there is no particularly good way. It seems that there are only other ways to attract popularity. After saying this, Zhang Xiaodong restudied the next live broadcast content. At this moment, he didn't know that Luyu was already plotting against him. Although his live ball can achieve optical invisibility like the drone on Luyu's chariot, and it can also be immune to any perception ability, it is impossible for Luyu to find it. But against the protagonist of the system, how could Luyu play his cards according to the routine? That night, the assassin flew to him, but did not act. Liu randomly found a place to deal with it all night. Early the next morning, Liu left the base quietly. So Cangyun, who wanted to come over to have a showdown with him, was in vain. When Liu returned to the base, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. This time, he came on foot. Beside him was a slender woman in black leather jacket and leather pants, holding a short bow. And Zhang Xiaodong is sorting out his equipment at the moment. As we all know, if a live broadcast room wants to increase fans quickly, it needs certain gimmicks to attract viewers. No matter how novel Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast room is, it is impossible to gain fans by relying on the daily life of the survivors of the live broadcast base. So he needs to get out of the base to hunt monsters. It's just that he never thought that when he completed the system tasks, got healing skills and a lot of rewards and returned to the base. A little black dog on the side of the road blocked its way. Wang, Wang. The little black dog barked twice at his vicious dog. Although its expression is already very fierce, its thin and small body is really hard to scare people. Where did you come from? Get out of here! Zhang Xiaodong cursed impatiently. After live broadcasting for most of the day, he is very tired now and wants to go back to rest. Wang Wang! The little black dog barked even more fiercely. Hehe, it's quite arrogant. If you don't leave, I will. Before you could say a few words, Zhang Xiaodong's voice stopped abruptly. Because this little black dog, which looks fierce, has grown into a 4-meter-long black vicious dog in just a few seconds? At this moment, Zhang Xiaodong was stunned. The effect of the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, what's going on with this shit? Dogs actually get bigger too? Such a big dog, is it too exaggerated? Don't be cowardly, Anchor, go up and do it. If it's a man, go to the front bar. Anchor, as long as you can turn it over, the old man will reward you with a carnival. Chapter 356 Where and number 039, My phone. The live broadcast industry is amazing. They are obviously a group of low-level dicks, but they want to give gifts to those big anchors who earn tens of millions a year. The purpose is to hear the "thank you old iron" and "thank you big brother" from the anchor's mouth. I have to say, these are true loves. But at this time, these water friends in the Doomsday live broadcast room were obviously excited by Zhang Xiaodong's operations in the past 2 days. Zhang Xiaodong was originally just an ordinary person. But his performance in the past 2 days gave these water friends the feeling of omnipotence. Hunt zombies, hunt lizardmen. Even if he encountered a licker in the afternoon, he was killed by Zhang Xiaodong without any risk. So seeing the big black dog, not only did they not worry about Zhang Xiaodong's safety. On the contrary, he didn't think it was a big deal, and encouraged him to go up and kill the other party. But Zhang Xiaodong is not a fool. Others don't know the strength of this black dog, how could he not know? Let yourself go up and carry it hard. What about hardcore Nima, wasn't it you who were bitten to death? Calm down. Brothers, this can't be done, let's retreat strategically first. Holding the crossbow, Zhang Xiaodong calmed down the black dog, and at the same time stepped back cautiously. When he retreated to a certain distance, he ran towards the side street. There is a hotel there, as long as he can enter the hotel, with the help of concrete walls, he has the hope of surviving. Zhang Xiaodong panicked, and the black dog chased after him. In today's live broadcast, Zhang Xiaodong used his eyes as a camera. This can give people an immersive feeling. Watching the ups and downs of the camera, the audience in the live broadcast room booed again. Brother Dong, don't be cowardly. Pick up your weapon and do it. Why is Dong Ji running so fast? Brother Dong, come on. Tisk tisk, this live broadcast room is really exciting. With so many people's rewards, Zhang Xiaodong is now a bronze. But this black dog is obviously much stronger than bronze, and before he ran into the nearby hotel, the black dog had already caught up with him. Seeing that the black dog was approaching. When the audience in the live broadcast shouted dangerous. Boom. A spear suddenly flew over from the flank. The spear missed the black dog, but instead nailed an abandoned white Honda sedan nearby. The powerful penetrating force directly inserts the car in half. Before Zhang Xiaodong could react, a woman with wheat-colored skin and animal skins, with a strong figure, landed in front of him. The woman leaned forward, took a side lunge, and stood on the ground with one hand. The other hand was raised to a shoulder-level position in the shape of a claw, with a fierce light in his eyes, and he let out a beast roar at the black dog. Ho ho! Hearing this beast-like roar, the black dog didn't dare to move forward. One person and one dog start to confront each other. Watching this scene, Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast room was fried again. Fuck, this, is actually a woman? Is this woman so powerful? Tisk tisk, I have to say, this woman has a really good figure. This waist, this leg. Except for the darker skin, it is simply the best. Hey, boy, what are you doing in a daze? Why don't you come here quickly? In the distance, the base patrol team led by Lu Qinan appeared in time. They took all kinds of homemade weapons and surrounded them cautiously. Coming! Lu Chuanan's shout brought Zhang Xiaodong back to his senses, and crawled towards Lu Chuanan's direction with all hands and feet. Seeing so many people, the black dog seemed to feel that there was nothing to be done, and ran in the opposite direction decisively. Hey, it's dangerous, it's dangerous. Seeing the black dog escape, Zhang Xiaodong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He has been live broadcasting for an afternoon, and his body is already very exhausted. The chase just now made him even more exhausted. Fortunately, I was not too far away from the base just now, otherwise it would be dangerous. This beauty, thank you. Rescued by the beauty, Zhang Xiaodong was in a happy mood. It's a pity that the scantily clad woman in front of her who exudes wildness doesn't want to bully him at all. After hearing this, she just walked to the side of the car and pulled out the spear on it, then turned her head to look at him and disappeared from everyone's sight. I didn't say a word to him from beginning to end. What's the situation? Looking at the back of the woman leaving, Zhang Xiaodong was a little confused. Brother Lu, isn't this woman from our base? No. Lu Qinan also looked blank. I've never seen her before either. What? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaodong faintly sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't say exactly what was wrong. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much, so he could only follow Lu Qinan back to the base in a daze. Just entered the base and did not walk a few steps. Boom! There was another loud noise, which startled everyone. Immediately afterwards, a huge scorpion with a ferocious face broke through the ground in front of them. The solid concrete floor was drilled to pieces by this terrifying giant scorpion. What is this? Damn it! Gold-ranked rock-patterned Scorpion King. Seeing the giant scorpion like a tank in front of him, Zhang Xiaodong was dumbfounded, and Lu Qinan was also dumbfounded. How could a Scorpion King suddenly appear here? In their base, the strongest awakener is Hu Jiang, the boss of the base. But he currently only has the silver level. Others, only a few captains and so King Ye have bronze high-level strength. With such a fighting power, without powerful weapons, it is impossible to defend against this golden Scorpion King. Run and run. One wave is not flat, another wave rises. Facing this terrifying Scorpion King, the survivors of the base were powerless to resist. Panicked, scattered, and fled. Since the Scorpion King happened to be not far from Zhang Xiaodong when he came out, its terrifying middle eyes locked on Zhang Xiaodong himself. At this time, Zhang Xiaodong had already exhausted himself, and he was completely dumbfounded when he saw Xia Dynasty himself. His legs were trembling and he couldn't control himself at all. But the protagonist is always so different. At the critical moment, a man wearing a peaked cap suddenly appeared and threw him to the ground. Boom! The huge scorpion flew into the air. The man in the peaked cap took Zhang Xiaodong and rolled around on the ground a few times before stopping. The giant scorpion was a little unwilling, and launched a second attack. Call out! A powerful arrow hit the giant scorpion. The arrow that could have shot through the wooden plank, but barely broke the giant scorpion's defense, didn't let it suffer substantial damage at all. Crucial moment. A figure holding a silver gun stopped the giant scorpion. The two sides fought fiercely for 2 rounds, and the giant scorpion retreated. It was fast, and drilled back into the hole it came out of before. The giant Scorpion King came and ran fast, making the survivors of the base completely confused about the situation. Thanks, buddy. Looking at the man in the peaked cap in front of him, Zhang Xiaodong was the first to react. If it wasn't for him just now, he would have knelt down. You are welcome. The man in the peaked cap didn't turn his head, and after saying this, he walked towards the hole where the scorpion disappeared. The other awakened ones approached this side cautiously. Zhang Xiaodong originally wanted to say some words of thanks, but before the words were spoken, the man had already walked away. Hee, this guy. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaodong shook his head helplessly. After a moment, he subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. Hey, where's my phone? Chapter 357 I and number 039, am professional. The battlefield of the last days is changing rapidly. From the moment Zhang Xiaodong came back from the outside, terrifying and powerful monsters appeared one after another. The survivors of this base have no time to think. But Zhang Xiaodong is the protagonist after all, and he reacted very quickly. After making sure that he was safe, he subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. In this world, mobile phones are unusable. He not only needs to use his mobile phone to broadcast live, but also needs to rely on his mobile phone to become stronger. Of course, he had to carry such an important thing that could easily arouse suspicion from others. It's just that it didn't matter at all, and he was shocked into a cold sweat immediately. My mobile phone. It's gone? How could this be? Zhang Xiaodong's complexion changed slightly, but he didn't have time to think too much, so he hurriedly searched around. In his mind, his mobile phone should have been accidentally dropped somewhere during the fight just now. Just look for it and you'll find it. After all, the mobile phone in this apocalyptic world cannot be used. Who would have thought that someone would be too idle to steal a mobile phone? At this time, the entire base was attracted by the powerful Luoyu and the hole drilled by the giant scorpion. No one cared what Zhang Xiaodong was doing. At the same time, in the room on the third floor of the innermost building of the base. It's so noisy outside? What's going on? So Cangyun was chatting with her grandfather, but she didn't know what happened outside. Seeing the people running downstairs in a panic, she quickly went downstairs to ask a fleeing person. I heard that a monster appeared in the base, and it came out of the ground with a bang. What? It's a scorpion, a rock-striped scorpion, a really big rock-striped scorpion. Terrible. Everyone hide, hurry up. Hearing everyone's chatter, So Cangyun didn't have time to think about it, and hurried to the outside of the community. Her speed was not slow, and she quickly passed through the crowd against the current and came to the open space at the gate of the base. On the ground, a huge hole like a car is shocking. That familiar young figure stood on the edge of the cave with a silver gun in his hand, as if he was thinking about something. Survivors around him all looked at him in awe. Luoyu. So Cangyun ran up to Luoyu, when did you come back? Just came back not long ago. Did you beat the monster away? Were you injured? Of course not. Luoyu came back to his senses and looked up at So Cangyun, let them all go away, don't come near here for now. Oh, all right. So Cangyun was a little confused about the situation, but she still nodded subconsciously. At this time, she didn't have time to think about other things, so she quickly evacuated the crowd with Lu Chuanan and others. In fact, there is no need for Luoyu to say this kind of thing. The scorpion just now was so big and terrifying that most people dare not approach it at all. Brother, what are you looking for? When everyone evacuated the crowd and stepped up vigilance, Lu Quinan noticed Zhang Xiaodong's abnormality. This kid is obviously exhausted, but he kept his head down and kept searching for something. My things fell. Zhang Xiaodong answered truthfully. His eyes are also connected to the phone, which can turn the camera function on and off. You can even see the barge in the live broadcast room, but you just don't know where the phone is. Something dropped? Need help? This. I don't want to bother you anymore. Zhang Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, but still refused. I'll just look for it myself, it should be nearby. The mobile phone is his biggest secret, and of course he can't let others know. That's it. Hearing what Zhang Xiaodong said, Lu Quinan did not insist. Turn around and take your teammates to solve the finishing work of the monster attack. At this time, Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast room also fell out. Anchor, what are you looking for? What is important to have a girl? That's right, that peerless beauty is right beside you, hurry up and strike up a conversation. Brother Dong, do you still want to give a reward? The camera is for the beauty, Anchor, don't keep pointing at the ground. The audience talked a lot, and they were all very dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaodong's current live broadcast content. It's just that Zhang Xiaodong doesn't have time to deal with these people at all. The mobile phone is his lifeblood and his only reliance in the last days. Now that the phone is dropped, how can he have time to care about other things? Over time, Hu Jiang and Lu Chuanan had almost dealt with the aftermath, but Zhang Xiaodong became more and more impatient. He searched the entire base for possible places to drop the phone, but found nothing. In the end, he had no choice but to slap himself in the face and seek Lu Quinan's help with the cheek. Brother Lu, I'm really sorry, it seems that I still have to trouble you. Oh? Looking for something? Hearing Zhang Xiaodong's words, Lu Chuanan couldn't help but smiled, and didn't mock the other party. Hee, there's no problem, tell me, what's missing? I'll ask everyone to help you find it. It's a mobile phone. Hey? Cell phone. Lu Chuanan nodded, and seemed to have not recovered. After he reacted, the eyes he looked at Zhang Xiaodong were full of disbelief. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. Who still uses mobile phones these days? Holding a brick can at least protect you, but what use is a mobile phone? If this thing is dropped, it will be dropped. As for such a laborious effort to find it. It's a white iPhone, this phone is very important to me, it was left to me by my mother. Seemingly seeing Lu Quinan's doubts, Zhang Xiaodong quickly explained. It is nothing more than, what is the commemorative value of this mobile phone? Whose picture is posted on it? Seeing that Zhang Xiaodong said this, Lu Quinan couldn't refuse, so he could only ask a few brothers to come over and describe the situation. When these brothers heard that they were helping Zhang Xiaodong find his cell phone, they immediately expressed their displeasure on their faces. In this last days where everyone is in danger, everyone has their own things to do. Who the hell is free to find a broken phone for you? Wouldn't it be good to go back to the room and lie down and sleep? And the place where this guy dropped his phone was near the dangerous scorpion hole. It's just because of Lu Chuanen's face, they are not easy to get angry, so they can only bite the bullet and help search. Can Zhang Xiaodong find his mobile phone? Of course I can't find it. His mobile phone had already been taken away by the assassin Xiang Fei. Yes. The man in the peaked cap who rescued Zhang Xiaodong from Zhuxia was the assassin who took his cell phone, Xiang Fei. The mission Liu gave Xiang Fei from beginning to end was not to assassinate Zhang Xiaodong, but the mobile phone that Zhang Xiaodong used to broadcast live. You know, Zhang Xiaodong is the son of luck. Throughout the ages, which villain has successfully assassinated the protagonist? So He Shui who attacked Zhang Xiaodong, Caroline who rescued him, Lu Chuanen who happened to find him, and the rock-patterned Scorpion King who came up from the ground to surprise him. They were all sets that Liu had prepared for him in advance. The purpose is to divert his attention while consuming his physical strength, and create opportunities for Xiang Fei to take advantage of him. Facts have proved that the program is very successful. Before the end of the world, Xiang Fei was a grand thief. Even without Liu's assistance, he could easily slip the phone out of Zhang Xiaodong's hands. It's just a waste of time at most. Let alone now? Liu, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? We'll talk about it later. So Cangyun. Seeing that Liu walked forward quickly, completely ignoring her intentions, so Cangyun couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Why is Liu so stingy? Didn't I just hide a little secret about my appearance, as for being so energetic after one night? She wanted to say something to defend herself, but she saw Liu knocking on a door next to her. Boom boom boom. The door opened quickly. It was a man wearing a cap who opened the door. Master Liu. What about things? It's here. The man held a wrapped newspaper in both hands, and handed it to Liu respectfully. Liu took the newspaper. Haven't you seen it? Of course not, don't worry, young Master Liu, I'm a professional. Chapter 358 Devouring the Live Streaming System. Xiang Fei is one of Xia Yukei's assassins. Of course, Liu was not very relieved about the subordinates he was not familiar with. But before he acted, he left Xiang Fei with a drop of blood, so he wasn't afraid that Xiang Fei would run away after getting the phone. But for Xiang Fei, he had only heard about how strong Liu was from Xia Yukei, but he had never seen it himself. When he saw Liu last night, he didn't feel anything. After all, Liu looks very young and has no deterrent effect. But when Liu told him that the target was a mobile phone and he needed to do it under the cover of two terrifying monsters, he was completely stupid. Especially after seeing that huge rock-patterned Scorpion King this afternoon. It's fine to go out of your way to steal a mobile phone, but what the hell is it that the pet is the rock-patterned Scorpion King? It's not like he hasn't seen the profession of an animal trainer before. But he had never seen a beast tamer who could tame a gold-level rock-patterned Scorpion King. And the animal trainer, isn't he only able to tame animals? When can arthropods be tamed? However, after seeing Liu's horror, he took things more seriously than usual. Very good. Feeling that the newspaper was indeed a mobile phone, Liu nodded slightly. I hope your major can save me some trouble. I understand. Xiang Fei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly agreed. The meaning in Liu's words was obviously to warn him not to talk about this matter. Otherwise, it will lead to death. For this, he is used to this business, of course he is very clear. But he was helpless. Because in front of a strong man like Liu, any struggle and resistance are futile. The only thing he can do is lie flat. This feeling is like meeting a fierce tiger in the forest unarmed. You can't go head-on with the other side. You can only pin your hopes on the fact that the other party is already full and doesn't want to continue eating. Go down. Young Master Liu, farewell. Xiang Fei nodded, turned around and left quickly. Liu didn't embarrass him, and there was no need to embarrass him. Seeing the back of Xiang Fei leaving, So Cangyun asked tentatively. That. Should I avoid it too? You know, isn't that enough? Liu looked at So Cangyun with a half-smile, and waved his hand after saying this. Crunch, bang. The door automatically closed under the action of thought power. When he asked Xia Yukei to prepare an assassin for him, So Cangyun was by his side. So he didn't think about hiding this kind of thing from the other party. Just stay there, remember to keep it a secret for me. Said that Liu went directly to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Open the newspaper, and there is the white Apple mobile phone that is probably new. He held the mobile phone in his hand, and skillfully pressed the power button. There was no need for a password lock and face unlock, and the desktop of the mobile phone was directly displayed. My god, is your phone still on? SHH. So Cangyun, who followed, looked surprised, and Liu quickly made a silent gesture, keep your voice down. So Cangyun sensed something was wrong, and quickly covered her mouth. Seeing this, Liu ignored her and turned his attention back to the iPhone. There is nothing on the desktop of the mobile phone, only a software called Live Room of the End Times. The icon is a scary zombie head. The live broadcast room of the end of the world. Although he had expected it, Liu still felt very miraculous when he saw it with his own eyes. Subconsciously clicked with a thumb. Drib. The phone's alarm sounded suddenly, and then a window with an exclamation mark popped up. Warning, warning, the user is inconsistent with the system user, unable to log into the Doomsday live broadcast room, please check your identity and log in again. Seeing this pop-up window, Liu couldn't help being stunned. Can't log in? This thing is the same as my own system, can it be directly bound to the host? Liu didn't believe in evil, so he clicked again. The same system pop-up window still prompts him that he cannot log in? But this time, before he had any other reaction, his own system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! A homologous force has been detected, which is consistent with the power source of this system, whether to swallow this homologous force to increase the system. Whether. Swallow? Damn it! Liu was dumbfounded at this time, and quickly asked in his mind, can I still devour other people's systems? Can I devour other people's systems without killing the host? Does it devour the power of the same origin to increase the system, whether? The system did not answer Liu's question, but directly popped up such a dialog box on Liu's system panel. Liu didn't hesitate again this time, and replied directly in his heart, yes. Swallow. Requirements of the phagocytosis system, the host of the devoured system has been killed for no more than 1 hour, or the mental power of the host is 70% higher than that of the system host. The higher the mental power, the higher the success rate. Psychic testing, please wait. The detection is complete, the host of the swallowed system is not killed, the host's mental power is 900% higher than that of the user of the same power, the success rate of swallowing is 100%, and the swallowing begins. Hearing this system prompt, even Liu couldn't help but get excited. Gobble up other people's systems directly? This Nima is too dick, right? It's just that before Liu was happy for 2 seconds, a bunch of dialog boxes popped up on his phone. Warning, warning, the mobile phone is being invaded by unknown forces. Warning, warning, the mobile phone is being invaded by unknown forces. Unknown forces are too aggressive, the phone will automatically activate the protection system. Unknown forces are too aggressive, the phone will automatically activate the protection system. The protection system is starting, please wait. Ding, the protection system has been destroyed, and the Doomsday live broadcast system is being maliciously tampered with. Ding, the protection system has been destroyed, and the Doomsday live broadcast system is being maliciously tampered with. Ding, the devouring is complete, congratulations to the host for obtaining the live broadcast system of the end times. Boom. The moment Liu's system indicated that the engulfment was complete, Zhang Xiaodong's iPhone released a cloud of sparks and white smoke. Burned the motherboard directly and turned off the screen. The whole phone is on fire. At the same time, Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast room. Fuck, what's going on, why is the screen black in the live broadcast room? What happened, Brother Dong, give me a quick word. Brother Dong, are you still there? People time travel to pick up girls, you time travel to play and disappear? 6666. A large number of barrages of complaints kept floating in Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast room. But Zhang Xiaodong could no longer see it. At this time, he was still looking for his mobile phone carefully outside. He didn't know how long it took before he discovered the abnormality of his mobile phone. Hey, why can't I see the bullet screen? Could it be that the phone fell outside and was bitten by a monster? Is this impossible? That mobile phone has an operating system, and the casing is so hard that it can't be pierced even with armor-piercing bullets. How could this be? How could this be? Zhang Xiaodong scratched his hair, and said irritably. This mobile phone is the key to his rise, now that he has lost contact with the mobile phone, how can he not be irritable? Hey, buddy, forget it, if you lose a mobile phone, you will lose it, there is no need to make such a big fuss. Yet, I haven't been able to find it after searching for so long, so I probably won't be able to find it back. If you want me to say, don't waste this time. Wouldn't it be nice to go back to the dormitory and fight 2 landlords? Go, go. Look for it, you must find it for me, and no one is allowed to leave today if you don't find it. Chapter 359 So Cangyun and number 039, S Showdown. From frugality to luxury is easy, from luxury to frugality. The Doomsday live broadcast system is Zhang Xiaodong's only and greatest reliance after his time travel. If he had nothing at the beginning, perhaps Zhang Xiaodong would not be so mad. But the crux of the problem is that he has owned the system and enjoyed the convenience brought by the system. So Zhang Xiaodong, who lost his mobile phone system, lost his mind directly, just like losing 3 souls and 7 souls. It's just that in this last days, who will spoil whom? Hey boy, what do you mean? We helped you find your cell phone because of Brother Liu's face, otherwise, who the hell is free to find your cell phone? That's right, what is it? A fool. Let's go, don't be as knowledgeable as him. Grass. How unlucky. It's fine if Zhang Xiaodong didn't say this, but once he said this, others immediately stopped buying it. Kindly help you find your phone, why are you still losing your temper with us? Who gave your face? However, due to Lu Qinin's face, they did not have a direct conflict with Zhang Xiaodong. Seeing everyone leaving angrily, Zhang Xiaodong also came back to his senses, secretly thinking that he had made a mistake. But these helpers have all gone away, and he has no choice but to quickly search the previous scene in his mind. Could it be that my mobile phone was dropped outside the base when I was chased by the black dog? At that time, I ran so fiercely that I was almost thrown down by the dog. It's entirely possible to be outside the base, right? Thinking of this, he immediately wanted to take a look outside the base. Unexpectedly, just after taking 2 steps, his feet softened, and he almost knelt down. At this time, he was already exhausted, how could he still have the ability to leave the base? At this moment, a transparent ball of light fell out of his backpack. Compared to Zhang Xiaodong's exhaustion, Liu on the other side was extremely happy. Liu, what's going on? Seeing the burnt mobile phone thrown on the ground by Liu, So Qingyu was surprised. Just this phone? She couldn't hear the system prompt in Liu's mind, and couldn't see what was displayed on the phone because of the angle. But it is a fact that the mobile phone can be turned on, and it is also a fact that the fire suddenly burst out and ignited spontaneously. It's nothing, it's just a special ability. I'll tell you the specifics later. Go and pack your things first. Pick up things. So Qingyu came back to her senses, what are you doing? Of course I went to my dad's base. Do you want to stay here forever? Liu said as a matter of course, pack up your things tonight, it's just right to set off early tomorrow morning. Hurry up, when you get to my base, no one will dare to bully you. By the way, what did you want to tell me before? Actually, it's nothing. I just want to ask you, are you still angry with me? Now it seems that there is no need for this. What do you mean? Oh, it was last night. So Qingyu said what she wanted to say. Although the human heart in the last days is indeed very sinister. But that's only for the average survivor. In front of an acquaintance who lacks everything and is still very strong, what else is there to hide? Just like Papa Ma suddenly finds you one day, but you are afraid that he will take your money. Isn't this so funny? So Qingyu had a showdown. Hearing what the other party said, Liu couldn't help laughing. You mean to say that your current appearance is not your original appearance, but you just used your illusion ability to hide your appearance? Okay. Hehe, okay, I see. So Qingyu stopped in her tracks and looked at Liu with an incredulous expression. According to normal logic, shouldn't a person's first reaction be surprise when he hears that an acquaintance hides his appearance? Why is Liu so calm? So Qingyu refused to accept it. Aren't you curious, what do I look like now? Curiosity. Of course I'm curious, but it won't affect our relationship, so don't worry. You seem to be right. Okay, hurry up and pack up your things, and we'll talk slowly after you're done. Okay. Crunch. So Qingyu opened the door. A beautiful girl in leather clothes and pants, holding a short bow in her hand, was standing at the door of the room. Honey, are we going to live on this base tonight? Qiao Manli glanced at So Qingyu, ignored her, and walked in as if no one else was there. Honey. Hearing this address, So Qingyu couldn't help being stunned, and subconsciously glanced at the girl who entered the door. Exquisite facial features, fashionable curly hair, slim figure, slender legs. This slim and fashionable girl is Liu's girlfriend? For some reason, So Qingyu felt a little uncomfortable. Especially after closing the door and hearing laughter from inside. But at this time, she didn't want to ask too many questions, so she could only turn around and walk towards her room. Honey, who is she? Looking at the back of So Qingyu leaving. Qiao Manli put away her short bow, sat in Liu's arms, hooked Liu's neck and asked curiously. Her name is So Qingyu, you have to call her sister from now on. Isn't it? You can like her even if she looks like this. This is not what she is. Liu has also seen So Qingyu's true self. It's just that the light was too dim last night, and he kept a relatively far distance in order not to be discovered. So it doesn't look very real. But Liu didn't care, as long as he was sure that she was not bad in appearance and qualified to enter his harem, it was enough. Ching, have you ever seen this guy? Base, in a room on the top floor of a certain residential building. When Liu was fooling around with Qiao Manli, Zhang Xiaodong pointed to a projection on the wall and questioned So Qingyu in a cold voice. The ball of light that fell out of his backpack was of course the live broadcast ball. Although his live broadcast system was stolen by Luyu, the items and abilities given to him by the system did not. Therefore, this live broadcast ball can still be used. Don't look at Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast with his eyes today, but this live broadcast ball has been following him in mid-air. The purpose is just to record his growth process in the last days. At the moment when the system was swallowed by Luyu, the live broadcast ball also stopped its camera work. And it just happened to fall into his backpack. You know, this thing has a backup power supply, not only can store the live video, but also can release the live video through projection. So after he got the live broadcast ball, he quickly came back to play the projection, and soon confirmed that his mobile phone was taken away by the man in the peaked cap. The residential building that the peaked cap entered was the one that Luyu and So Qingyu entered later. What is this situation? As soon as So Qingyu returned to the dormitory, someone sent by Lu Chuanan called her over. At this time, she looked at the projection on the wall, and then at Lu Chuanan who was in the room with a surprised face. Some are unclear. Where did these electronic products come from? How can I use it? I asked if you have seen him. Zhang Xiaodong yelled loudly. She didn't care about the identity of So Qingyu's savior at all. No way, the importance of the system to him cannot be compared with anyone else. Even the current So Qingyu is the same. What are you yelling at? Seeing Zhang Xiaodong being so rude, So Qingyu naturally wouldn't give him a good look. Even if she is affected by the nine-tailed fox's ability, the deity will not lose her temper easily. The face at this moment was also extremely cold. Have I seen him? What does it have to do with you? This guy stole my phone. Chapter 360 The power of the system is unrivaled. Zhang Xiaodong is a system protagonist. The protagonist of the system class is strong if he is said to be strong, and he is not strong if he is not strong. He is said to be strong because the general protagonists of the system can improve their strength relatively quickly. The power possessed by the system does not follow the routine at all. You can't figure out what his cards are. It is said that he is not strong because this kind of protagonist is usually a waste who knows nothing before getting the system. If you want to become stronger, you can only rely on the system. If his system is taken away before he grows up, then he will basically be useless. Just like Luyu. If Luyu didn't have a system, he would at most be an enhancer with wind abilities. No matter how hard he tried, he could only settle in a corner. Want to fight for hegemony in the last days, obviously not very realistic. The same is true for Zhang Xiaodong now, it only takes 3 days to travel to this world. Without the assistance of the system, he is basically useless. Not to mention becoming stronger, even the most basic rationality cannot be maintained. At this moment, besides his own mobile phone, what kind of worldly wisdom is there, what gourmet beauty, everyone doesn't care anymore. Steal your phone. Seeing the projection of the man in the cap on the wall, So Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, and then subconsciously asked, why did he steal your phone? Zhang Xiaodong hesitated to speak, and finally said, my mobile phone can be used. So what if you can use it? He stole your phone, so you go to him? Why are you yelling at me? After hearing the story up to this point, So Qingyu had already noticed something, but Zhang Xiaodong's angry attitude towards her made her very unhappy. In this case, of course she would not tell Zhang Xiaodong the truth. Yeah, Xiaodong. Qingqing and brother Lu went to the building next door, but they can't prove that they know this man. It's wrong for you to doubt others so casually. Lu Quinan, who was sitting next to him, said seriously, and it's just a mobile phone, if you drop it, it will be lost. Even if your mobile phone can still be used, isn't it still a mobile phone? Lu Chuanan is now also impatient by Zhang Xiaodong. Your phone may be important to you, but it's not to anyone else. Don't say this is the end of the world, even in peacetime, if you drop your phone and call the police, will the police care about you? If they want to find it, they can definitely find it for you, why not help you find it? Because there are too many such cases, and their police force is very limited, they have no time to deal with such petty theft. But... okay, you guys look for clues slowly here, I'll go first. Zhang Xiaodong wanted to say something, but So Qingyu interrupted him with displeasure, and got up and left the room directly. Don't give Zhang Xiaodong a chance to find the truth at all. If this guy asks nicely, maybe she can ask Luyu behind his back what's going on. If possible, she could even ask Luyu to give him some compensation or something. But now? So Qingyu lost any thought of helping. Xiaodong. This is the end of the world, not the past. You said it was for a mobile phone. As for it? Alas. Lu Chuanan also stood up, patted Zhang Xiaodong's shoulder helplessly, and left Zhang Xiaodong's room. Only Zhang Xiaodong was left alone, clenched his fist, unable to speak for a long time. Cell phone, is that a simple mobile phone? No. That is the system, it is power, it is power, it is fate. As long as you have it, you will have the strength to win the troubled times and countless glory and wealth. There is even the hope of breaking the void and returning to his own world. But now it's all gone. In fact, Zhang Xiaodong's power is not weak now. Bronze strength, crystal nucleus suitability plus healing. As long as you work hard, there is nothing wrong with being the boss of a large base. But he was a man with a system. The power of the system is unmatched. A guy who could easily dominate the apocalypse and be proud of the world by relying on the system, suddenly someone told you that you need to work hard on your own to barely be the boss of a large base? How could he accept it? Let alone him, even Liu, from his point of view, couldn't accept this fact. So Zhang Xiaodong is abolished, completely abolished. Liu doesn't even need to worry about him, he can fend for himself and play himself to death. What's more, Liu at this time has no time to talk to him. Who is this system good for? Looking at the function introduction in the system, Liu touched his chin and muttered to himself. Live broadcast system in the last days, with complete live broadcast function, you can transplant this system to any mobile phone, only one mobile phone, and bind any host. Note, the Doomsday live broadcasting system is equivalent to the subsystem of this system, no matter where the subsystem is, it will be fully controlled by the parent system. After the live broadcast system was swallowed by Liu's system, it became Liu's subsystem. This feeling is similar to the Doomsday chariot. After getting it, Liu has the highest authority to use the system. You can give the system to others without affecting your own control. As a villain-rich second generation, Liu himself disdains to be an internet anchor. This not only lowered his value, but he didn't have the time. Just like Cangyun Ferry, a street-scratching author who writes novels, he is already rich and free, so why do he need to please those hard-working readers for a little profit? Watch it if you think you can. Can't look and want to scold someone, sorry, he doesn't accept it. So giving the system to others is Liu's final decision. It's just that the host of this live broadcast system needs to be carefully considered. Luo Kikai, Lu Ruobing, Qin Zairo, Xiao Xiu, Jiao Manli, So Qingyu, none of them seem to fit. The power they have is already strong enough, let them start a live broadcast to become stronger? What is the difference between having top-level fighting skills and choosing a full-level fighting skill? It was a waste of a place for a super powerhouse. Yan Yun, Li Wanning, not suitable either. The energy required for logistics is no less than that required by the combat-type awakened ones. A team can't just have combat-type awakeners, logistics is also very important. So the best choice is to give the system to an ordinary person who has no power. This maximizes the benefits. Shen Tingting seems to be a good choice. Not only is she weak enough, but she was also a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans before the end of the world. She should be familiar with live broadcasting. Unfortunately, not only is this woman not a chick when she was with me, but she also has some problems with her character. She can barely be her maid. Give her a system? Obviously not very suitable. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Liu thought about it for a long time, but he didn't think of a suitable candidate, so he had to give up in the end. Silent all night. Early the next morning, Liu Mingyuan was still carrying supplies in the west of the city. Liu was about to leave the base with So Qingyu and So Qiaovu. Before leaving, Lu Quinan brought several brothers to see him off. Brother Lu, my real name is So Qingyu. The reason why I keep using the name Qingqing is because I am afraid that my former enemies will recognize me. I didn't intend to deceive you. It's okay, I understand, you used to be the daughter of a big family, it's normal to be cautious in the last days, but I was a little abrupt. After saying this, he looked at Liu with an embarrassed face, obviously talking about his saving Liu back then. Others are so awesome, why do you need to save yourself? His behavior at the time was obviously unnecessary. Hehe, don't be abrupt, at least let me see that you are a good person. Liu also smiled, flattering Lu Quinan. The two sides exchanged pleasantries for a while, and after Liu told Lu Chuanan about the materials in the west of the city, he turned around and left with everyone. Then Brother Lu, I'll go first. Well, you go slowly, I believe that with Brother Liu here, you don't have to worry about safety. Zhang Xiaodong sensed that Liu was about to leave the base, and followed unwillingly. Liu found out about his existence, but didn't care. What is the difference between Zhang Xiaodong without a system and a tiger without minions? At first, the two sides lived in peace, until after turning a street. A black dog, a giant scorpion, a monkey and a sexy woman wearing animal skins and oil paint on her face appeared next to Liu one by one. Seeing this scene, So Qingyu was stunned. Zhang Xiaodong was even more dumbfounded, and instantly tightened his fist. This guy. Chapter 361. Any last words? The environment in the last days is very harsh. Distressed, devastated streets. Bloodstained dust, messy garbage, and abandoned vehicles can be seen everywhere. The air was also filled with the stench of monsters and corpses. Since So Qiaovu's legs have not fully recovered, he is sitting in a wheelchair at this time. Liu took Jiao Manli, and So Qingyu pushed So Qiaovu. Seeing the sudden monsters, So Qiaovu was quite frightened. Although So Qingyu knew that Liu could contract a mutant beast, the type of the mutant beast really made her a little overwhelmed. Liu, they are. She had never seen the three pets before, but she had heard Lu Qinan mention them all about the black dog, the scorpion, and the woman in animal skins. Isn't this the monster they met yesterday in Zhang Xiaodong's savior? How would it appear here? Caroline is my subordinate, and they are my pets. Liu admitted directly. With the system in hand, he no longer needed to hide anything. That is to say, you deliberately arranged those things yesterday. Not bad. Hearing Liu's admission, So Qingyu was even more puzzled. Liu is so powerful, why did he go to such trouble to steal that phone? Wouldn't it be enough to grab it directly? She still wants to ask something more, but the current position of everyone is not suitable for talking about these. So when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. Manly, take Qingyu and Mr. Suo away first, I'll take care of something. Okay. Hey Shui, the three of you protect them well. Yes, master. Who is the most surprised person to see these monsters and female orcs appear? Of course it was Zhang Xiaodong who followed Liu. At this time, he was leaning against an abandoned vehicle, pulling his fist, and the expression on his face was also very exciting. He originally suspected that the loss of his mobile phone was related to Liu. But now, how could this be? How could this be? Zhang Xiaodong couldn't believe his eyes at all. I haven't had any direct conflict with him, why does he want to let others steal his mobile phone? And even if you steal your phone, you can actually cut off your connection with the phone? This unscientific. Hey, boy, what are you doing with me? The sudden sound startled Zhang Xiaodong, he subconsciously moved a few steps behind him. Seeing that Liu didn't know when, he had already landed on the roof of the car behind him. Before he could react, the wild woman in animal skin also blocked his way. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaodong was shocked. Knowing that there was no hope of escaping, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, "Did you take my mobile phone?" "I took it." "Why?" Seeing that Liu admitted so simply, Zhang Xiaodong was surprised. This guy is really not hiding it at all? Why? Liu smiled playfully, and sat on the roof of the car in a comfortable position. Hee, knowing too much will kill you. Are you sure you want to know the answer? Liu's words made Zhang Xiaodong speechless. People in the last days are sinister, and sometimes knowing too much is really not a good thing. He has seen Liu kill people with his own eyes, and he knows that he is not Liu's opponent. Liu said that if someone dies, he will definitely die, and he has no doubts about this. As for revenge? After losing the system, he has no chance of revenge in his life. He still has this self-awareness. So now, is the truth important, or my own life? Forget it, you go, I'm not interested in your life now. Seeing Zhang Xiaodong hesitate, Liu, who was sitting on the roof of the car, waved at him casually. Although Zhang Xiaodong is destined to be his enemy, there is no deep hatred between the two of them. And Zhang Xiaodong is still the protagonist of the system. According to his own system, the protagonist of the system is different from other protagonists. Although each system needs to choose a host that suits itself, in order to play the real role of the system. But the system and the host are two independent entities. To kill this kind of protagonist, Liu doesn't need to kill the protagonist himself, just devouring the opponent's system is enough. If the protagonist of the system does not have a system, it is equivalent to losing the identity of the protagonist and becoming a passerby. You won't get any rewards for killing him. Therefore, after Liu devoured Zhang Xiaodong's system, he didn't bother to ask him. Just hearing what Liu said, Zhang Xiaodong seemed unwilling to leave. He just thought for a moment before making a decision. No, tell me the answer. Oh. Tell me the answer, I want to know why. Hearing this answer, Liu was also a little surprised. Are you sure? I am sure. Zhang Xiaodong seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage, and said every word after gritting his teeth. As a modern person, he was not used to it at all when he suddenly traveled to this strange world. If it weren't for the live broadcast system, he wouldn't even have the courage to live. This feeling is like the early days of the end of the world, when many people see their loved ones die and lose the courage to live and choose to commit suicide. Now, not only is he unaccompanied, Liu has also taken away his only hope. This feeling is even more uncomfortable than killing him directly. So he wants to be a ghost. Zhang Xiaodong, I didn't expect you to surprise me in the end. Liu couldn't help laughing. Okay, since you want to know the answer, then I will help you. Snapped. After Liu finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and a soundproof tornado began to revolve around the two of them. Why should I snatch your phone? Actually, there is no particular reason, just because, you are a time traveler, and so am I. You have a system, and so do I. It's just that my system seems to be a little more advanced than yours. It can detect the existence of your system, so I robbed your mobile phone. Do you understand now? What? You are also a time traveler? And the system? In just 2 sentences, Zhang Xiaodong's eyes widened, and disbelief was written all over his face. From yesterday afternoon to just now, he has been thinking why the other party stole his mobile phone? He thought of countless possibilities in his mind, all of which were overthrown by himself, but he just didn't expect that the other party was also a system traverser. This fucker is completely ruined in all 3 views, is there any? That's right, you don't need me to teach you the principle that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. So it is, so it is. Zhang Xiaodong muttered to himself, repeating these words over and over in his mouth, so you are also a time traveler. Originally I had no interest in your life, but now you know my secret, so just in case, I can't keep you, do you have any last words? Last word? Zhang Xiaodong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled miserably, and sat down on the spot. Hehe, I have no relatives or reasons in both worlds, so what can I have as my last words? If you can, give me a painless way to die. Complete you. As soon as the words fell, Liu raised his hand. A ball of black light hit Zhang Xiaodong's head. Dark attribute abilities. Although Liu's dark attribute level is not high, but with his current mental strength, there is no problem in trying to stun Zhang Xiaodong. As long as one faints, death is painless. Boom. Zhang Xiaodong's body quickly fell to the ground, and Liu's voice came to his ears. Farewell. Chapter 362 Friends from Another World, Hello. Zhang Xiaodong is a time traveler with a system, so it stands to reason that he should be very afraid of death. But he has no relatives in this world, and this world is also a very strange existence to him. In addition, the hope of becoming stronger and the hope of going back were deprived by Liu. So he has no motivation to live. Of course. It cannot be said that Zhang Xiaodong's mentality is not good because of this. Don't persuade others to be kind to others without suffering. If you don't stand in this position, anyone can make sarcastic remarks. But once things happen to him, who can guarantee that he will not choose to commit suicide? And for Liu, at the very beginning, it really didn't matter whether he killed Zhang Xiaodong or not. But Zhang Xiaodong knew his secret. Controlling him, accepting him as a younger brother, and restraining the other party with a contract or system, all have the risk of leaking secrets. Even if the possibility of this risk is very small, Liu will definitely kill it in the cradle. So Zhang Xiaodong must die. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Master, what to do with his body? Caroline's voice interrupted Liu's thoughts. She still can't use the language of Xiaoguo, so she can only communicate with Liu through voice transmission. Hearing this, Liu glanced at Zhang Xiaodong on the ground. Since the power level mainly increases the power and attack range, the strength mainly depends on the user's mental power. So Zhang Xiaodong, who was hit by Liu's dark attribute, fell into a deep coma. In a deep coma, Caroline sealed his throat with a bone dagger. How to deal with it? There are no other monsters around. Liu took out the sensory jade pendant to perceive it, and muttered to himself, forget it, let's sacrifice it. Anyway, Zhang Xiaodong is also a time traveler. Even if the system is lost, there is still a certain potential for the protagonist. Of course it will be used for sacrificial summoning. According to Liu's instructions, Caroline carried Zhang Xiaodong's body to a clothing store next to the street. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaodong's body and blood disappeared. A black, red, and grey falcon appeared in front of Liu. The common falcon has a body length of 28 to 35 centimeters. This one is only a lot bigger than ordinary ones, fully half a meter long. There was a fierce light in the eyes, and the blood of an unknown creature remained on the grey-blue beak. Race, swallows. Name, Abyss Falcon. Level, Silver Elementary. Explanation, the birds in the abyss are bloodthirsty and ferocious, but they have a higher IQ, and have better lethality and memory than ordinary falcons. Abyssal birds of the first level of silver? Hehe, that's fine. After Zhang Xiaodong lost his system, he was just a beginner bronze chicken. Such a sacrifice, no matter how high the potential is, can't summon any powerful creatures. Being able to summon a silver-level creature is already very good. The creature Liu originally planned to summon was too rubbish, so he just left it there. When the summoning slots are full in the future, all these useless summoning objects will be sacrificed. Now it seems that this little thing is still very useful. Regardless of combat effectiveness, just having a good memory has a high use value. For example, send a letter. In the past, Liu's method of transmitting information was basically by manpower, except for using a receiver to contact the chariot. Although Jiao Manli can also tame some sparrows and other birds, these sparrows are not only troublesome to catch, but also take time to train. Moreover, their memory and combat power were insufficient, so they could only rely on the spiritual connection of the contract to find Jiao Manli, and they could not send the information, and they were prone to die on the way to deliver the letter. So this swallow falcon is indeed very useful. As long as it remembers the appearance of the base, it can be summoned to deliver information for itself anytime and anywhere. Boom! The terrifying coercion was released from Lu's body. Yan Falcon, who had a fierce look in his eyes, backed away again and again after being frightened by Lu. In the end, he could only hide in the corner of the clothing store and shiver. The monsters of the abyss are all bullies. Lu is a high-level dark gold, and it is a low-level silver. Lu only needs to pass the contract and release a bit of the master's breath to scare the shit out of it. Go back first, I'll call you again if something happens. Yes, master. The pitch-black space crack opened slowly, and Caroline and Yan Falcon walked into the crack and disappeared. After solving the protagonist, Lu can get the ability of the protagonist. But to solve the protagonist of the system, Lu can only get the system, but cannot obtain other abilities of the protagonist of the system. Even if the protagonist used the awakening scroll. In other words, after solving Zhang Xiaodong, Lu only got a live broadcast system. After thinking about this live broadcast system for a while, Lu decided not to make it public. Because the audience in the live broadcast room is the Earth of another world. Is this Earth the one where you are, or another parallel world? Lu is temporarily unknown. Therefore, the host of this live broadcast must be chosen carefully. Lu, where is your subordinate named Caroline? Seeing Lu catching up alone, So Qingyu asked subconsciously. Go to perform the task for me. Oh. So Qingyu didn't think too much when she heard the words. Where is Caroline from? No one knows except Lu. But at this moment, So Qingyu didn't care about it anymore. Whether she can adapt to life in the new environment is what she cares most about. Fortunately, Lu Mingyuan was very enthusiastic. When Lu brought everyone back to the base, it only took him a short time to chat with So Qiaovu. Jiao Manli is also very good at chatting, knowing that Lu has taken a fancy to So Qingyu, she uses her relationship with Lu to quickly narrow the distance between her and So Qingyu. At the same time, the Doomsday live broadcast room. Since Lu swallowed Zhang Xiaodong's Doomsday live broadcast system, the live broadcast room temporarily stopped operating. Naturally, there will be no platform recommendation slots. But this live broadcast room, after all, is a different world live broadcast room. So even if the anchor is not there for the time being, there are still 3,000 to 4,000 people waiting in the live broadcast room. Brother Dong, call Brother Dong. Why is this brother still not online? It's been almost 24 hours. In order to watch your live broadcast, I stayed in this live broadcast room and never went out. You said, this live broadcast room will not be blocked, right? No way? Is it possible? Seeing the words the anchor is not here for the time being across the center of the live broadcast room, the audience talked a lot. They are all guessing the current situation of this live broadcast room. Originally, they thought that this live broadcast room was blocked by people from the official platform. But in the afternoon of that day, when the last 2,000 people were left in the live broadcast room, a picture suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. In the picture, it is a young and handsome man, and the background is the bedroom of a large villa. Except that there are no lights inside, the furniture and decorations are no different from the peaceful world. Hey, isn't this the guy? What's the situation? Where is Dong Ji? Brother Dong will not have any accidents, right? Ahem. Lu coughed twice and cleared his throat. Friends from other worlds, hello. Let me introduce myself first, my name is Lu. This morning, our patrol team at the survivor base discovered Comrade Xiaodong's body. Boom. As soon as Lu said this, there was an instant uproar in the live broadcast room. Zhang Xiaodong is dead? What the hell? How many days did you travel through? Zhang Xiaodong died. Is the last days so dangerous? Yes, Comrade Xiaodong died. He died at the hands of several bone-eating worms, and I accidentally discovered the secret in his mobile phone. Is there any official who holds a lot of power in the live broadcast room? Please take the initiative to contact me in the background by providing your credentials. Thank you. Chapter 363 Is this a Ferry? When Lu killed Go Zhengli before, Zhang Xiaodong live broadcasted the second half of the whole incident. So in this live broadcast room, some viewers knew Lu. At this time, Lu has transferred the live broadcast system to a brand new Xiaowei mobile phone. The mobile phone was placed on the live broadcast stand, and the camera was facing him. Hearing Lu's words, the whole live broadcast room exploded in an instant. Not only did Zhang Xiaodong die, but the mobile phone used for the live broadcast was also obtained by this man named Lu. And he still wants to find an official who holds a lot of power? Is there an official person in this live broadcast room? Of course. It was also when Liu killed Go Zhengli, someone with good deeds over there called the police. The police have been in this live broadcast room. Even though the anchor has gone offline, there are still people watching here. So when Liu started broadcasting, they discovered the situation immediately, and then contacted Liu directly. Dude, is your world really at the end of the world? Are you Superman now? Brother, can you tell me what it's like to kill someone? How can I travel to your world? Little brother, you are so handsome. A large number of spam messages occupied the background of the entire live broadcast system. Looking at the 99+ message displayed on the information bar in the live broadcast room, he felt a little overwhelmed. System, help me filter out those useless information. After the live broadcast room system is swallowed up, although there are no rewards such as missions and live broadcast balls, some basic functions are still available. For example, the eye of the camera, information scanning and so on. And the system also inherits Zhang Xiaodong's previous data. Viewers want to contact Liu in the background. The current threshold is not high, as long as the cumulative viewing time of the live broadcast exceeds 6 hours. So there are many people who can contact Liu. Ding, please set session permissions. Just keep those news that have official ID photos, and remember to scan the authenticity of the ID photos. Ding, permissions are set successfully. As this voice prompt sounded, there were only 99 messages left for 3+ in an instant. Well, good. Liu clicked on one of them casually, and started chatting with the other party. Why is Liu contacting the powerful people? Of course, it's not for them to reward themselves. Although the system has been swallowed by its own, the rules of strengthening have not changed. It can only use normal means to accumulate popularity, and then allow the audience to reward from the heart before it can be converted into points. In other words, what the system needs is not money, but faith. Faith is illusory, but it is real. Even before the end of the world, some cultists used their beliefs to confuse people. To obtain this kind of thing, ordinary methods will not work. So Liu's real purpose is just to find out what's going on in the other world, and by the way, to find out if there is a way for the two worlds to communicate. If so, where do I need to worry about supplies in the future? Go directly to another world to buy goods, is there any? However, the people who contacted Liu were just small police officers from 3 police stations and had no real rights. Even if it's the director called by the other party, this qualification is obviously not enough. I can only promise you that I will contact you as soon as possible. I can't guarantee anything else. This is the other party's answer. Okay, as long as you can help me get in touch. Liu replied, and then directly closed the live broadcast room. Why close? Because although the live broadcast system can make the host stronger in a short period of time, for Liu now, it can't be effective in 3 or 2 days. Take the crystal nucleus as an example, it also has no attribute crystal nucleus. Black iron only needs 10 points to be enough. But bronze needs 50 points, silver needs 250 points, gold needs 1250 points, and dark gold needs 5750 points. 5750 points of dark gold is equivalent to 57.5 RMB. More than 50 yuan is really nothing to the rich, but do you want to get so much money just by effective rewards? It's really not something that can be done in a short time. And this is only the price of a dark gold non-attribute crystal nucleus. Other essences and crystal nuclei with attributes are more expensive. So Liu is not in a hurry. Hey! Next, it's Cangyun's turn, right? Liu threw the phone into the ring, then stretched his waist, and said comfortably. There are no powerful monsters, no trace of the rift, and no protagonist to kill. The only way for Liu to improve his strength is the heroine. Although the basic reward of the heroine's full attributes plus 10 has not had much effect on him, the extra rewards for the heroine are still very good. Currently, there are 3 known heroines, So Cangyun, Qin Weiwei, and Su Yin. Now that So Cangyun is close at hand, of course Liu has to deal with her first. I got up and moved my arms, and then came to the next door. Liu pushed the door open and walked in. In order to facilitate business, Liu now has his own detached villa. There are 12 male servants and 12 female servants, divided into 2 classes. The servant is outside the villa, responsible for the dirty work of standing guard, guarding, transporting, and bathing pets. The maid is in the villa, responsible for serving tea, washing and cooking. Liu, are you here? Manly and I are talking about you. The 2 women were chatting on the sofa in the room, and when Liu came in, So Cangyun spoke first. She definitely has a new understanding of Liu. In just 3 days, she understood what strength is. It also made her emotions towards Liu change from surprise to admiration, and then from admiration to awe. In short, when she looks at Liu now, she needs to look up. What are you talking about? You won't speak ill of me, will you? Of course not, we were just chatting, how did you get here during this time? Is that so? Liu paused at this point, then looked at the other party's appearance, and asked a question in doubt. Why do you still look like this? I remember you didn't talk about your appearance before. Although So Cangyun had changed her clothes at this time, nothing else about her had changed. Ordinary looks, sallow skin, and flat body, Liu felt a little stomachache after seeing it. It's true that I didn't lie to you, but I still feel a little inappropriate. Why? It's like this. Sister Cangyun said that her real body is inherently more attractive to men than other women, so if she changes back to her real body, it may cause you trouble, even if this is the base. Xiao Manli was getting smaller and smaller. After saying this, she was obviously a little unconvinced. These days, who is not a big beauty? She is 170 tall, Lord Audioook, and backward, sexy and slim. Only about body shape, she is really not inferior to Liu's other women. When So Cangyun said this, it was obvious that she was looking down on her. So powerful. Hearing this, Liu couldn't believe it, then I have to see and see. Come on, Cangyun, while there is no one here now. Yes, Sister Cangyun, let us feast our eyes. That's fine. Hearing what the two said, So Cangyun was also helpless, but I didn't meet my expectations, so don't laugh at me. Don't worry, I promise not. I promise to. After receiving affirmative answers from the two, So Cangyun took a deep breath. With the flow of a layer of light blue halo, she began her gorgeous transformation. 30 seconds later, Xiao Manli was dumbfounded. Even Liu was stunned for a long time, unable to speak. I don't know how long it took before the voices of the two reappeared in the room. My god, is this a fairy? Honey, what do you think our child's name is more appropriate? Chapter 364 So Cangyun and number 039, S Reward. The moment I saw you, I even thought of my child's name. Liu originally thought that this was just an exaggerated metaphor. There is no such woman in the world. Especially after having a few top-quality women as wives, Liu's resistance to beautiful women is even higher. Ordinary beauties cannot enter his eyes. But now... Liu, what are you talking about? So Cangyun cast a reproachful glance at Liu. It was this glance that made Liu's mental power appear in a trance. You know, in Liu's heart, there is a scoring standard for women. First of all, a 100-point woman definitely does not exist. Because as long as you are a human being, you have your own shortcomings, no matter how small this shortcoming is, it is still a shortcoming. The so-called no one is perfect, is such a truth. The second is the scoring standard for women. Those with a score below 60 belong to ordinary looks, the kind who can make do with life if they really can't find a partner. A score of 60 to 70 belongs to the upper middle appearance. This type of woman can be considered a beauty if she dresses up, but she is not particularly beautiful. It is the best choice for ordinary men to get married. 70 to 80 belongs to the upper level. If you dress up, you will be a real beauty. You don't have any savings at home, you are not handsome, and you don't have much ability. Basically, you don't need to think about it. 80 to 90 belongs to the star level on the screen, all kinds of beauty filters plus it is a fairy, generally only rich and rich sons are eligible to have it. And above 90? This type belongs to the best goddesses, even if they are just without makeup, they are still more beautiful than the internet celebrities on TV. When this score is reached, it is impossible to use the figure and appearance to determine the winner. If you want to rank high and low, you can only start with personality, temperament, and personal preferences. If Xiao Manli has 94 points in Liu's heart, then Yanyun and Luo Kekai have 96 points. Li Wanning can reach 97 points because she is more feminine. And so Cangyun? From the appearance alone, Liu can give her a score of 99. Because her appearance at this time alone is enough for everyone to ignore all her shortcomings. A lavender fairy dress that was slightly smaller after the transformation made her graceful figure even more graceful. The corners of the mouth are naturally raised, even if you don't make any expression, it seems to be smiling at yourself. Fluffy and smooth hair, tall and bulging figure, fair and slender legs, and an inadvertently charming look between her brows. All of them prove that this woman has a lot of charm, she is a woman who is charming to the bone. Before Xiao Manli awakened her Bao soul, she also had a hint of charm on her body. But her charm, in front of So Cangyun at this time, is simply a little bit of a big witch, a small shrimp meets a dragon. Can't you understand what I'm saying? You can tell me the secret before this, even though you look so disastrous to the country and the people. Liu came back to his senses, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. I don't believe you are not prepared at all. Where is it? I just think that our two families have a good relationship before the end of the world, so I choose to believe you. Elegant and graceful, light and unrestrained. Taste the beauty of the age, and regain the beauty of the city. Every frown and smile is breathtaking. After So Qingyu returned to her original body, even her voice had a charm function. This Nima. I can't stand it a bit. Stop it. Liu directly vetoed it. Qingyu, there are only 3 of us in this villa now, and there is no need for you to hide. The end of the world is coming, the strong are respected, what will happen in this world without the protection of the strong? You have experienced it before. Not only am I strong, I'm not ugly, but with the pre-apocalyptic relationship between our 2 families, I can be said to be your best choice at the moment. You don't want to live with that ordinary face all your life, do you? Hearing this, So Qingyu involuntarily bit her sexy thin lips. Liu was right. In her heart, she had indeed made plans a long time ago, otherwise she would never have taken the initiative to tell Liu the secret of her appearance. If she was on a strong base before. The leader of the base is also an upright and kind person like Lu Chuanan, maybe she still doesn't have this idea. But the crux of the problem is that although Lu Quinan's character is fine, his strength is too bad. If other bases bully her, they won't be able to protect her and her grandfather's safety. When her grandfather was broken by those bastards, no one dared to step forward except Lu Chuanan. Since then, she has been full of desire for power. It's just that her ability is very special, and she can't change too many things. She can only pin her hopes on the person who may appear. Originally, this person should be Zhang Xiaodong who has risen in a short time. But the appearance of Liu changed her thoughts and life trajectory. Not only did he heal So Qiaovu, but he also easily killed Go Zhengli. The boss of Go Zhengli didn't even dare fart in front of Liu. All signs indicate that Liu has the ability to protect her. Sister Qingyu, young Master Liu is right. Seeing So Qingyu hesitate, Xiao Manli spoke up quickly. It turned out that there were 2 women, one was the daughter of a tens of billionaire, and the other was a money-digging woman with no family. Before the end of the world, there is no equal opportunity for dialogue. But now the apocalypse brings everyone back to the same starting line. So Xiao Manli was not afraid, but because she had been with Liu earlier, she felt superior. This world has changed. If you are not strong enough, you can only choose a strong man to rely on. Otherwise, you will only be bullied, not to mention. What's more? Besides, young Master Liu has already taken a fancy to you, and you no longer have the right to choose other men. So Qingyu. A moment later, a charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. He, this is the first time I've seen a woman who pushes her man towards other women. No idea. Xiao Manli shrugged helplessly, I'm not the only woman beside young Master Liu. If I'm not sensible, I'll be thrown into limbo by him. Leng Gong? Does he consider himself the emperor? It's not the emperor, it's about the same as the emperor. I can't say no. Can't refuse. Bring it on. Liu smiled and stretched out his hand towards So Qingyu, it's glorious to join. Bah! Join my team, let's create a better future together. Looking at Liu's handsome face, the smile on the corner of his mouth, and his outstretched hands. So Qingyu only hesitated for 2 seconds before putting her slender hand on it. Beautiful future? What does that look like? It is what you want it to be. I heard from Manli that you are good to your own women, and I don't want to be treated unfairly. That is required. Can you develop a relationship again? I feel that we are doing this a little too fast. Of course. But you have to call me husband first. Husband? No, I can't seem to say these 2 words. Can I call you husband? Liu. What's the difference? Ding, congratulations on successfully changing the heroine's fate of So Qingyu, and getting the basic reward, all attributes plus 20. Get an extra bonus, the Eye of the Villain evolves. All attributes plus 20? Chapter 365 Unleash the Nine-Tailed Fox and number 039, S Nature. All attributes plus 20? Seeing the system rewards, Liu was a little bit overwhelmed. If So Qingyu who just compromised is added, he now has 5 women by his side. Except for Xiao Manli, the other 4 are all heroines. But before Yan Yun, Li Wanning and Luo Kikai, the basic rewards they got were only 10 points of all attributes. Why does So Qingyu have 20 points? Liu was a little puzzled, and studied it while taking So Qingyu into his arms. Finally, in the swallowed subsystem column, I found the answer. Every time a subsystem is swallowed, the strength of the main system will be increased, and the reward for changing the heroine's fate will be increased. Obviously, it was because Zhang Xiaodong's live broadcast system was devoured, so the attribute rewards he got increased. The evolution of the Eye of the Villain, the upper limit of the betrayal rate for seeing human information and abilities has been increased from 50% to 75%, and the hypnosis skill has been obtained. Eye of the Villain, hypnosis and ability to make the enemy hallucinate and control the enemy's consciousness. You can hypnotize the opponent by looking at the enemy for 3 seconds. Note, only for humans whose mental power is lower than 70% of their own, the greater the gap in mental power, the shorter the time required for hypnosis. The evolution of the villain's eye is still very useful. Not only has the upper limit of the betrayal rate been increased, but also a hypnosis skill has been added. Hypnosis is equivalent to Su Bao's mental attack, but Liu uses his eyes to launch it. Why do not you talk? So Cangyun's charming voice interrupted Liu's meditation. Oh. Liu came back to his senses. I was just thinking, what's the difference between the two titles husband and husband? I used to think there was no difference, but now I just think that the husband is more fluent than the husband. Is that so? Hearing this, Liu laughed. Hee, it seems that this situation may be related to your ability to awaken. It's about my ability? What do you mean? Some abilities can change a person's personality and hobbies, such as light and darkness. Your nine-tailed fox ability is obviously one of them. Liu briefly explained what he knew. So Cangyun was very beautiful before the end of the world, but not as charming as now. And she was originally a Bingshan female president who was about to take over the family business. She should be the same type of woman as Nangongling. But after awakening the power of the nine-tailed fox, not only did her appearance change slightly, but she also revealed a charming charm all over her body. Personality and hobbies are also slowly changing. If she hadn't deliberately suppressed her own power from the very beginning, she would have already transformed into a Sudaji who has brought disaster to the country and the people. Is that so? How do you know this? The more you experience, the more things you know. That. Should I avoid it? Looking at the two people who had just confirmed their relationship, Xiao Manli suddenly felt that she was a bit redundant. Avoid what? Come here, let's talk about how to get along in the future. He got the live broadcast system and was rewarded by So Cangyun. Liu was in a good mood. In the following period of time, he was not in a hurry to go back to Nanxi to find Qin Weiwei and Su Yin. Instead, he started to go out early and return late with 2 women to hunt monsters. Of course, the main thing is to develop a relationship with So Cangyun. After all, it is a bit treasonous to not sleep after confirming the relationship, and the beast tide is coming, so he stayed in the magic capital. In this world, some abilities can affect a person's character. But the abilities that can affect human personality and hobbies are basically related to human spiritual power. For example, Qin Xiao's darkness and Xiao Xiu's light. Sadness and positivity, fear and courage. Moreover, the purer the two awakened powers are, the more heavily affected they will be. However, when the light and dark attributes are concentrated on a person, a balanced effect will be achieved, and it will not affect a person's personality. The same is true for those protagonists and the current Liu. Why does So Cangyun's nine-tailed fox affect her character? That's because her ability is not only very special, but also related to the soul. Qin Xiao and Xiao Xiu have no light and dark crystal nuclei to use for the time being, so they can only increase their power level through their own awakening ability. The ability to devour and the power of faith. As for So Cangyun, using crystal nuclei was ineffective. There was only one way for her to strengthen herself before hunting monsters. Absorb the weak souls of monsters when they die, store them, and return to the base to refine them into their own power. Every time she advances a level, she will have an extra white fluffy tail, and each tail can give her a new power. Transmogrification, foxfire, flood, earthquake, gale, insanity, summoning, etc. 3 days later, in Liu's room at the Northern City Villa base. So Cangyun wore a light-colored ultra-short cheongsam and sat on Liu, releasing her nine-tailed fox nature. 2 white fluffy tails entangled her and Liu together. Hong! With a soul-stirring shout, So Cangyun grew her third tail. The blue fox pupils flashed away. A pale blue light was released from her, illuminating the room. Nails and fangs also became longer than usual at this moment. Liu took a closer look. Name, So Cangyun. Strengthening level, Silver Elementary. Ability level, Transformation System, Nine-tailed Fox, Silver Intermediate. Her transformation ability is not only separated from the enhancement level, but also directly upgraded from the bronze high level to the silver middle level? That's right, this is the second strengthening method that Liu told her after seeing her ability with the villain's eyes, double cultivation. Harness the man's masculinity to enhance the power of her 9 tails. The stronger the person who is double cultivating with her, the faster she can improve her strength. For ordinary survivors in the last days, every day is suffering. But for Liu, apart from not having those electronic entertainment activities, other things are more interesting than before the end of the world. Hunt high-level monsters, strengthen the defense of the base, and develop agriculture and animal husbandry. Talk about love with your own woman and look forward to the future. As the days go by, a month flies by. It is a morning in March. A middle-aged man, wearing leather armor, holding a homemade longbow in his hand, and a saber at his waist, came to the top of the villa city wall. He greeted the man not far away. Hey, Lao Yu, give me a cigarette. Old Gao. He was originally a painter of medium build, with rough skin and an unshaven beard. After the apocalypse, he became a strengthener, and at this time served as the captain of the base guard. You still smoke while standing guard? Be careful not to be seen by the captain. It's okay, it's time to rest, even if he sees it, he won't say anything. Hee, you bastard. The man smiled wryly, took out a pack of crumpled cigarettes and handed it over. Lao Gao took the cigarette, lit it up and took a puff. Hey, it's really comfortable. It's also fortunate that we took refuge in this base 2 months ago, otherwise how would we have our current life? The man said, and ordered one for himself. Yet, not only do you have food and drink, but you also give your wife away for a good job? This is better than the treatment before the end of the world. By the way, Lao Gao, the wife who rewarded you from above is quite beautiful, isn't she? Her front is convex and her back is warped. What's pretty? You're in your 40s, and you have a baby. Compared with Mr. Lu's 2 wives, it's just like that. Hey, why are you desperate? Dare to talk about the young lady? Lao Gao didn't say anything, but was interrupted by Lao Yu nervously, forgot those 2 guys who talked about young madam last time. Fuck, I really forgot if you didn't tell me. Hearing this, Lao Gao shrank his neck, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. More than half a month ago, there were 2 guys talking about the 2 young ladies behind their backs. Tell them how beautiful they are, and they will definitely feel so good on the bed. As a result, early the next morning, someone cut out his tongue and threw him outside the city wall to feed the wild dogs. In this base, as long as you have the ability, you can not only get the shelter of the base, but also the survival materials of the base. You can even get a wife assigned by your superiors. But if you dare to talk about things behind your back, especially the 2 young ladies. I'm sorry, but at least they will be expelled from the base, and at worst they will be exposed to the wilderness. So in the entire base, no one dared to make irresponsible remarks behind their backs. Be careful next time, it's okay to be heard by me, if it's heard by others. Got it, hey, why is it foggy? This fog is a bit abnormal. Damn, be alert. That's a snake? Damn, what a big snake. Why is this snake here? Quick, blow the whistle. Lao Gao panicked, took the whistle hanging around his neck and blew it. As the police whistle sounded, thick fog began to spread everywhere, and the space of the entire earth began to fluctuate. Yes, the second large-scale alien invasion started this morning. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Chapter 366 A new round of monster invasion. Boom. The power of terror splits mountains and rocks. A giant silver-scale python more than 10 meters long appeared inside the base out of thin air. The powerful snake tail shattered a concrete wall beside the aisle with one blow. After a while of snake-like movement, the ferocious snake head slowly lifted up. While spitting out the letter, it stared at these fresh delicacies with its terrifying vertical pupils. Soon, it sensed the body temperature of a frantically fleeing man. In the next second, the giant python swooped down. What? As soon as the man let out a scream, he was swallowed by it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, people who had no fighting power scattered and fled. At this time, the guards of the base took up their weapons and rushed over. Stop it! Don't let it go to residential areas. Hurry up! Everyone be careful! Damn, why is this snake's defense so high? Bows and arrows are useless to it. The silver-scaled giant python, although it is only silver rank. But for ordinary awakened people, it is an extremely terrifying existence. Because even if you are also a silver-level powerhouse, it is difficult to break through its defense without a weapon at hand. Get out of the way, let me do it. At the critical moment, Lao Gao from the crowd stood up. At this moment, he had drawn out the saber from his waist. He is the team leader of this base. The leather armor on his body is standard equipment for the team leader, and it is said to be made of high-level lizardman's skin. The saber in his hand was rewarded by the base for his outstanding performance in a guard operation. The power is similar to modern cold weapons with blades, but it is not easy to roll blades. In this base, merit must be rewarded and mistakes must be punished. As long as he can kill this giant silver-scaled python, he will have a share no matter if it is the python's skin or its meat. It's just that he has never seen the giant silver-scaled python, so he doesn't know how strong this monster is. When he rushed up at the right time and slashed the python's neck, a string of sparks appeared from that saber, which was usually invincible. Although the knife still cut in some, but it only broke the python's skin? Fuck! So hard! Lao Gao couldn't help being taken aback, and before he had time to react, he saw the snake's tail drawn towards him. Old Gao, be careful! The snake tail was so fast that he didn't have time to dodge, so he could only block with his weapon horizontally in front of him. Boom, puff. The tail of the snake hit his saber, and the powerful impact sent him flying with the saber. Lao Gao spit out a mouthful of blood. An angry giant snake appeared in front of him, swaying left and right. As soon as he was about to be regarded as the second prey, a young figure with lightning rushed out from the flank. The powerful electric current instantly stopped the giant snake, and howled in pain. A grenade was precisely thrown into the giant snake's mouth while it was howling. Boom! The powerful explosion blew up the giant python. The giant python was numb all over, his head was dizzy, and soon fell to the ground. The young man took the opportunity to stab the silver-patterned long knife into the giant python's cap, and the giant python began its own dying struggle. After several fights, the signs of life were slowly lost. Thank you very much, young master. You're welcome, hurry up and organize people to guard the outside of the city wall. Lu Zifeng ordered, don't worry about the monsters that appear in the base. Yes. Lao Gao stood up enduring the pain in his body, subconsciously glanced at other places. Only then did I realize that the thick fog had cleared, and the monsters that appeared in the base were not only the silver-scaled python, and some other creatures. For example, earthworms with thick bowl mouths, iron-backed lizards bigger than humans, giant ants 2 feet long, and butterflies like silkworms. There are also several creatures that have never been seen before. My god, are there so many monsters in the base? Lao Gao was dumbfounded. Fortunately, most of the combat members in the base were well prepared. They put on their own armor and picked up the weapons uniformly distributed by the base. Some have already killed the monster, while others are fighting with the monster. Hold on, you must hold on. Kill them. Once again, large-scale fluctuations appeared in the space of the earth. However, these fluctuations have not occurred for a short time, and have not yet triggered a beast tide. Before the beast horde came, as long as the base was strong enough and did not encounter those monsters that were too strong, people could barely handle it. But just when human beings are experiencing a new round of monster invasion. In a small town in the northwest of Nanxi. Boom! A sudden loud noise made Tang Cheng, who was sleeping in the room, open his eyes. He is still dressed in the coat and sunglasses at this time. After noticing the abnormality, he came to the window, and several strange monsters caught his eyes. Red snakes, poisonous spiders, flaming silkworms. The one that made the loud noise was a 3-meter-long steel-haired wild boar. It was hitting the small concrete building next door with its hard head. Where did these monsters come from? Seeing this scene, Tang Cheng's dark pupils shrank involuntarily. Quickly opened the door and came outside the building. Tang Cheng is the corpse king. Under normal circumstances, even monsters that are not zombies will not attack it. But the steel wool boar was obviously very hungry. When Tang Cheng didn't release the corpse king's breath, it sensed the abnormality here, and rushed over here without saying a word. Originally, according to the normal situation, Tang Cheng should dodge or counterattack in the face of the impact of this middle-level silver wild boar. But this time, he didn't even look at him. The moment the wild boar rushed over. Boom! A 3-meter-tall humanoid monster descended from the sky. He was holding a mace with a mace about his height in his hand, and he swung the mace directly when he saw the wild boar rushing towards him. Boom! A hammer with terrifying force hit the wild boar on the head and sent it flying. The steel-haired wild boar, which had been hit hard by the giant hammer, could barely stand up. He just staggered and walked 2 steps, then fell to the ground again, apparently without the strength to fight again. Can all his subordinates kill the silver mid-level steel-haired wild boar with one blow? Tang Cheng didn't ask the wild boar, but looked aside. Not far away, Su Yin, a fairly pretty female zombie, was eating the flesh and blood of the red snake. Is there a dense fog again? That's how it is. Tang Cheng muttered to himself. After saying this, he seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed immediately. Not good, Vivi. Whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen zombies wearing armor and holding various weapons appeared behind him one after another. Appearing together, there are 2 silver-ranked ground dragons. He turned over and rode on one of them, and hurried towards Nanxi with Su Yin and a gang of powerful zombies. Boom boom boom. The terrifying weight of the Dixing Long, coupled with the movement of more than a dozen zombies with terrifying strength but different sizes, quickly attracted the attention of other monsters. A large number of monsters began to gather towards his location, and ran wildly behind them. Tang Cheng also didn't care too much. That afternoon, the community where Qin Weiwei lived. Why is Weiwei missing? What is this Chen Dashan doing? Hey! Looking at the empty room, he clenched his fists tightly, and when he was about to ask Chen Dashan for clarification, a dusty ID card on the ground caught his attention. He picked up the ID card, blew the dust on it, and a cute little girl's head appeared in his sight. Is it Lanlin's ID? Tang Lanlin. Lanlin's surname is Tang? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Chapter 367. After all, Tang Cheng was no longer a human being, so it was not easy to have too much contact with Qin Weiwei. So he had only seen the mother and daughter from a distance before, and didn't know the little girl's name. Chen Dashan got the name Lanlan from Qin Weiwei. At this time, I saw that the little girl on the ID card was not only surnamed Tang, but also born exactly 9 months after he and Qin Weiwei parted. He felt a little unbelievable. In this world, such a coincidence is impossible. Unless Qin Weiwei was pregnant with another man's child when she fell in love with him. But how is this possible? The relationship between me and Qin Weiwei back then was stronger than gold. So this Tang Lanlan. Follow me to find Chen Dashan. Tang Cheng made a decisive decision and ran towards the previous villa base with a dozen of his subordinates. Although it is impossible to register without marriage, there are always more ways than difficulties in this world. He didn't believe that Tang Lanlan had nothing to do with him. Along the way, the monsters that had been cleaned up by the military became dense again. Among them are some high-level alien beasts. A dark gold-level iron-clawed goshawk stood on the roof of a building. Use your sharp eagle eyes to look at the prey you can hunt. A few golden tarantulas also shuttled back and forth between the buildings as if they had entered their own back garden. As for other snakes, insects, rats and ants, not to mention, each of them is a nightmare for human beings. Tang Cheng was not in the mood to ask these questions at this time, he just wanted to find Chen Dashan quickly and ask about the situation. As time passed, he soon came to a location not far from the base of the villa. Seeing the quiet base ahead, he couldn't help but frowned. Why are there no guards here? And I still can't perceive the existence of Chen Dashan? Something's wrong. Tang Cheng said to himself, his original intention was to want someone to answer his question. But among the dozen or so zombie subordinates around him, except for Suyan and a zombie with a big head, the other zombies can only judge Tang Cheng's instructions based on the mental power released by Tang Cheng. I couldn't understand what he was saying at all. This may be the reason why he still likes to run to the city after becoming the Corpse King. People are social animals, if no one speaks for a long time, the spirit will collapse. He didn't like the feeling of being alone. Find someone. Ask. Suyan's intermittent voice appeared in Tang Cheng's mind. She still can't speak now, but she has regained a certain degree of consciousness. With Tang Cheng's special ability, the two can already have simple conversations. Looking for someone to ask. Hearing this voice, Tang Cheng's dark pupils shrank slightly. It's okay, let's go to the nearby base first. Although he is very anxious now, he has not lost his mind. It has been half a year since the end of the world. Some rare ability users can already flexibly control their own abilities. These rare abilities are not very strong in frontal combat. But playing positional warfare, it is easy for a powerful person to capsize in the gutter. Therefore, when the protective treasures are used up, no matter how strong he is, he can't just go for it. Fortunately, Tang Cheng's mind control ability is very strong. The previous Su Bao and Lu's mother Zhang Luo couldn't be compared. Relying on this ability, he quickly controlled the survivors in a nearby base, and found out what happened to the villa. What? That base was occupied by others? Chen Dashan was also forced to move out of there. Yes, it is. Where is Chen Dashan? It seems to have moved to Hutaman. Thick Earth Gate? Where is the exact location? In Qingshui Garden. Quick, kill them all. Damn, are these monsters endless? Stop talking nonsense, let's clean up the monsters in the base first. Second brother, be careful. What? There are also many monsters appearing in this large-scale fluctuation of the Earth's space. They reduce the number of humans and increase the danger of the wild jungle. Human beings, who finally took a breath, fell into dire straits again. Qingshui Huayuan Community, Hutuo Gate. Looking at the several ground dragons with bowl-sized mouths in front of him, they suddenly broke out of the ground and entangled their former teammates. In less than a minute, he was turned into a bloody skeleton. Luo Zhenyi's was so frightened that he slumped on the ground. The Earth Dragon was originally just a large earthworm, so it stands to reason that its combat effectiveness should not be strong. But these Earth Dragons are not only surprisingly powerful, but also have big bloody mouths that are as thick as bowls at the head and tail. There are also rows of sharp and dense teeth in the mouth, which can bite off a piece of human flesh with just one bite. Asshole, why is this happening? Why is this happening? You trash, why don't you rush to protect me? Luo Zhenyi's yelled at the few awakened people around him, if something happens to me, I will let you sleep on the street tonight. You. Oh shit. Luo Zhenyi's is really holding a chicken feather as an arrow. Hearing Luo Zhenyi's angry shout, the awakened people next to him were very upset, but there was nothing they could do. He could only pick up the weapon in his hand to protect Luo Zhenyi's safety. Because Luo Zhenyi's is now the second in command of their base. And don't look at him as the second in command, in this base, even Feng Shi, the leader of the base, has to give him 3 points. Why is this happening? This is not because Luo Zhenyi's is strong, but because he has a beautiful daughter named Luo Kekai. And this beautiful daughter has a boyfriend named Luo. The Jade Face kills the gods. This is the survivor base in Nanji, the nickname given to Luo. He is handsome, strong, and kills without batting an eyelid, hence the name Jade-Faced Killer. Luo Zhenyi's also told everyone that Yumian Chashan was his son-in-law. Just ask such a person, who would dare to provoke him? Hey, there's a blind bear over there. Are you guys blinder than it? Hurry up and get rid of it. Grass. Luo Zhenyi yelled at these people, as if he was the boss of the base. Although Luo Kekai didn't want to see him and Luo Qingqing, but relying on Luo's reputation, he was very successful in this base. When Feng Shi asked him why he didn't go to Luo's base, he euphemistically said that he had a deep relationship with his brothers, and he was reluctant to leave like this. What's more, Nanji is so safe, it doesn't matter where I stay, why bother to disturb my daughter's happy life? So he pretended to be a tiger until now. Feng Shi also dared not speak out because of his suffering, and offered him and Luo Qingqing as uncles. Hey, it's finally over. As time went by, after paying a certain amount of casualties, the monsters in the base were almost eliminated by the survivors. Luo Zhenyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He decided that he must find 2 more girls tonight and relax. Night falls. Relying on his current power, Luo Zhenyi got his wish and slept with 3 girls. Just when his activities were over and he was about to go to the balcony to get some air by himself, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Hey, that guy is Chen Dashan? In the middle of the night, what do you want to do sneakily? Seeing Chen Dashan dismiss the guards and leave the base alone, Luo Zhenyi was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he decisively chose to follow. In this base, there are many people he dislikes, and Chen Dashan is one of them. Because Chen Dashan's younger brother Chen Sihai was killed by Luo, he always liked to use Luo to suppress each other when they disagreed. Over time, Chen Dashan hated him more and more. He could also sense Chen Dashan's killing intent towards him, but because of Luo's existence, he dared not speak out. If he can catch the opponent's handle, then he can take the opportunity to kill him, so as to achieve the purpose of preventing future troubles. So seeing this scene, he didn't hesitate too much. Cautiously came to the top of the city wall, a conversation came to his ears from below the city wall. What did you say? You told him about Wai Wei's whereabouts. My lord, forgive me. Forgive me? If you can't even keep this little secret, what use do I need you for? Grown-ups. Who? A cold shout sounded, Luo Zhenyi only felt a blur in front of his eyes. A burly man with a height of more than 2 meters appeared in front of him. Chapter 368 The dragon has reverse scales, touching it will fury. Tang Cheng has become the corpse king, and he has nothing to miss about this world. But after meeting Qin Weiwei in Nanji, he couldn't help feeling a glimmer of hope in his heart. Anyway, that was his first love. First love is very unforgettable. So when seeing the fluctuations in the Earth's space, there is a second wave of monster invasion. He immediately considered Qin Weiwei's safety. Originally, according to the normal plot direction, the person who brought food to Qin Weiwei should be Tang Cheng. If he delivered the food himself, Qin Weiwei would not be taken away by Luo. But from the moment he decided to save Suyan from Luo, his life trajectory changed. After being defeated by Luo, he decided to retreat and strengthen himself. Because he was going to retreat, he found Chen Dashan and asked him to deliver the food instead. Originally, there was no problem with this plan, after all, Chen Dashan was the leader of that base. Not only has absolute power, but no one knows Tang Cheng. It's just that he never thought that Luo would actually occupy this base. And can he get news about himself and Qin Weiwei from Chen Dashan? What do you want to do? Looking at the tall and burly figure in front of him, Luo Zhenyi's voice trembled, and his legs were also weak. It was as if standing in front of him was not a person, but a mountain. What do you want to do? Humph. Tang Cheng snorted coldly, and Luo Zhenyi's brain was instantly enveloped by terrifying mental power. Since you want to hear it, then I will let you listen enough. Although his main ability is to control zombies, if the strength of people and monsters is not strong enough, and the number is not large enough, he can also do it with ease. So where did Luo Zhenyi get the strength to resist in front of him? After a while, his gaze became dull. Seeing this, Tang Cheng didn't say anything else, grabbed him and jumped off the city wall. Seeing Tang Cheng jumping down with a person, Chen Dashan couldn't help being stunned. Luo Zhenyi. You know him well. Familiar, of course very familiar. Looking at Luo Zhenyi, Chen Dashan gritted his teeth with hatred. This bastard, relying on his daughter's relationship with Luo, is very arrogant in the base. Oh. Tang Cheng's eyes were slightly cold. Tell me carefully. Tang Cheng is the corpse king. When I saved Suyan back then, I just wanted to find someone of the same kind who could talk. It never occurred to him that after he took Suyan away with the teleportation scroll, he would have entanglements with Liu. In today's absence of electronic networks, what is the probability that two people will meet again after being separated? Unless both of them are celebrities and are deliberately looking for each other, this probability is absolutely infinitely close to zero. But fate is always so magical. But not long after that, the two appeared in Nanjing at the same time, and they got together. As a result, the beams between the two sides ended like this. If Liu wanted to get rid of this corpse king who dared to provoke him, Tang Cheng naturally had to get rid of this strong human who hated him. Originally, Tang Cheng was not in a hurry at all, thinking that it was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. But Liu's move to take Qin Weiwei away obviously violated his bottom line. Dragons have inverse scales, and they will be angry if they touch them. At the moment when he knew that Qin Weiwei was taken away by Liu, Tang Cheng's heart was already full of killing intent. At the same time, on the outskirts of the northeast of Shanghai, there is a meeting room of a base with thousands of people. The lanterns illuminated the meeting room, and there were about 20 people sitting sparsely in it. Looking at the young man sitting at the head of the conference table, Peng Bing looked jealous. He was originally a captain of the Beast Soul God General Tan Ji. After Tan Ji's death, the several captains under him refused to accept each other, and they all wanted to be the boss. In the end, everyone's opinions could not be unified, and they could only announce their dissolution. He brought his subordinates to join this base. I originally thought that the boss of this base was a middle-aged man in his 40s and -s. Didn't expect it to be a young man just like himself? He is about the same age as this young man, only 24 years old this year. But the awakened powers of the two are quite different. In this era, strength means everything, he has no way to possess it, so he can only sit down and watch. Boss, the monsters in the base have almost been eliminated, and the monsters outside the wall can't come in for the time being, but tonight. The guards are tripled tonight. The leading young man said directly, everyone has worked harder these few days. After this time has passed, I will distribute benefits to everyone. Really? Boss. When did I lie to you? Hey, thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Hearing the words of the leading young man, everyone in the conference room smiled. Because the so-called welfare of young people is to let everyone eat meat and drink heavily. As long as there is no waste, you can eat as much as you can, and there is no need to worry about food shortages. This kind of behavior is nothing before the end of the world, but in this era of scarce supplies, how many base bosses can do this? Their boss can do it. You're welcome, food is for eating. The young man waved his hand casually, and looked at an old man not far away, Uncle Xiao. An old man named Xiao Lao was wearing a white practice suit. Although his beard and hair are white, he is full of energy. Hearing the young man calling his name, he quickly stood up and asked respectfully, what's the order of the leader? In the past 2 days, you should refine more hemostatic powder and muscle-invigorating ointment, and try to minimize the casualties at the base. Okay, no problem. Elder Xiao nodded slightly, but I can't do it alone, and I need some help. You can pick any non-combat members of the base, Peng Bing, you arrange 2 managers to take Mr. Xiao to pick people. Yes, boss. That's it, today's meeting is temporary. Boom. Before the young man could finish speaking, a loud noise suddenly interrupted him. Fuck. What's the situation? A monster attack. Everyone's complexion changed, as if they had noticed something, they hurried out of the meeting room. The survivors outside have become a mess. Under the illumination of a large number of lanterns, they saw a 4-meter-tall orangutan raging wildly at the base. It is red all over, and its strength and jumping ability are extremely strong. Every jump can smash 1 or 2 survivors into the air, and ordinary earthen walls can't stop its attack at all. This orangutan is so strong. Can't stop it at all. Old Chu's wind blade, just let it bleed. It's too arrogant. I'll get it done. Kaka. One of them took out a desert eagle from his waist, and skillfully pulled the barrel of the gun to load the bullet. In the face of these monsters without scales, thermal weapons are still very useful. Even if the opponent is silver or gold level, if they don't have special abilities, they will still suffer a lot of damage. It's just that he just took out the weapon when he was stopped by the young man. Don't use a gun, it's easy to hurt your own people with a gun in the base, just leave it to me. Finish this sentence. The young man rushed towards the bloody gorilla without waiting for everyone's reaction. He was extremely fast, and on the way forward, he put a steel claw on his hand. Taking advantage of the scarlet gorilla's old strength just gone, when the new strength was not born, a black tiger pierced the opponent's back. Roar! The gorilla was in pain and roared to the sky, and the young man quickly pulled away and flew back. The next second, the gorilla was in more pain. Looking carefully, there was actually a lot of blue smoke coming out of its wound. The fur was ignited, the internal organs were scorched, and a smell of burnt gas spread into everyone's nostrils. Seeing this scene, the man who used the desert eagle before had a look of admiration. Tisk tisk, Boss Yang's magma ability is awesome. Yeah, the lethality is too strong. Tajil is terrifying, this orangutan should be gold ranked, right? Boom. While several people were discussing, Yang's fist with steel claws pierced into the back of the blood-colored orangutan again. A large amount of magma flowed out again, burning through the heart of the blood-colored orangutan. In less than a minute, the blood-colored orangutan who acted recklessly at the base fell into a pool of blood. Quickly. A box with a golden halo appeared on the corpse of the blood-colored orangutan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Scarlet King Kong and getting a golden treasure chest *1. Chapter 369 The Pinnacle of Life, but that end number 039, all. Bloody King Kong is the name of the mutated orangutan from another world. Because his whole body is red, his eyes also turn red when he goes mad. So it's called Scarlet King Kong. In this world, every creature has something it is good at. It's not to say that the stronger your vitality and the bigger your body, the stronger your combat effectiveness will be. Humans can easily kill rhinos and elephants with shotguns. Black Mamba can also easily kill lions and tigers. So size can't represent combat effectiveness. And this Scarlet King Kong, even though it is only middle rank gold, in terms of destructive power, it may be higher than the middle rank dark gold rank decapitated cavalry. Its only weakness is that it has no elemental power and its defense is a bit low. At this time, Yang used titanium alloy steel claws to cooperate with the magma ability to kill him. Looking at the golden treasure box on the bloody King Kong's corpse, Yang raised his right hand expressionlessly. Good, another one. Call out. As soon as Yang finished speaking, the golden treasure box flew to his right hand and the storage ring disappeared. Killing treasure chest. Monsters that are personally killed or participate in the killing will have a 30% chance of appearing in the killing treasure chest. Survival materials and character attributes will randomly appear in the killing treasure chest, a small chance of weapons, armor, and various abilities appearing. Note 1. The level of the treasure box is the same as the level of the monster. The higher the level of the treasure box, the higher the probability of appearing abilities and weapons and armor. Note 2. This treasure chest can be synthesized. The synthesis ratio is 10:1, for example, 10 black iron treasure chests equals 1 bronze treasure chest, 10 bronze treasure chests equals 1 silver treasure chest, and so on. Yes. Hunting monsters has a 30% chance of finding a treasure chest, which is Yang's ability. This golden treasure chest itself is not an entity, but a virtual item similar to the attribute light sphere. The whole body of the box was covered by a faint golden halo. Only Yang can see it, others can't see it at all. This special ability is also the key reason why Yang can rise rapidly in the last days. Boss. Awesome, boss. Such a powerful monster can be dealt with in 2 or 3 hits. Tisk tisk, the boss is indeed the boss. Seeing the bloody King Kong fell to the ground, Yang's subordinates came over to flatter him. Stop flattering there, hurry up and find the crystal nucleus. Yang recovered and scolded with a smile. The man who held the desert eagle earlier rubbed his hands involuntarily when he heard this. Boss, this crystal nucleus. Give it to you, I'm useless, and I'll distribute it in the order before. Okay. Yang's words made the man extremely excited, he rolled up his sleeves and happily walked towards Scarlet King Kong. Under the envious eyes of others, he picked out the thumb-sized transparent crystal nucleus with golden lines. Lu family, wait for me. Yang didn't care about the man's actions, but looked to the west of the demon city, and subconsciously tightened his fist. This time I won't let your family be ruined, I won't believe yet. Yang gritted his teeth as he said, wishing he could tear the Lu family members to pieces immediately. It is clear. The person who wiped out the Lu family in the previous life was not some beast soul general, nor was it some Lang family, nor was it some Zhang Xiaodong who engaged in live broadcasting. It's this young man who can open treasure chests in the last days, Yang. The hatred between Yang and the Lu family is simple and complex. It's nothing more than the shit between the poor and the rich. Lu Mingyuan was engaged in real estate before the end of the world. When building a real estate and acquiring a shanty town, some of the compensation was deducted by the people under his command. Therefore, Yang's family members were dissatisfied. They became a nail shop and had a conflict with an executive manager of the Lu family. Yang's family is just ordinary people, so naturally they are not the opponents of the Lu family. Grandpa, Grandma, Father, Mother all got into the hospital. His grandparents were already old, with a lot of old problems on their bodies, coupled with the attack of qi and blood, they died not long after entering the hospital. His parents were killed by relatives and friends turned into zombies because they held a funeral for the elder on the day of the end of the world. Relatives offer sacrifices to the heavens, and the magic power is boundless. Although in most of the novels, the protagonist is the lone star of Tianxia. But in Yang's mind, none of this would have happened without the Lu family, an unscrupulous developer. So Yang always felt that it was the Lu family who caused the ruin of his family. After the end of the world, he awakened the ability to kill monsters and drop treasure chests. This ability is extremely powerful. It can not only open attributes, but also open abilities and equipment. With such a powerful force, of course he must summon his subordinates to find an opportunity to seek revenge on the Lu family. The other side. Of course Lu would not know that the person who made the Lu family exterminate was Yang. At this time, he was lying comfortably on his bed, enjoying the extravagant life only available to the rich second generation. In fact, this month, his life has been like this. There is no place to improve strength, and the base has the help of the Lu family to take care of it. Food is cooked and clothes are washed. Apart from broadcasting the live broadcast every day when he was hunting those monsters, the only thing left for him was to fall in love with his own woman. The next morning, other parts of the magic city were full of fear and wailing, but Lu's base was surprisingly quiet. A ray of sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa and into the spacious round bed in the room. So Cangyun leaned on Lu's arm and lay on his right side. Xiao Manli was like an octopus, hanging on Lu's left side with both hands and feet. A soft quilt with a faint fragrance covered the key positions of the three of them. The exposed skin of the two women is as fair as snow. 3 snow-white furry tails, like a wedding dress, naturally hung from the bed to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Lu suddenly twitched his nose. A girl's body fragrance immediately spread into his breath. Smell good. Lu muttered something in his heart, and wanted to pull out his numb arm. But when he stretched his hand towards the bed, he bumped into a furry thing. Hey, this is... He squeezed it subconsciously, and suddenly So Cangyun's charming voice was heard. Oh, Lu, don't touch my tail. Hearing this voice, Lu's head was full of black lines. Can you stop calling me like that? I can't stand it. You touch my tail like this, I can't stand it. Lu, dot. This Nima. Taking advantage of the situation, he slapped Xiao Manli awake next to him. What? An hour later, Lu stretched comfortably. This is the pinnacle of life, isn't it? Taking advantage of the situation, he turned his gaze to his own system. Vitality, 552.3. Mental power, 571.46. Power, 561.94. Agility, 630.5. Enhancement level, Dark Gold High Level. The ability to pick up attributes, plus taking away 20 points from So Cangyun, allowed Lu to have the current attributes. According to the research during this period, he found that the ability to pick up attributes will not only increase the drop value according to the strength of the person who fell, but also increase the drop value and absorption range according to his own level. Of course, this number is still very low. In addition, the value of the dark gold bottleneck is 560 points. When you reach the bottleneck, you cannot pick up the attributes dropped by others, so Lu is not in a hurry. Look at his live broadcast points during this time. Points, 12,194. Light System Crystal Nucleus, Black Iron level 30 points. Bronze 150, Silver 750, Gold 3,750. Forget it, let's strengthen other abilities first. Gold System Crystal Nucleus, Gold level 3,125 points. Bought it. Fire, water, and earth are the same? Are they all 2,500 points? Buy it. Live Ball, permanent 1,000 points. Buy it. Live System points remaining, 569. Copy a wave, let's go. Chapter 370 Luu and number 039, S summoning time. There are more than one live broadcast points which is equivalent to more than 100 million RMB. Earn more than 100 million in a month? This money is indeed a lot for ordinary people, but it is really nothing for some big anchors. The things in Luu's live broadcast room are so novel, even if they are not recommended on the platform, the number of viewers online in the live broadcast room is increasing day by day. Today, the number of people online 10 minutes after the broadcast has exceeded 50. This is also the result of Lu Yufo's live broadcast without any interaction with the audience. If professional anchors are allowed to broadcast, the reward points can be multiplied by at least 5 times. It's a pity that the live broadcast system is only an auxiliary, it can only improve your strength faster. Want to become a top player just by live broadcasting, it is impossible to do it in at least a short time. Even for Zhang Xiaodong, after reaching the gold level, if he wants to become stronger, he still has to hunt monsters. The topic is a bit far-fetched. In short, Luu is not very concerned about the live broadcast, but just regards it as an auxiliary ability like picking attributes. Usually, the live broadcast will only be started when you go out to hunt monsters. As for why he exchanged these gold-level attribute crystal cores, that's because there is no gold-level attribute crystal nucleus in the secret territory, so all his abilities stay between the gold level elementary and middle level. And the advanced abilities of those elements will increase the demand for crystal nuclei, such as ice ability. On Luu's skill attribute panel, there is an arrow to the right of the icon of the water ability, and the arrow points to the icon of the ice ability. The types of crystal nuclei required by the two abilities are the same, but the order of awakening and the level of abilities are different. Of course, it wouldn't be black iron level after awakening. With the elementary water ability of gold as the foundation, the newly awakened ice ability probably has the elementary level of silver. He needs the water system crystal nucleus to upgrade the ice system ability to the same level as the water system, and then continue to use the water system crystal nucleus to increase the level of the water system ability. Moreover, the ice type ability requires twice as many water type crystal nuclei. If it is said that one black iron water attribute crystal nucleus can upgrade the water system ability from black iron to the first level of bronze, then the ice system needs 2 water system crystal nuclei to go from black iron to the first level of bronze. 2 abilities need to be upgraded at the same time, and 3 are needed. Now the magma ability is the same. Luu bought a magma ability with 20 points more than 500 days ago. If you want to increase the level of fire, earth, and gold, the 3-line abilities, you must first raise the level of the magma ability. With such awesome strength and the ability to copy, I am only at this level now. Looking at his own ability level, Luu couldn't help muttering, when and what month do those elemental ability users have to be strengthened before they can be strengthened to the gold level? Well, other people don't have so many abilities, and the demand for crystal nuclei is far less than that of Luu. The extra crystal nuclei they have can replace what they need with others, so the level is not much worse than Luu. Luu, what are you mumbling about alone? So Cangyun, who was wearing a light-colored hip-wrapping dress, was sitting in front of the dressing table with a white fluffy rubber band dangling from her mouth. While tying up her hair, she asked Luu. The movement of raising her hair with her hands showed her perfect figure to the fullest. Even Xiao Manli, who was already dressed and wearing black marten boots, swallowed involuntarily after seeing it. This Nima. What kind of devil figure, even a woman like myself can't stand it. It's nothing. Luu came back to his senses, I'll leave the Heishui to you later, and you can help defend at the base. Where are you going? I'm going to catch 2 more powerful pets. Are you alone? Stay safe. Understood. Luu nodded casually, and put on the rare gold-grade Xianming heavy armor. Xuanming's heavy armor fit him well, and the helmet even covered his entire face. Although it will affect his speed a lot, it can increase his defense a lot. As for why he didn't take them with him and put on armor, that's because there are too many monsters outside. Even before the beast tide came, Luu had to be more cautious. In Luu's dark contract, there was originally a silver-level fire leopard, but after returning to Lu Chuanen's base, Luu killed it. Because monsters like this who have worked so hard to evolve to silver are no longer worthy of appearing on his dark contract. In other words, there are still 2 positions in his current contract. After a month of growth, Xiaojin has grown to the initial stage of gold. The golden level is already the limit of its Monkey King career. If nothing unexpected happens, it should stop here for the rest of its life. Heishui's growth rate caught up with Xiaoxi's because he had eaten a drop of the blood of a divine beast. At present, both pets are already gold bottlenecks. Luu left Xiaoxi to Lu Mingyuan and the others to act as human shields, and asked Heishui and Xiaojin to protect the safety of the 2 women. Then he left the base alone, wearing golden armor and a golden sword. The monsters close to the attack range of the base have been killed by the survivors of the Lu family. But after going around a street, the monsters became more numerous. A mouse bigger than a cat, a flying insect the size of a fist, a unicorn the size of a corpse beetle. The second monster invasion is a fear for the weak, but an opportunity for the strong. Luu strolled on the street, muttering something. Throw a fireball for a while, and throw a wind blade for the other. Although there were many monsters on the street, none of them could come within 5 meters of him, and none of them could catch his eye. Let's recruit all the subordinates first. After saying this, Luu snapped his fingers. 2 pitch-black space cracks opened, and Caroline and the Dark Warrior walked out from inside. Seeing the man covered in golden armor, the 2 were taken aback for a moment, and then respectfully spoke to Luu. Owner. Owner. Caroline, take a bloody dress to lure monsters, and lure all the monsters you can attract to this street. Yes. Old Hey, you are responsible for stopping these monsters, and leave the rest to me. As ordered. Luu has a dark contract and an abyss call. One is to contract powerful monsters in this world, and the other is to summon powerful monsters in the abyss. Only by recruiting all these younger brothers can Luu become a perfect body. With his current mental strength, it is no problem to tame 2 abyssal creatures after going through 2 large-scale battles a day. Therefore, the next few days will be Luu's calling time. He killed a bronze lizardman first, and then started the live broadcast. Randomly found a piece of torn clothes, which was covered with the blood of the lizardman. Caroline ran around with the bloody clothes with her vigorous skills, whether it was snakes, insects, rats or ants, or jackals, tigers, and leopards, they all led to Luu's location. The dark warrior stood in front. Once the darkness eroded, Luu then used the group of monsters. Attract monsters, gather monsters, and kill monsters. This is a team with a very simple structure, but a very powerful team for killing monsters. Generally, awakened people need to use flesh and blood and monsters to fight hard, and if they are injured and die, there will be a reduction in staff. While Luu relied on his strong strength and the resilience of the Dark Contract, the younger brother fought more and more. Hear my call. Dark Gold Intermediate Cavalry with severed heads? Yes, yes. Golden Bottleneck, Black Light Leopard? That's fine too. The Skeleton King at the first level of Dark Gold? This is not enough. Look what this one is. Is it just a high-level Golden Tarantula? Forget it, just use it. Hey, that monster over there is. In the distance, a giant eagle with a body length of more than 8 meters and a wingspan of more than 14 meters is hovering over a building. Luu looked intently. This guy is actually fighting a dark gold ranked black snake on the rooftop. The giant black python raised its huge snake head, showing no refusal to admit defeat, and while the red flame eagle attacked, it also spewed fire from time to time to educate the opponent. Name, Red Flame Eagle. Level, Sapphire Intermediate. Sapphire Intermediate. Damn it. Chapter 371. After coming out of the large secret realm in Nanji, Luu's strength can be said to have stagnated. There is no way. Who made the space passage from the other world to the Earth expand over time? The intersecting time between the two worlds is too short, and powerful monsters can't get through it all. Before this space shock, even gold-level monsters were very rare outside, let alone dark gold-level monsters. However, Luu was not completely idle this month. Although he never returned to Nanji, he also found 2 small secret realms. The silver long knife that Lu Zifeng used before was obtained in one of the small secret realms. As for the leather armor and other equipment, it was Tong Nangeo from the Nanji base who led a team to make it and asked Lu Ruobing to drive it over. At this time, the second fluctuation occurred in the space of the Earth, and the space channel between the other world and the Earth was obviously expanded a lot. Not to mention gold-level monsters, even dark gold and sapphire monsters appeared. To the south of the city, Luu looked at the direction where the giant eagle was, and then looked at the subordinates around him and said, "It's a long distance? Maybe they all flew away from here." When encountering high-level monsters on the Earth, Luu will of course try to capture them immediately. Because the creatures summoned from the abyss will lose their combat effectiveness after being injured, and they may die if they are too seriously injured. It is not as resistant to beatings as the monsters signed by the Dark Contract. Therefore, living high-level monsters are definitely more effective than dead high-level monsters. It's a pity that it is not easy to catch them alive. Especially those who fly in the sky and those who drill on the ground. At the beginning, Luu was able to catch the rock-patterned Scorpion King entirely because his mental development was not perfect enough. If it had chosen to drill underground, it might have escaped unharmed. Forget it, no matter what, let's go and have a look first. Snapped. Luu snapped his fingers, and all 6 surrounding abyssal creatures walked into the abyss crack. He also rose into the sky and flew directly towards the south of the city. Although Suanming's heavy armor made his originally light body a lot heavier, the use of mind power to fly in this way consumes even more mental power. But at this distance, flying over will not affect the combat effectiveness too much. It's just that there are too many monsters on the road, not only on the ground, but also in the sky. Bone Eater? Get the hell out of here! Just as Luu was flying not far away, a group of bone-eating insects flew towards him. Boom boom boom! Unabated, he threw a few fireballs directly at the swarm. The scorching heat sizzled the swarm of insects, who would have just jumped through the gap of the swarm that was burned out. Whoosh! A black shadow that was almost invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people appeared in front of Luu. It was extremely fast, wrapping around Luu's waist with lightning speed. Luu has a sense of danger and reacts extremely quickly. When the opponent had just wrapped around his waist, the King's E-sword had already been swung out. Swish! The black shadow was instantly cut in 2, and Luu quickly glanced at it. This broken thing is actually a tongue with disgusting mucus? What came over me was a special smell of wine. The silver-level poisonous toad also wants to stop me? Let me die! Luu shouted angrily, and swooped down on the poisonous water toad. The water poisonous toad is nearly 3 meters long, its whole body is cocky, and it is covered with abscesses like toads. The special wine scent emitted by the disgusting mucus on the tongue can cause an extremely strong fainting effect on the prey who smells it. Ordinary silver-level prey, even gold and dark gold-level prey, could be killed if they were not careful. But it's a pity that it met Luu, an invulnerable coward. The lightning force was so fast that the water-poisonous toad with its tongue cut off had no time to dodge. After being slowed down by lightning paralysis, 2 wind blades slashed across his body as soon as he recovered, and he made up a sword after landing. Water-poison toad, pawn. See, the battle between the eagle and the snake is coming to an end. Liu didn't have time to dig out the crystal nucleus of the toad, so he quickly flew towards the giant eagle. Fuck me, that eagle is so strong. That snake isn't weak either. What level of battle is this? It's so awesome. The eagle and the snake fought on the roof of a tall building, so many people saw this battle. The eagle was originally the natural enemy of the snake. But snakes of this level are much less afraid of eagles than ordinary snakes. At the critical moment of life and death, its power cannot be underestimated. Not only is its defense stronger than that of the silver scale python, its flat head can also spray venom. Unfortunately, a snake is a snake. In the face of Hawkeye's exaggerated insight, all attacks are futile. The eagle can not only predict the attack method of the black snake in advance, but also find the right opportunity to cause damage to the black snake. A random hook or a peck can leave a terrifying scar on the snake. That black snake doesn't look like an opponent, it should run away. How can you run with such a big body? It's gone, this snake is gone. Snakes really can't beat eagles. Okay, don't look at it. What's so interesting about flying away? To the south of the city, on the wall of the Lang family base. Seeing the eagle grabbing the snake and disappearing on the top of the building, the voice of a captain brought everyone back to reality. Under the captain's management, everyone quickly regained their tranquility. Seeing the captain leaving, one of the awakened ones carefully pulled the companion next to him and said, "Hey, Lao Song, when are you going to leave?" "Fuck, why did you suddenly ask this?" Hearing this question, the man named Lao Song was startled, and quickly looked around. Seeing no one around, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's talk, anyway, I don't plan to stay in this base anymore. Have you made up your mind?" "Well, I figured it out." "Hey. Let's talk about it after a while, now there are so many monsters outside, and you can't leave if you want to." "That's right, we'll go together when the time comes?" Boss Chu has already made a promise. If we bring some people over there together, at least we can each have a team leader. Really? Of course it's true, when did I lie to you? That. When Lao Song heard this, he hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Then he thought of something, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face, but to be honest, Mr. Leng's base is actually quite good, if it wasn't for something like that happened a few days ago. Yet, who would have thought of that? Hey, what is that? I wipe. Lao Song followed his prestige, and an awakened man wearing a golden patterned armor and holding a dark golden longsword appeared in his sight. In midair, a large number of alien flying creatures attacked the awakened one. The awakened, who would normally be bitten to death under normal circumstances, shot down these flying creatures to the ground in a burst of thunder and fire. Who is this fucker? What a mouthful! It's too arrogant. Hey? He seems to be here. Be alert quickly. Hurry up and notify the captain. Who is coming? Let Lang Aotian come out to see me. Liu landed directly in the center of the base, looked at the dozens of guards with tense faces around him, and let out a cold drink full of anger. It is clear. There are too many monsters on the road, even if he used flying, he couldn't catch up. And that eagle was flying much faster than him, even if Liu wanted to chase him, he was powerless. Hearing Liu's cold drink, the guards notified the senior management of the Lang family as quickly as possible. Soon one person rushed out with his subordinates. The person at the head is the Lang family's god of war with silver guns, Lang Tianlin. Who are you? What are you doing at my base? Seeing the man covered in golden armor in front of him, Lang Tianlin clenched the silver gun in his hand tightly. Obviously did not recognize Liu. Liu didn't bother to smear the ink, so he took off the helmet and threw it into the ring. It's me. Liu. Where's your dad? Hurry up and take me to see your dad. This. Hearing this, Lang Tianlin couldn't help hesitating. What's wrong? Hurry up and go. You can't see him. What do you mean? He's dead. Lang Tianlin clenched his teeth and subconsciously tightened his fist. What? Hearing Lang Tianlin's words, even Liu was surprised. Lang Aotian is dead. Chapter 372 The Death of Lang Aotian. The second shock of the Earth's space made the already harsh living environment of human beings even worse. The interception of a large number of flying monsters also made Liu lose the chance to capture the Red Flame Eagle. But since chasing the Red Flame Eagle to the south of the city, Liu decided to visit Lang's base. After all, the location he was just now is not far from the Lang family base. I spent a lot of thought on the Lang family before. In the future, if they want to become the most powerful force in Shanghai, they will save a lot of time with the help of the Lang family. So here he is. It's just that he never thought that Lang Aotian, the head of the Lang family, died? What's up with this Nima? Regardless of whether it was based on Luo Kikai's plot or Lin Feng's plot, Lang Aotian shouldn't have died, right? In Luo Kikai's plot, Lang Aotian is the father of the hero, a character who can live from beginning to end. As for Lin Feng, the hidden protagonist, the plot will be changed according to the current worldview. In his script, although Lang Aotian's appearance rate is not high, he is just a subordinate force of Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't think about killing Lang Aotian either? Could it be that the injury Lin Feng caused to him could not be healed, because the delay was too long, the injury worsened? Thinking of this, Liu looked at Lang Tianlin in front of him. This originally high-spirited and arrogant rich second generation has become much more decadent than when they first met. His face lost a lot of expression, and his brows also lost the confidence they had before. Even the dress has changed from the previous white suit to black casual wear. Lost the arrogance and edge of the past, and became calm and introverted a lot. Go, let's go in and talk. This is not a place to talk, and it is impossible for Liu to ask Lang Tianlin why here. Lang Tianlin did not refuse this time, and led Liu along the way. Some ignorant melon-eaters on the road looked at Liu with a strange look in their eyes. They all seemed to be curious about why there are so many monsters outside, why there is a strange face in golden armor at the base. Several of the awakened ones recognized Liu, thinking of the previous battle between him and Lin Feng. Their eyes and attitude immediately became odd. Liu ignored them and followed Lang Tianlin to the villa area where Lang's family and Nangong's family were located. Although Lang Aotian is the richest man in Xia Kingdom, it is the end of the world. Moreover, his life and death are directly related to the future development of the base, so the Lang family did not organize Lang Aotian's funeral with great fanfare. When Liu came in, his coffin was still in the front yard of the villa. Why are you here? Seeing Liu's sudden visit, Nangong Ling, who was dressed in a long black cheongsam, couldn't help being stunned, but still said hello. The relationship between her and Liu is a little delicate, so naturally she can't show it in front of others. Can't I come? Liu said something without answering the question, and then quickly glanced at the black coffin in front of him. Is it really cold inside? Like a fake replacement? How did he die? This. Nangong Ling hesitated to speak, and glanced at the dozen or so servants around her. Tianlin, let them all go out. Yes. If it was before, Lang Tianlin would definitely refuse such an order. I think it's better to let others do this kind of thing. But now he has no fighting spirit, and he agreed directly after receiving the order. After the others left the villa, Nangong Ling brought Liu to the living room of the villa and talked about the cause of Lang Aotian's death. He was killed by an assassin. Just 3 days ago. Following Nangong Ling's narration, Liu understood the whole story. Lang Aotian's death can be said to have something to do with him, or it can be said to have nothing to do with him. The Lang family was greatly affected by the duel between himself and Lin Feng. Among them, the most influential one is the core combat power of the Lang family. Lang Aotian was in a coma for 3 days, Nangong Bo was in a coma for half a month, and the other core members also suffered numerous injuries. It's okay to get a little bit of injury, as long as there are people with healing abilities, these wounded will recover sooner or later. But Lin Feng's attack had a dark attribute, so he couldn't recover completely with healing alone. Minor injuries are okay, at best the recovery will be slower. People who are seriously injured will leave very serious sequelae. Think about it. The leader of a base was repeatedly bullied by people, and in the end, a large part of the core combat power of the base was knocked down. Even if the leader of this base is the richest man in the Xia Kingdom before the end of the world, the prestige will definitely be affected. So internal and external troubles were formed in this way. Originally, with the abilities of the Lang family and Nangong family, there was no problem in dealing with these rebels. But when dealing with these problems, it just happened to encounter the second wave of monster invasion. Then all the safety hazards broke out at this moment. Because of the damage to the combat power, it was not timely to solve the monsters. These monsters caused unprecedented losses to the property of the people. Although Lang Aotian finally quelled the rebellion and public anger, but his body has not fully recovered. And because there were too many monsters, all the guards around him went to deal with them. As a result, the assassin who appeared out of nowhere came back with a backstab. The opponent's dagger is poisoned, and it is still very poisonous, and the attack is also extremely vicious. Lang Aotian died before healers had time to heal him. Is that so? Liu chuckled lightly. Oh. I thought it was he who found out about our affairs, and you became so angry that you killed him. Nangong Ling. Although I have no relationship with him, don't say he doesn't know about our affairs before, even if he knew that in order to maintain the relationship between our two families, he would not be able to do anything to me. Do you know who sent the assassin? I don't know, the other party seems to have premeditated, and took advantage of the chaos. This is a little troublesome. Liu stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, but the other party must want to do something to this base by doing this. What's your plan? Do you want to continue like this? Or do you want to give up this base and lead the tribe to start again? This. Nangongling hesitated, and then calmly said, this base was established with great difficulty by us, of course we can't just give up like this. Even if Aotian is dead, the others still have to live. Okay, I got it. Before Nangongling could finish speaking, Liu interrupted, I was a little worried before, but now I can help you solve the affairs of the base, and I can also help you get rid of the hidden enemies. However, Mrs. Nangong, I don't want to support a disobedient person in the end. You should be very clear about this, right? I understand this. Very well, tell me, what else do you need now? Chapter 373 Because I and number 039, am your stepfather. The Lang family and the Nangong family were the richest people in Xia Kingdom before the end of the world. After the apocalypse, it should have been one of the 7 major forces in the capital city. Although they are not opponents of the other major forces, no one dares to fight with them easily. But the appearance of Liu and Lin Feng changed the fate of the 2 families. While causing heavy losses to the 2 families, it also gave other forces an opportunity to take advantage of. After Lang Aotian's death, the base will fall into civil strife again. If Nangongling wants to take power, she needs some powerful combat power to help stabilize the morale of the army and beat those in power at the base who are about to move. So, I need a few masters. It would be the best if I can heal third uncle's injury and awaken Tianlin's fighting spirit. As for those who want to leave the base, just let them go. It doesn't make sense to force them to stay. Nangongling was not polite, and directly stated her needs. Lang Aotian's status in this base is equivalent to the status of ancient emperors in the country. If the emperor dies and the prince fails to succeed in time, the world will be in chaos. Now that Lang Aotian is dead, Lang Tianlin has also lost his fighting spirit, and Nangong Bo is still seriously injured. To keep this base, Nangongling had to come forward in person. Originally, she should have informed Liu earlier, but the reappearance of monsters on the road blocked the communication between the 2 parties. Now that Liu proposed it on his own initiative, of course she couldn't wish for it. But for Liu, one person is always better than 2 people to control, especially these 2 people are the top rich people before the end of the world. If Nangongling is just a vase, that's fine. After all, there are too many beautiful women in this world. If Liu wants it, he can grab a lot at any time. But Nangongling's own abilities and methods are very strong, and what she lacks is only some strength. So Lang Aotian's death is absolutely beneficial to Liu. As long as Nangongling is in his hands, he can hide behind the scenes and control the entire Lang family base. Your third uncle is Nangong Bo. Yes. Take me to see him first, and I'll bring you the master in the afternoon. As for Lang Tianlin, forget it, let Lang Tianlin come in first. It is good. Nangongling nodded, then stood up and opened the door. Come on. Lady. Go and call Tianlin over here. Yes, ma'am. The problem with Nangongling's base is actually very simple, that is, it lacks top experts to sit in. After Lang Aotian's death, the others still lacked a kind of cohesion. So Liu didn't need to do anything else, he only needed to cure Nangong Bo and Lang Tianlin, and give her a few strong men to suppress her. Mom, are you looking for me? Lang Tianlin opened the door and walked in. When he saw Liu sitting on the sofa, his expression was a little unnatural. He was tortured by Liu before, and he suffered a series of blows such as the sacrifice of Lin Feng and Lang Aotian. It can be said that Liu was the beginning of all his nightmares. It seems that other than Liu, can't get him to fight. It's not me looking for you, it's Liu Xiao looking for you. Are you looking for me? Hearing Liu's words, Lang Tianlin couldn't help being stunned. Before, he regarded Liu as his mortal enemy, but he didn't expect to look at Liu now, but he could only look up to him. Sit down first. Liu pointed to the sofa opposite and said something very casually. Facing this jade-faced killing god, Lang Tianlin had no choice but to sit obediently opposite Liu. Lang Tianlin, I know there is some quarrel between us, but now, you look into my eyes. Liu's words came so suddenly that Lang Tianlin, who was already in a trance, couldn't react. Subconsciously, he looked at Liu's eyes. The moment the 2 eyes met, a strange red light flashed across Liu's pupils. In the next second, Lang Tianlin's world became pitch black. There is nothing in the whole world, only the pair of blood-red eyes in the sky. But in Nangongling's sight, her son's gaze suddenly became dull. That feeling. What did you do to my son? Of course it's hypnosis, isn't it so obvious? After Liu finished speaking, he directly shot a ball of light into Lang Tianlin's forehead. Hypnosis. Nangongling was stunned. Liu himself is so strong in battle, how can he still have the ability to hypnotize? This god is too unfair, right? Moreover, she has seen hypnosis methods before. How can ordinary hypnosis methods hypnotize an awakened person who is in normal physical condition in such a short period of time? You know, my son is now a golden beginner? But at this time, Nanggongling had no time to think too much. Because Lang Tianlin woke up in less than a minute. After waking up, Lang Tianlin changed his previous decadence and said excitedly looking at Nanggongling. Mom, can our family really regain its glory before the end of the world? Nanggongling, dot. The corner of Lu's mouth raised, and he took over the words, of course, as long as you can avoid me when you pretend to be aggressive in the future, I guarantee that you can walk sideways in the entire magic city like before. Why are you helping us? Because I am your stepfather. Of course, Lu will not tell Lang Tianlin the truth now. Don't worry about it. What you need to do now is to work hard to improve your strength and help your mother manage this base. We will talk about the rest later. Okay, I'm going out to practice guns now. With high fighting spirit, Lang Tianlin turned around and opened the door to leave. Seeing the back of her son leaving, Nanggongling was dumbfounded, unable to react at all. This is too simple, right? 1 minute to get it done? Is the hypnotist in your base so powerful? Obviously not. Because ordinary hypnotists may not be able to awaken spiritual powers, and people who awaken spiritual powers are not necessarily hypnotists. Even if both are available, at most they can find Lang Tianlin's inner demon. If you want to get rid of Lang Tianlin's demons, you need Lu himself. I added hypnosis, plus the power of the light system to drive away negative emotions. Only then can he forget his fear of himself and ignite hope for the future. Of course, Lu's villain's eye hypnosis is carried out in the consciousness space. So for Nanggongling, although only 1 minute passed. But for Lang Tianlin, at least 10 minutes had passed. You just told him that you can restore our Lang family to its pre-apocalyptic glory. What's the problem? Of course there is a problem. Even if it is hypnosis, he will not believe your nonsense. Nanggongling replied calmly, in this world where strength is the most important thing, it is impossible to obtain the status of the past by relying solely on connections and resources. Whether it's the Lang family or the Nanggong family, they have lost this ability. Even with your help, others will be able to easily see it. At that time, it will only be you that others will be in awe of, not us. Lu calmly said, that's what I'm going to tell you next. Nanggongling. Lu ignored him, and still said to himself, I can give you great power, even if you meet the top-level powerhouse, you will have the power to fight, but the premise is, you. Lu pointed at Nanggongling with his finger, whether it is body or soul, it can only belong to me from now on. The power of evil demons. Hearing Lu's words, Nanggongling subconsciously thought of Lin Feng before. He just sacrificed the life of the summoned creature and obtained the power of the Balrog. Look like a devil. Of course not. Not only will my power not turn you into a monster, but it will also make you younger and more beautiful. Okay, I promise you. Nanggongling answered directly. The speed of this answer surprised Lu. Why don't you think about it again? Are you afraid that I'm lying to you? You don't need to make up such a lie to me. Hehe, chatting with smart women is to save time, come here. Nanggongling stepped on the high heels and walked up to Lu. Your Majesty. When Nanggongling heard this, her body couldn't help but tremble, and she didn't hesitate at all. Because she had already played with Lu that night. You can play in handcuffs, let alone now? But this time, Lu didn't want to abuse her, but when she lifted up her cheongsam and knelt down, he pointed her forehead with his index finger. Nanggongling subconsciously closed her eyes. Next second. Ding, the Doomsday live broadcast system is being bound. Chapter 374 Anti, I Don and number 039, T want to work hard. 1%, 12%, 36%, 100%. System binding is successful, host data scanning. Scanning completed. Name, Nanggongling. Age, 42. Height, 171.5. Weight, 109. Enhancement level, Gold Elementary. Ability level, Psychic Warrior, Silver Advanced. Personal skills, Fighting skills, Advanced level, Swordsmanship Proficiency, Intermediate level. Please confirm again, is Nanggongling bound as the host of the Doomsday live broadcasting system, whether? Note, once the host is confirmed, you will lose the right to use all live broadcast equipment, and you will not be able to change the host within 365 days, but you can monitor, block, lock, control and other routine operations on the host and the system. Yes. Without hesitation, Lu made a choice directly. Ding, the host confirmed successfully, you have lost the permission to use the live broadcast equipment such as camera view sharing, live broadcast ball. Following a burst of system prompts, Lu completely bound the Doomsday live broadcast system to Nanggongling. But Nangongling was a little confused. Doomsday live broadcast system? What the hell? I know you haven't played live broadcasts before, but as a person who has lived in modern society, you should not be unfamiliar with the word anchor. As if seeing Nangongling's doubts, Liu directly handed over Xiaowei's mobile phone. This is a mobile phone for live broadcasting. There are instructions in the software. You should use it to familiarize yourself first. Nangongling took the phone and subconsciously pressed the power button. Immediately horrified. The phone can actually turn on? There is also a live broadcast software in it. Can I get a reward when I start the live broadcast? Will rewarded gifts be automatically converted into points? Then the points can be exchanged for skills, crystal nuclei, and abilities. Can all these exchanged items be withdrawn? The most important is, the other end of the live broadcast room is connected to a complete parallel world? How can this be? Where did you come from, this thing? Nangongling is a person who has seen the world, and knows a lot about the end times. But the emergence of this system has subverted her cognition. It's normal for the system to bind the soul. After all, many things that recognize the master with a drop of blood are also bound in this way. But the live broadcast becomes stronger and connects to another world? Is this something that mortals can have? Of course it was stolen. Liu took it for granted. Do you think that in this world, the power of people's awakening is only related to cultivation? Future technology is also one of the powers of people's awakening. It's just that there are very few such abilities, and the chances of being robbed will be greater. In this fucking world, supernatural powers may be swallowed by others, let alone these technological products? Of course, the system is always different from ordinary technological products. So what Liu said can only be regarded as half-truth and half-false. It's also incredible. When I first got it, I also thought it was incredible, but it can make you stronger quickly. With it, you can handle many things by yourself in the future. As for the live broadcast method and routine, you don't need to learn it deliberately. I will send a professional anchor to help you after a while. After saying this, Liu snapped his fingers. A pitch-black crack in space slowly opened beside the living room. Caroline came out from inside, put her right hand on her left shoulder, and knelt down on one knee facing Liu. Owner. Her name is Caroline. Before you grow up, she will be responsible for protecting your safety. You only need to provide her with a lot of food. Nangongling. In the past few days, Liu has live broadcasted summoning monsters from the abyss and gained a lot of points. These points can be inherited, so Liu is not in a hurry. After giving the system to Nangongling, he told her some precautions, and then exchanged these points into gold attribute crystal cores for collection. I have locked the item extraction function for you. You can learn skills and abilities in it, but if you want to extract the crystal nucleus, you need to notify me in advance. In the future, you don't need to call your OWL subordinate when you contact me, just send me a message in the system. The live broadcast system was swallowed up by Liu and became a subsystem, so there must be a connection between the systems. The relationship between the two is equivalent to a mobile phone in the last days, which is more powerful than a satellite phone. And because Liu has the ability to copy, he must lock the crystal nucleus extraction function to maximize his benefits. After listening to Liu's narration, Nangongling looked at the mobile phone in her hand, and then at the dark-skinned and extremely sexy Caroline next to her. Her brain went into a shutdown state instantly. It has to be said that the more she gets in touch with Liu, the more she can feel Liu's terror. In the beginning, she succumbed to Liu, but because she was attacked by Liu, she had no choice but to sign a contract with him. Later, he saw the battle between Liu and Lin Feng, and noticed the gap between the two sides. And now? Because her family is facing life and death, she can only choose to sacrifice herself. Did not expect. Nangongling is not a fool, so she can naturally think of what this system represents. With such a terrifying auxiliary ability, Liu actually gave it to himself directly. And his ability to summon this Caroline is the same as that of Lin Feng before. Liu ignored her and waited until she had digested the information before she spoke. Let's go, now take me to find Nangongbo. Why did Liu give the system to Nangongling? Actually there is no particular reason. In addition to what I said before, it was a waste to other women. The most important point was the power in Nangongling's hands. In this era, a powerful person can certainly live a good life, but strength alone is not enough to develop power. You also need a lot of relationships, contacts, resources, and a sound management plan. There are many things involved in this, which the Liu family does not currently have. The current survival mode of the Demon City has been formed. Based on the current background of the Liu family, they want to develop the base to the scale of the Lang family. Not only is it hard work, but it also takes a long time. Therefore, cultivating Nangongling is more valuable than cultivating other women. Her existence can also save Liu a lot of time. Of course, Liu was not afraid that Nangongling would betray him. As an abyss summoner, he knew that many contracts could be cancelled by paying a certain price. After the system is bound, this will not happen. The binding force of the system is stronger than any contractual force. Even if Ling wants to tell her secret, the system will appear in time to control her brain to block those keywords. That's why Liu didn't mind telling some secrets in front of her just now and showing off his summoning ability. As time passed, Liu healed Nangang Bo and left the Lang family base after having lunch at the Lang family. He needs to make up for the remaining pets. As for the rest, it can only be handed over to Ling to deal with it. Not long after Liu left, Ling couldn't wait to open the live broadcast room. Tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room are looking forward to it. Originally, they thought it would be Liu, but they didn't expect it to be a lady wearing a long black, blue and white cheongsam with slits and coiled hair. Hey, why did you change people today? Where is young Master Liu? Where did young Master Liu go? Still a beautiful woman? Beauty, this should be the aunt, right? The one upstairs understands, a beautiful aunt is more tasteful than a beautiful girl. That's right, this sister is so temperamental. Excuse me, I am 16 years old and like this, is it normal? Young man, I am 60 this year, and I like this too. You don't know how good your aunt is when you are young, and mistakenly treat girls as treasures. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Do you raise a little boy? Auntie, what is your relationship with young Master Liu? Just because of Auntie's beauty, I'm a fan. Rocket moves. I don't have much money, I can only send one plane. SHHHHHH. Hoo. Ling didn't say a word, and the various reward items on the screen had already started swiping the screen. It's too easy to get these points, isn't it? Chapter 375 The Qigong Master Who Was Sucked Dry. The strengthening of the system is quite comprehensive. It is not so difficult to choose one to specialize, and it is not so difficult to become stronger. Of course, it's not that easy. Because the crystal cores that can be exchanged with points in the system are at most dark gold level. And such things as points do not mean how many points you will have as a reward. According to the words of the system, the power of faith produced by a person is limited. Even if you reward 100 million, it can only prove that you have a lot of money, and it does not make your belief worth 100 million. So those big rewards are actually useless. A person can generate a total of 1 to 10 points. If you want to get more points, you have to increase the popularity of the live broadcast room. When Zhang Xiaodong was broadcasting live before, because the live broadcast had just started, so when the popularity was not enough, he didn't get many tips. Now that the popularity of the live broadcast room has been raised by Liu, Ling showed his face and gained a lot of points. As for how much profit can the live broadcast room make under such rules? When Liu Yufo's live broadcast before, it was basically 300 to 500 points a day. If Ling showed her face live, it shouldn't be a problem to average 1 or 2,000 points a day. What if this thing was given to Shen Tingting? It is estimated that 3 or 4,000 points per day is considered normal. It can be said that before the number of viewers and rewards in the live broadcast room are saturated, the live broadcast system will become stronger much faster than Liu's villain system. If it didn't appear too late, and Liu had his own things to do, he could definitely use it as the main upgrade tool. Come on, lady. Hurry up and find a few survivors who were anchors before the end of the world. It's best to have more than 500 million fans. Yes. Ling is not as good-natured as Liu, so she knows that her current situation is not optimistic. Therefore, we must grow up as soon as possible. Although she doesn't understand live streaming, and she can't disclose the existence of the system, it's still no problem to learn from these former big anchors. With such a large base as the Lang family, it should be easy to find 2 anchors. What she didn't expect was that after the order was passed on, the live broadcast room was boiling again. My god, I seem to have discovered something? This ant's power doesn't seem to be low? Tisk tisk, madam, this title is not available to us ordinary people. This beauty, I would like to ask, who is better between you and Liu Xiao, what is your status at this base? What is your ability to awaken, can you tell me something? How many people are there in your base? Is there 5,000 people? Seeing these questions, Ling also began to try to answer the audience's questions. When she revealed that she was the leader of a base with nearly 10 people, the entire live broadcast room 666 frantically swiped the screen. Rewards are also dancing all over the sky. 50112196. Watching the points in the backstage of the live broadcast keep rising, Ling seemed to have caught something. Meanwhile, the other side. When Ling was researching the live broadcast system, Liu was already hunting monsters and was about to summon his 8th abyssal creature. There are many monsters on the road, but most of them are relatively low level. Because the level of monsters reaches above silver, wisdom will be born. At the epic level, wisdom is basically the same as that of human beings. Would a normal person go to the forest to hunt wild animals to satisfy his hunger when he could buy food in the supermarket? Obviously not. Those high-level creatures with intelligence think so too. So for those high-level monsters, mountains and jungles are where they belong. To attack humans in cities, that's just something that happens occasionally. According to the information given by Luokikai, even a few years after the end of the world, the monsters that people encounter in the city are generally below gold. In other words, the strength of ordinary awakened people will be stuck at the silver and gold level. If you want to become stronger, you have to risk yourself to hunt high-level monsters in the depths of the jungle, or you can only use the cultivation methods developed by scientists in later generations. Damn, these high-level monsters can't come here. On the playground of a school, Liu couldn't help but complain when he looked at the beasts that were staring at them but had no intention of attacking them outside the gate. At this moment, in front of him, the corpses of low-level monsters piled up into mountains. According to visual inspection, there are 200 to 300 of these corpses, which are basically bronze and black iron level bugs, and silver level beasts are rare. Because after seeing so many corpses and a few terrifying abyss monsters around Liu, only those bugs and zombies who are not afraid of death will come to attack Liu without a brain, and the mutant beasts with a little brain dare not act rashly. Even those few silver monsters were killed by Liu's surprise at the beginning. Forget it, you go first. Hey! Help! Help! Someone help me! Boom boom boom! Liu was just about to let his summons go back, and by the way, lured the surrounding silver monsters to attack him. Before he finished speaking, 2 huge blood-colored Vatras appeared on the street outside the school. Behind them were 7 or 8 silver-winged magic flies, with heavy steps, chasing a male survivor. This male survivor seems to have acceleration skills, and his running speed is not slow. With the help of the obstacles in the street, he escaped the monster's attack without any risk. But for some reason, Liu saw the feeling of exhaustion from him. Go, kill these monsters and bring their corpses here. Yes, master. Liu gave an order. The 5 abyss summons beside them rushed towards the group of monsters without saying a word. Ah, I didn't expect that Lu Bo, who was so brilliant, would fall into the hands of a woman. Why is this happening, why? While running wildly, Lu Bo cursed loudly in his heart. Lu Bo, male. 28 years old this year. Qigong master. The body was originally strong, but now it is weak. Because of some chance coincidence, he, like other top powerhouses in the city, reached the first echelon of evolution. At present, it has been strengthened to the initial stage of gold. Of course. His golden level is different from the combat power of Liu and Luokikai's gold level. Therefore, it is impossible for him to be the opponent of these monsters when he is in full condition, let alone now. The reason why he was chased by monsters was because he was obsessed with beauty and was sucked dry by a woman named Sun Yujiao. Sun Yujiao was the younger sister of Boss Chu. He didn't dare to resist the opponent, so he could only find an opportunity to escape from the opponent's base. Originally, I thought that with my remaining strength, I could find a safe place to cultivate and rest. Didn't expect there are so many monsters outside. If I knew it would be death if I came out, I might as well stay in the base and be set dead by that woman. Shit. Hey, shit, shit. Lu Bo roared a few times unwillingly, and was about to be overtaken by those monsters. Chi chi chi. A huge golden tarantula suddenly jumped down from the roof and appeared in front of him. Lu Bo was stunned. Although the destructive power of the golden tarantula is not as strong as that of the Scarlet King Kong, the poison on its body is more deadly than that of the Scarlet King Kong. At this moment, he had no time to think about it, so he quickly turned around and tried to escape to the flank. Ho ho! Who would have thought that within 2 steps, another 4-meter-long leopard with a shiny black body appeared. Immediately afterwards, a huge skeleton with a bone knife and a bone shield over 3 meters high stood in front of him with strange blue flames in its eye sockets. A headless heavy-armored cavalryman riding a tall skeleton horse also rushed out from the front. He held a black épée with a blood groove in his hand, and he was coming fiercely. It's just that he didn't attack Lu Bo, but passed the Skeleton King and went straight to the bloody King Kong behind Lu Bo. Hiss! When the horse passed by the Scarlet King Kong, it leaped high and neighed, and the headless cavalryman took the opportunity to slash at the Scarlet King Kong's neck with the heavy sword in his hand. Head. Blood kill. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 376 The Secret of the Lang Family Base. Seeing the decapitated cavalry rushing, Scarlet King Kong reacted quickly. While dodging the opponent's épée, he also wanted to counterattack with his fists. But where it lives in another world, there is obviously no such creature as a severed cavalry, and it does not know the power of this cavalry. Swish! The terrifying sword energy seemed to tear the air apart. Before the orangutan's fist reached, the sword chi chopped off its head. A large amount of blood was sprayed all over the ground in an instant, and the huge orangutan's head also drew a beautiful arc in the air. Boom! The headless corpse crashed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lu Bo was dumbfounded, and subconsciously touched the blood splashed on his cheek. What's up with this Nima? These monsters didn't come to kill me? And a blood-red gorilla was killed in seconds with one sword. As soon as Lu Bo thought of this, a figure wearing golden armor and holding a golden sword appeared in his sight. The black light leopard and the dark warrior didn't have much effect on the silver-winged demon fly, so they rushed towards another scarlet King Kong together. But the golden tarantula is the natural enemy of the silver-winged magic fly. The brief jumping ability of spiders while hunting is highly exaggerated. No matter how fast the magic fly is, no matter how dodges it can dodge, it cannot avoid the spider's attack. With its own spider leg poison and the entanglement of spider silk, it killed 2 magic flies with just one encounter. With the help of Luyu, a devastating battle ended in less than a minute. Although the 2 silver-winged magic flies escaped in the end, Lu Bo was dumbfounded. These terrifying monsters are all his subordinates? Who the hell is this guy? Luyu glanced at him, but ignored him. Instead, a thought transmission was sent out. The tarantula is responsible for finding the crystal nucleus, and you guys are going to move the corpse. Yes, master. The dark warrior responded and led the other monsters to get busy. The golden tarantula dug out all the crystal nuclei of these monsters with its spider legs that were comparable to steel knives. Luyu sucked the crystal nucleus into his hand with his thoughts, and then purified it with healing power to remove the stains on the surface of the crystal nucleus. A total of 2 gold crystal nuclei and 5 silver crystal nuclei? Okay, okay. Thank you brother for saving your life. Lu Bo came back to his senses, and said respectfully to Luyu. No matter how terrifying the opponent's ability is, he saved his life just now, so he has no reason to be afraid. Leave here. Luyu's voice was cold, and he still didn't bother to talk to him. Lu Bo didn't want to make fun of himself when he saw this. It's just that he just stood up when he felt his legs were weak and his whole body was sore and limp. It was obvious that his physical exhaustion was a little serious. And as luck would have it, just as Luyu walked to the school gate. Boom, boom. Another slight roar reached the ears of the 2 of them. Boom, boom. The sound didn't show any signs of disappearing, but got louder and louder as time went by. Earthquake. Fuck, won't you? Quick, go to an open place. My god, is there really an earthquake? Wait for me. There's an earthquake, run. Luyu and Lu Bo were of course not the only ones who felt the shock. It can be said that the people in the base southwest of the entire magic city felt it. This is... Luyu seemed to have thought of something, and while the dark warrior was carrying the corpse, he quickly took out the telescope from the ring and flew into the sky. As the housing buildings on the ground continued to shrink in his sight, a large number of flying creatures in the sky also caught his eyes. Bats, crows, bugs, sparrows, mosquitoes, dragonflies, flies. These mutated flying creatures traveled from south to north, and some of them have already passed him. But the flying creatures that were supposed to attack him didn't seem to be interested in him at this moment. Luyu took a closer look, and there was smoke and dust on the ground in the distance, and the wind and sand filled the sky. Although he couldn't see the situation clearly, how could Luyu not know what was going on? Beast tide. Luyu was taken aback for a moment, and then couldn't help cursing, damn, I haven't finished the summoning ceremony yet, why is the beast tide here? Before he had time to think too much, he quickly landed on the ground and summoned the swallow falcon. Yan Falcon is the tool he uses to communicate with Lu Mingyuan now. Although the Lu family, with the help of Luyu, already knew that there would be a wave of beasts coming from the demon city. But just in case, Luyu decided to let the falcon go back and report first. Even if it's just to let them be on alert 1 minute in advance, it's good. He quickly wrote a note, put it in a thin bamboo tube, and tied it to Yan Falcon's leg. The Yan Falcon didn't stop either, and quickly spread its wings and flew towards the north of the city. Brother, what's going on? Seeing that Luyu could not only summon, but also fly, Lu Bo was very surprised, but now is not the time to think about it. The beast tide is coming, you run quickly. Luyu said something casually, then turned around and went back to school. Summoning from the abyss takes a certain amount of time, so his time is very tight now. Oh, hey? What did you say? Beast tide. Hearing Luyu's words, he didn't react immediately, and when he came back to his senses, he immediately looked confused. He has never experienced the beast tide, but just by hearing this movement, he also knows that the thief Jill is terrifying. The first thing in his mind was to run, but apart from those survivor bases, it was already difficult to find a safe hiding place in the buildings on both sides of the street. The instinct to survive forced him to make a quick decision. Fuck, I have to fight it out. Lu Bo gritted his teeth, and without knowing where the strength came from, dragging his tired body, he limped towards Luyu's location. Liu was still performing his own summoning ceremony in the middle of the playground at this time, and the few terrifying creatures were guarding around him just now. Rumble, rumble. The roar from the ground was getting closer and closer, and Lu Bo became more and more anxious. But Liu's terrifying power made him neither dare to approach nor disturb him. There was no time to wonder where these corpses came from. After an unknown amount of time, a wall within his line of sight collapsed. The first giant monster appeared in his sight. The scarlet space cracks on the ground also slowly opened at this moment, and all the monster corpses on the ground disappeared. Next second, an arm without any flesh and blood, completely made of bones, protruded from the scarlet cracks in the ground. The bone of the arm is crystal clear and delicate, even more beautiful than suet white jade. Such skeletons are simply works of art. Someone summoned me and disturbed my research, I will make you pay some price, hey? There is a skeleton king by your side. The decayed voice reached Liu's ears, making him feel gloomy, cold, and hopeless. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, thin skeleton man covered in a black robe with a bone staff in his hand appeared in his sight. Seeing this abyssal creature, Liu couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, necromancer? You finally appeared, let's go, find a relatively safe place first. That, brother, can you take me with you? As long as you are willing to take me with you, you can ask me to do anything. Lu Bo speaks fast. Take you away. I know a secret. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, Lu Bo was very anxious, and quickly increased his chips. A secret about the Lang family base, this secret must be good for you. Oh? Hee, you have to thank the Lang family. Let's go, Yueguang, take him. Chapter 377 Necromancer, Terrifying Team Battle Ability. How did the beast tide form? No one knows this. But judging from the fluctuations in the Earth space and the sudden appearance of monsters, a more reasonable explanation is that the area occupied by rural areas and mountainous areas far exceeds that of cities. Under the environmental conditions of the end of the world, there will be fewer and fewer monsters in the city over time, and more monsters in the suburbs. When the monsters in the suburbs accumulated to a certain extent, a powerful creature with territorial awareness suddenly appeared. The monsters would run away in all directions. Monsters also have a blind obedience mentality. Once a small-scale beast tide is triggered by a powerful creature, it is not far from a large-scale beast tide. This is the reason why the beast tide may form. Of course, it's none of Liu's business whether the beast tide was formed in this way. What he needs to do now is to find a place to temporarily avoid the sharpness of these monsters, and then find an opportunity to summon the remaining two abyssal creatures. In general basis, due to the large population, they can only choose to be tough when encountering this level of beast hordes. But now Liu, together with Lu Bo and the summoned creatures, has only 10 combat units in total. Of course, he can choose to hide and wait for the beast tide to pass. Quick, 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 this way. The monsters behind were overwhelming, and Liu led the crowd to run towards the teaching building. There are no survivors in this school. Liu can be sure of this. So his goal is the top school building. Fuck, this is too exciting. At this moment, Lu Bo and the necromancer were sitting on the back of the black light leopard. Not only were the bones about to be shaken apart by the leopard, but behind him sat a huge skeleton man who climbed up from the abyss. Sitting with a moving skeleton, who the hell can stand it, and they were less than 10 meters away from the first monster behind them. The black light is the black light leopard, which is about the size of the wind wolf. Like these abyss summons, if they don't have names themselves, Liu is too lazy to name them. You should save some strength. Hey, why are we running? The eerie voice of the necromancer resounded in Liu's heart. Although he and Gao Tian are both necromancers, they are completely different in appearance. No matter how thin or short Takata is, his body still retains a trace of human characteristics. And this necromancer, not only was covered in a black cloak, he was nearly 2 meters tall, but in essence, there was only a pile of bones left. You have just been summoned to this world, and you have to flee with Liu before you figure out the situation? Isn't this a hot dog? The location just now was too open. Find a place with higher terrain to avoid enemies from the front and back. Don't run away, the lives of these monsters are very fragile. You have powerful Skeleton King and Dark Warrior, let them guard the left and right sides, and leave the rest to me. Although the necromancer is 2 meters tall, his melee ability is almost zero. At this time, he was forcibly thrown onto Yueguang's back, where did he suffer from such jolts? After saying this, without waiting for Liu's answer, he directly raised the bone stick in his hand and chanted a series of obscure spells. In $, %number and %* and wall of bone spurs, up. A circle of about 3 meters high and about 10 meters in diameter appeared out of thin air with a huge tough barrier of white bones, surrounding Liu and others to the edge of the playground. The inner circle of the bone wall is very smooth, but the outer circle is a circle of huge spike-like bony spurs. In the direction where the monster rushed, there was still a door left. Bang bang bang! A large number of monsters crashed into the spiky wall. Lizardmen, praying mantises, magic flies, and zombies were either killed instantly, or were immobilized by bone spurs through their bodies. Seeing this scene, Liu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. This necromancer is a bit interesting. Swish! With a horizontal slash from the King Z sword, a huge wind blade cut out from the center of the bone wall gate. In an instant, a gap was opened in front of him. You stand at the door and kill those monsters rushing over. Yes, master. Kill. The black light leopard carried the two of them on their backs and stayed where they were, while the golden tarantula stood by Liu's side to protect his safety. The skeleton king and the dark warrior stood guard at the gate of the bone wall. The decapitated cavalry rushed out from the middle of the gate on a skeleton horse. Bang bang bang! The war horse sprinted in the opposite direction, but because there were too many monsters, it had to stop after killing a few. Liu glanced quickly. These monsters came forward one after another, and the bone spurs outside the bone wall were already filled with monsters. Just when Liu was about to make a move to relieve the pressure on the bone wall, the necromancer made another move. I saw him raising his bone staff, aiming the skull on top of the bone staff at the corpses of the monsters that had been killed. Come out, my undead servants! Shhhhhhhhh! Clouds of black light mist changed from small to large, shot out from the pupils of the bone staff skull, and accurately hit the corpses of those bugs killed by Liu's summons on the battlefield. The black mist wrapped the corpses of those bugs. Just like when Liu used the dark contract to sign monsters, he quickly repaired the wounds of these corpses. No matter how rotten these corpses are, even if their heads are trampled to pieces by other monsters, they can recover quickly under the influence of this black mist. In less than 3 seconds, the corpses stood up again. Yes, they were resurrected as undead. Not afraid of death, not afraid of pain, he launched a reverse charge towards the group of monsters like a zombie. The necromancer was not idle, still holding his bone staff high. Skeleton warriors, listen to the order. Get rid of those lowly creatures for me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A skeleton warrior with no flesh and blood stood up from those corpses. Necromancer is a very magical profession. When they fight one-on-one, they may not be strong at all. There are only some curses, bone spears, and spiritual impact abilities that can be used. There aren't many real ways to attack. But what about team fights, apart from light abilities, who can be their opponents? Give him a few corpses, and he can give you back a world. This sentence is not casual. They can not only use defensive skills such as bone wall, but also curse on a large area. Resurrect bugs into undead, and use the corpses of other mutant beasts to summon skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages. Coupled with the corpse explosion technique that can cause a large-scale explosion of corpses, it is simply a big killer on the battlefield. Boom boom boom. Under the manipulation of the necromancer, a large number of corpses on the battlefield began to explode. Many monsters were blown to pieces, but the undead and skeletons were beaten more and more because of their lack of consciousness and less force. Dozens, hundreds, hundreds. When several ground dragons were sniped by the severed cavalry and the dark warrior, there was no suspense in this battle. Undead walking dragons, directly leading this group of undead army to counterattack the beast tide? This undead skeleton is too frightening, isn't it? Seeing this scene, Lu Bo was stunned. He used to think that Liu was already invincible in the world, but now that he saw the operation of this necromancer, he knew what Lily Yuan Shangpu was. Let your undead army cover me. Liu didn't have time to pay attention to him. He couldn't wait to see so many monster corpses, and quickly used the blood on the ground to draw a magic circle. When summoning an abyss monster, these sacrifices need to be thrown in the magic circle before the sacrifice can be performed. The magic circle drawn before has been destroyed by the beast tide, and now it needs to be drawn again. Boy, I'm not your subordinate. The necromancer's angry voice sounded in Liu's heart. But Liu didn't like him at all. Just mention what you want. Necromancer, dot. I want that skeleton king. Make a deal. Lu Bo, brother, can I be a pendant on your lap? Chapter 378 Side Effects of Undead Magic. There are many monsters in the beast tide, densely packed, overwhelming. But these monsters don't just appear in one place. Not every monster on the line has the ability to crash into the wall. Plus the monsters running wildly will not be attracted by the sound. Therefore, the monsters that Liu and the others had to face were not as many as imagined. After being blocked by the solid bone wall, everyone only needs to block the door of the bone wall, and it is enough to deal with the monsters rushing from the front. At this time, under the cover of the undead army, Liu quickly drew the summoning circle. Although the corpses of most monsters are used by necromancers for resurrection, summoning and corpse explosion. But there are still 1,000 or 2,000 corpses left. Take the time to sacrifice these corpses, and you should be able to summon a good subordinate. Inside the bone wall. Lu Bo has already regarded Luyu as a god. Because Luyu's summoning ability is beyond his cognition. This kind of ability is not in the same dimension as other awakened people. Of these monsters around him, which one is not capable of beating the awakened? Boom! As time passed, an undead ground dragon that had not received a fatal attack suddenly fell to the ground. These resurrected undead creatures, no matter what color their bodies were before they were alive, their bodies will turn grey after being resurrected by undead magic. And this ground dragon, the moment it fell to the ground, its grey body began to rot at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, even the bones of the meat were turned into a pile of powder. Other monsters stepped on this pile of powder, and the strong wind blew on it again. The undead walk in the sky, and the ashes fly into smoke. Dead corpse manipulation. Manipulate the corpse of a dead creature to fight for you, the duration will change according to the spiritual power of the necromancer. Note, after the duration ends, these corpses will decay at a faster rate. Obviously, this is a side effect of undead magic. Reviving a living body is something that violates the cycle of heavenly laws. How can ordinary people do it? Even if it is possible, it is not something that an undead can do. And it also requires paying an extremely heavy price. Therefore, the so-called resurrection of the necromancer is nothing more than gathering the last strength of these corpses for a waste utilization. The resurrection time will change according to the necromancer's ability. The necromancer summoned by Luyu is of a higher level than Takata, and currently possesses dark gold mid-level strength. The revived monster can persist for about 10 minutes if it does not receive devastating damage. After 10 minutes, the entire dead body will decay at an accelerated rate. The same is true for the skeleton warriors who stand up from the corpse of the monster, but the duration is longer than that of the resurrected monster. Of course, this is limited to temporary casting. Give him some time, he can refine those skeleton warriors into an army of undead spirits. It's just that this is another ability, which is not the same as the undead magic currently used. It's done, quickly throw all the usable corpses in. As time passed, the battle between the army of the undead and the Zerg and Beast lasted for more than an hour before it was over. A large number of monsters are still moving towards the north of the magic capital, and Luyu's location is already in a mess. The corpses of monsters, rotting bones, and traces of fire were all over the place. Blood and minced meat can also be seen everywhere. In this battle, except for Luyu, the black light leopard and the golden tarantula, all other creatures were exhausted. Among them, the necromancer is of course the one who has the greatest effect, and he is also the one who consumes the most. After the situation stabilized a bit, he jumped off the black light back. At this time, I was too tired to stand up. Hearing Luyu's order, he went on with one thought, and the remaining skeleton warriors began to help him carry the corpse. Some skeletons fell apart after being moved halfway, but most of the skeletons still completed their mission. After half an hour. You guys go back to rest first, Skeleton King, you go with him. Luyu directly issued his order. The space crack opened, except for the black light leopard and the golden tarantula, all other creatures returned to the abyss. Luyu also started the 9th summoning. In a moment, a huge human-shaped shadow appeared in his sight. The shadow has no entity, and some are just a black smoke-like shadow of a human figure. High-end dark gold. Shadow demon. Oh! Here comes a troublesome guy. Luyu's eyes were slightly cold, and he directly sacrificed a ball of light the size of a casserole. Surrender, or die. Submit. The suppression of contracts, the restraint of attributes. Let this shadow demon have no desire to resist at all. The abyss world is the same as the human world. Not every kind of organism has a crystal nucleus, and not every kind of creature can be strengthened by a crystal nucleus. Not every creature will be born with wisdom when it reaches silver. The Skeleton King belongs to that kind of high-level creature without intelligence. When Luyu summoned it to come out, he chose to surrender without even touching it. And it belongs to the undead creature like the necromancer. Undead creatures do not have crystal nuclei in their bodies, nor can they be strengthened with crystal nuclei. The way they become stronger is also different. The necromancer relies on the study of undead magic, while the Skeleton King relies on luck to grow. The reason why Takata before became a necromancer was because he got the inheritance of a necromancer. And the necromancer summoned by Luyu was cultivated entirely by himself. Because he is currently studying how to make the skeleton warrior stronger, that's why he asked Luyu for the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King is not very common in the abyss, and it is a kind of skeleton with the highest potential among the skeleton warriors. It is perfect for use as a research object. For Luyu, the Skeleton King also has higher defense power, and he can control other existing small undead skeletons. The practical use is not as good as that of the necromancer. Certainly wouldn't mind trading it for the necromancer's allegiance. Come on, it's your turn. What's your name? Luyu has gone through a big battle and 2 calls from the same level, and his mental strength has been somewhat exhausted at this time. It was his last tenacity to frighten Shadow Demon just now. That's why he is not in a hurry to return to the base in the north of the city. Lu Liubo. Don't look at Lu's mental strength is exhausted now, but crushing him to death is still as easy as crushing an ant. Lu Bo is well aware of this. So he didn't dare to make mistakes, so he could only answer Lu's question honestly. You said before, you know a secret about the Lang family base? What secret? This. Hearing this, Lu Bo's forehead began to sweat. Obviously, he did not expect Lu to ask this question at this time. How? Seeing Lu Bo's appearance, Lu's eyes turned cold. You are not lying to me, are you? Ho ho. As soon as Lu finished speaking, the black light leopard beside Lu Bo let out a roar unique to wild beasts. Just now it was able to save Lu Bo before the monster came, and now it can bite Lu Bo to death without hesitation as long as Lu gives an order. I didn't lie to you. Seeing the reaction of the black light leopard, Lu Bo panicked, and quickly said, it's just that I was in a hurry and thought this secret might be useful to you, but now that you think about it carefully, it seems that this secret is useless to you with your strength. You don't care if it's useful or not, just tell what you know. Lu was a little impatient. Yes yes. Lu Bo nodded, and quickly said, the Lang family used to be the richest man in the Xia kingdom, and now they also have a large base. You should know this, right? Yes, I know. In such a short period of time, it has developed to the current scale of the base, there must be many hidden dangers in it, and it is only natural that people from other forces will target it. Lu Bo quickly narrated, I heard that Boss Chu has arranged a killer at Lang's house to assassinate Lang Aotian. Boss Chu? You don't know Boss Chu, right? The one who calls Boss Ye a brother. Boss Ye? Who is Boss Ye? Lu Bo. Chapter 379 Liquid Metal Battlesuit. What did I say about loneliness? Seeing Lu's reaction, Lu Bo really wanted to complain. The guy in golden armor and holding a golden sword in front of him is so awesome. It stands to reason that it should be possible to make friends with the major forces around here before the beast horde comes. Why doesn't he know the two awesome characters he mentioned now? But he could only think in his heart, if he really said it, the Black Panther behind him would probably be able to send him to see the Buddha directly. Boss Ye is the boss of a community base in the northeast, while Boss Chu is near the city center. Without further ado, Lu Bo said what he knew. He knew that Boss Chu arranged for a killer to assassinate Lang Aotian, so he wanted to tell Lu the news. Let Lu take this news to Lang's house. With Lu's strength, with this news, how can he get some benefits from the Lang family, right? It's just that he didn't expect Lu's strength to be so exaggerated. The summoned creatures around him became more and more perverted one by one. With that necromancer, dare to fight against the beast tide? How could such an awesome person care about the benefits of the Lang family? The assassin who assassinated Lang Aotian was from Boss Chu of the base in the city center. After listening to Lu Bo's narration, Lu's eyes froze slightly. How do you know this information? The previous assassin escaped after killing Lang Aotian, and the scene had already been cleaned up when he went. So, even he couldn't find any clues left by him, how could he know? Lu Bo hesitated to speak, feeling as if he wanted to cry. Brother, can I not answer this question? I guarantee that what I just said is true. What do you think? Ho ho. The roar and threat from the black light leopard forced Lu Bo to compromise again. Alright, let me tell you. Let me tell you. I overheard it when I was at Boss Chu's base. Lu Bo was discouraged, so he had no choice but to explain his situation in detail. I was originally working with a survivor team to survive, but later this team encountered a powerful monster attack and suffered heavy losses. With the ammunition and food running out, we had no choice but to choose to seek refuge in other bases. After some screening, we chose Boss Chu's base. Originally, it's nothing, but Boss Chu has a younger sister named Sun Yujiao who is quite pretty. One day she found me and said she liked me. I couldn't help but overheard it when I was with Sun Yujiao. Is that so? Hehe, you do have the potential to be a badass. Hearing this, Lu behind the helmet raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Although Lu Bo is 30 years old, he looks really good. Even if it looks a little empty now, it is at least the level of Mr. Kong, and it is quite normal to be chased by women. You stop making fun of me. A mask of pain appeared on Lu Bo's face. Being with Sun Yujiao is the worst decision I've ever made in my life. In the beginning, I thought it was because I indulged too much, which caused my body to be a little weak. Later, I realized that it was the girl's awakened ability, which can absorb the energy of men. And because I have a powerful elder brother, I have raised many male pets. Okay. In the last days, it is not uncommon for a powerful man to have a harem and a powerful woman to keep a male pet. This Lu Bo was obviously favored by that woman named Sun Yujiao as a man. Okay, I see, you don't look like a liar. That's it, this news is my reward for saving you. Wait a moment. You still have something to do. Listening to your voice, you shouldn't be too old, right? That. Can I follow you? Oh. I know that a strong man like you will definitely not lack men by his side, but I am a person who can do anything, please give me a chance. Speaking of which, Lu Bo knelt down on one knee directly to Luu, obviously wanting to hug Luu's thigh. These years, he has met many strong people, but he has never seen Luu so awesome. Follow the wolf to eat meat, follow the dog to eat shit. If he can follow Luu, he believes that he can eat meat. So, swear allegiance, unambiguously. Seeing Lu Bo whose legs were weak but still kneeling on the ground, Luu couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Although the person behind the assassin will attack the Lang family sooner or later. As long as Nangong Ling followed suit and pretended to be at a dead end to lure the snake out of the hole, it would not be particularly difficult for him to find out and kill the person behind this. But now the news brought by Lu Bo did save him a little time. And now I really need a lot of talents, so. My name is Luu. I like subordinates who are obedient and not talkative. If you think you can do it, follow up yourself. After saying this, Luu turned around and left. Thank you, boss. Lu Bo was ecstatic, and quickly supported his tired body to follow. Luu's team, because of the joining of the necromancers, took down the beast tide. But at this time, the other bases in Shanghai are still living in dire straits. So Luu didn't go too far, but took Lu Bo to find a safe place to settle down, and then flew to his home base alone. Although he has very little spiritual power left now, even if he barely flies back with the recovery power of the sacred body, he still cannot unleash large-scale supernatural powers to fight. But he can still use melee, and there are 3 summoned creatures in fairly good condition. So it's definitely useful to go back. Hit me hard. Kill them all. Not one left. Kill. When Luu returned to the base in the north of the city, he headed northeast to Yayang base. Survivors are enjoying the thrill of hunting monsters. The survivors of this base are not badly equipped. At this time, they have already put on armor and took various weapons to fight these monsters. Those with cold weapons protect those with hot weapons, and those with hot weapons shoot at monsters. At this time, there are 2 city walls around their base. There is a distance of about 20 meters between the city wall and the city wall. A lot of gaps were intentionally left in the outer city wall to give space for those monsters to rush in. Between the 2 city walls, there are a large number of animal traps. If these animal traps only kill zombies, one can kill at least 50 zombies. Why can a weak human being become the Land King? It depends on wisdom. These traps are proof of that. At this time, these animal traps were already full of monsters, and a large number of hot weapons were constantly shooting at these monsters. If you look carefully, they not only have micro-shooters, grenades and bazookas, but also 4 Gatling doors with blue flames? Ha ha ha, Boss Ye is amazing, he can get so many good weapons. Yeah, these hunting traps are really easy to use. Come on, you bastards, come on, let me see if I don't kill you. With these weapons, we are invincible. Are you changing weapons? Hehe, these weapons are not for changing. Hearing the cries of the surrounding subordinates, Yang in the crowd raised a smile. At this time, he was wearing a red ordinary long-sleeved t-shirt and a pair of tough slacks. There is a nice belt on the trousers. After saying this, he pressed the button in the middle of his belt. A pool of black liquid like mercury flowed out from the middle of the belt. In just a few seconds, the black liquid covered his whole body, even covering his head. Black liquid metal battlesuit. It was the black technology equipment that he had exchanged for a dark gold box with 10 gold boxes in the past 2 days. Wearing it on the body feels a bit like venom. Wow, brother Yang, you are so handsome. Seeing Yang wearing this black battlesuit, with a majestic look, standing next to him was a conservatively dressed woman who revealed coquettishness in her bones, took his hand and said with admiration. Seeing this woman, Yang couldn't help but shuddered all over, and pulled out his hand indiscriminately. Sun Yujiao, don't do this with me. If you don't help, get the hell out of here. Chapter 380 Unity is Strength. Yang's tone was very impatient, and he was not polite to Sun Yujiao. As a child of luck, Yang not only has the decisiveness that the protagonist should have, but also has a very special ability. Others don't know who she is, Sun Yujiao, how could he, Yang, not know? If it wasn't for Boss Chu's face, he would have thrown him out to feed the monster long ago. Brother Yang, why are you being so cruel to him? Where did he offend you? Hearing Yang's words, Sun Yujiao pouted and said aggrievedly. Since Boss Chu has a good relationship with Yang, she naturally also knows Yang. Before the space fluctuated for the 2nd time, she came to this base to play with Yang, and then she was trapped here. That's why Lu Bo was able to escape from Chu Boss's base. Sun Yujiao decided to squeeze Lu Bo to get close to Yang after she took a fancy to Yang, but Yang knowing the details never gave her this chance. I don't have time to tell you this right now, get out of the way. Ye Yang snorted coldly, ignored Sun Yujiao, and came to a Gatling heavy machine gun within a few brisk steps. Quick, point your gun at the group of monsters over there. The two subordinates using Gatling subconsciously glanced at the distance when they heard the words. Before he could think too much, he quickly turned the gun. Ye Yang took the opportunity to take out a bazooka from a ring. Go to hell! Call out! Boom! The huge explosion was deafening, and a large number of black iron, bronze, and silver treasure chests appeared in his sight. It is not necessary for him to kill the monsters, as long as he participates in the killing, these monsters have a chance to appear in the treasure chest. So he only needs to throw a rocket into the monster group, and the rest is enough for his teammates. However, there is more than one direction in the outskirts of the Devil's capital, and the beast swarm will naturally not only have one wave. While Ye Yang was searching for the treasure chest, Liu used the system to send a message to Nangang Ling. Let her investigate the situation of Boss Chu and Boss Ye after the beast tide is over in the past few days. After posting these, he almost reached the vicinity of his own base. Although the monsters were constantly cut down by other bases on the road, there were not as many monsters in the north of the city as there were in the south of the city. But there are still many left. Strength plus 0.1. Vitality plus 0.12. Mental power plus 0.22. Fire attribute plus 2. Agility plus. While harvesting the monsters that flew to the city wall from the crowd, he absorbed the attributes dropped by the survivors in the base. And found So Qingyu and Xiao Manli. Liu. Notify everyone to save a little ammunition, and leave the remaining monsters to me. It is good. As soon as the words fell, Liu rushed over with a sword. So Qingyu and Xiao Manli led 3 battle pets and dozens of subordinates to support Liu. My god, it's too strong, it's really too strong. Can you hunt and kill so many monsters just by relying on physical strength? So amazing. As expected of young Master Liu. With young Master Liu here, our casualties will definitely be minimized. Seeing Liu slaughtering these monsters like a god of war in the monster group, the survivors were extremely excited. Even the strength of killing monsters was 2 points stronger than usual. I don't know how long it took. Ding, congratulations, your enhancement level has been raised to the first level of Sapphire. Ding, you got all attributes plus 50. Vitality, 610. Mental power, 642.2. Power, 632.39. Agility, 701.64. Reinforcement level, Sapphire Elementary. Yes. The reason why Liu worked so hard as soon as he came back was to break through. He was only a few attributes away from the dark gold bottleneck. Even if they didn't do it deliberately, the number of combat-type awakened people in the base is there. Taking advantage of the space fluctuations these days, it is still very easy to pick up enough of these attributes. In the afternoon, I experienced a wave of beasts, and I used the summoning of the same level twice in a row, plus this big battle. Breakthrough is a matter of course. The conditions in the suburbs of each city are different, so there have been waves of large and small animal hordes these days. Although there are many bases for survivors, each base can help share some pressure. But after the beast hordes came down again and again, there were still countless casualties. Concrete houses cannot be defended, nor can thinner walls. People were either killed by wild animals or bitten by insects, and the streets were covered with dead bones and blood. Many survivors of the base had to hide in the basement dug in advance to barely escape the catastrophe. The beast tide ended, and the number of human survivors was at least cut in half. A few days later, the ammunition exchanged by the Liu family ran out. The beast tide can be regarded as a complete end, and a large number of cities have returned to tranquility. People returned from their hiding places to this devastated land. The entire human world is once again full of despair. If human beings don't unite, I'm afraid there will be no chance. In the north of the city, the Liu family base. Standing on the slightly damaged city wall, looking at the dead people in the base, So Qingyu muttered to herself. Before going out, Liu not only summoned a necromancer, but also got the allegiance of a shadow demon and Lu Bo, and even got news from Boss Chu. It can be said to be very rewarding. But even in the base of the Liu family, more than a dozen people were killed and more than 100 were injured. One can imagine the situation in other bases. Hearing So Qingyu's words, Liu glanced around the base. Originally, those survivors who lost relatives and friends should burst into tears, but their faces have no expression at this time. Obviously numb to the feeling of death. Unity. Liu touched his chin, it seems that we should be more united. Come on. Young Master Liu. Notify all the high-level officials at the base to have a meeting in the conference room. Yes. In Luokikai's previous life, after the Demon City experienced this beast tide, 7 major forces and more than 20 small forces formed. It's just that these small forces are attached to the 7 major forces, so everyone can coexist peacefully and live in peace. But 9 years later, there will still be a wave of beasts. Can these scattered forces withstand this wave of beasts 9 years after the end of the world? On this point, Luo Kekai was facing fleeing at the time, so she was not very clear about it. It is estimated that even if it can withstand it, there will be no survivors in the Devil's capital. Therefore, whether it is for power or for safety, it is necessary to integrate the resources of the magic capital. In the previous life, the strengths of the major forces were not much different, and they could only maintain a split state. But now, unity is strength. To better face the end times, we must unite. We can no longer fight on our own. I think so too. These monsters are terrible. If there is another such shock, we will not be able to withstand it at all. To survive, merge. I agree. I agree. There is no problem with the merger, but who will be the boss of the base after the merger? This seems to be a problem too. What do you think? I think, in today's world, strength is the last word, so whoever has the strongest strength will be the boss. Anyway, everyone can manage the base together. That's fine. I have no problem. I have no opinion either. That's it. Can. After the beast tide, such conversations took place in every corner of the city. People realized their own lack of strength and began to form cliques. The Lu family also relied on their absolute strength, and in just 2 days, they got the support of the surrounding survivor bases. The 5th day after the beast tide ended, Lu received a message from Nangang Ling. He hesitated for a moment, then walked directly to the northeast of Modu. Afternoon. Seeing the survivors working in the trap outside the city wall and Gatling on the city wall, Lu couldn't help frowning. Boss Yat, it's not easy. The scale of the trap is very grand, and a large number of survivors wearing protective clothing clean up the corpses of monsters inside. If these huge traps are nothing, then this Gatling is a bit difficult. You know, although Gatling's firepower is fierce, the bullet consumption is also a terrifying number. Ordinary bases simply cannot afford to replace them. Even if it's me, I'm reluctant to exchange this kind of thing with the military to kill monsters. Yo, handsome guy, where are you alone? The enchanting voice interrupted Lu's meditation. Lu followed the reputation. A fashionable woman in a black low-cut suspender dress appeared in his sight. A woman may be considered a beauty in the eyes of others. But in Lu's eyes, her appearance, figure, and charm are not half as good as So Qingyu's. Sun Yujiao? Hehe, yes, where's your boss? Chapter 381 I pick up treasure chests in the end times. In order to survive better, the human base began to hug each other to keep warm. Some of the survivors merged 3 or 4 bases together, while others had 5 or 6 bases. Not only that, but they also introduced a new boss. These leaders are like those vassal kings who rose up in chaos in ancient times. The quality can be said to be uneven. At this time, if you want to develop your own base, you need these base leaders to rely on their fists and character to build their own reputation and reputation. Those top 10 masters in the previous life were played in such a big environment. Lu himself didn't care about this. Because his goal is to make Nangang Ling unify the Demon City and become the leader of the entire Demon City. Allowing the Lu family to obtain the support of the surrounding bases is only to make the Lu family stronger and increase Nangang Ling's bargaining chip in unifying the Magic City. There is no need for Lu to worry about this matter. After conquering the surrounding bases, just leave it to Lu Mingyuan to deal with it. I believe it won't be long before these bases will be able to spread Lu's name. Boss? Sorry. Sun Yu's charming voice sounded, I am not from this base, and he is not in the base now. Not here. Lu raised his eyebrows, where did he go? Why should I tell you? When Sun Yujiao said this, there was a playful look on the corner of her mouth. Forget it, I'll come back another day. Oh, handsome boy, don't go. Seeing that Lu didn't agree with each other and turned around to leave, Sun Yujiao hurriedly called Lu to a stop, and jumped down lightly from the city wall with a vertical leap. He's not here, isn't there me? Now I have the final say on this base, and it's the same if you tell me anything. Is it? Hearing this, Lu's mouth also raised a smile, then let's go in and talk about it. Hehehe, handsome guy, please come inside. Sun Yujiao's charming smile sounded like a silver bell, and she pointed to the open door. Lu was very handsome, and he was the type Sun Yujiao liked, so when she saw Li Xingxi, she wanted to chat with Lu more. It's a pity that she found the wrong opponent this time. Beauty, what's your surname? My surname is Sun, and my name is Sun Yujiao. On the way to the living room of the base, Lu suddenly turned his head and asked. Sun Yujiao subconsciously raised her head and looked back. Unexpectedly she became dazed as soon as she finished speaking. Lu ignored her, and asked to himself, Boss Yi's real name is Ye Yang, right? Yes yes. What is the relationship between Ye Yang and your brother? With the activation of Lu's hypnotic ability, Sun Yujiao told all the things she knew, like pouring beans into a bamboo tube. Lu frowned after listening to these answers. That's it. Boss Chu is Sun Yujiao's half-brother, and his name is Chu Yun. Lu Bo had already told Lu about this. And Lu also knew that Boss Chu would be the #1 expert in Shanghai in the future. But none of this matters. What's important is that this Yang is actually a friend who doesn't know Chu Yun. This is a little strange, isn't it? A guy who can become friends with Chu Yun, is not necessarily stronger than Chu Yun, but definitely not much weaker than Chu Yun. Why is such an awesome character not on the list of top 10 masters in Shanghai? When Lu first heard the name Yang, he felt that something was wrong, and now he felt that something was wrong. Where is Yang now? He took people out to clean up the monsters, and he should be back before dark. Hee, great. From now on, my name is Qin Yu, and I'm your boyfriend. Boyfriend. Qin Yu. The hypnotic ability obtained after changing So King Yu's fate is a very useful skill. Not only can it make people fall asleep easily, but it can also make people forget all their troubles, and even modify other people's memories. The information obtained by Nangang Ling was not comprehensive enough, so Lu decisively hypnotized Sun Yujiao in order to find out more. After realizing Yang's problem, he implanted a new memory in Sun Yujiao. Sun Yujiao's boyfriend Qin Yu. Damn, those monsters are so disgusting, they made my face bloody. The blood is better, I really can't bear the stench of the mucus. Me too, the smell is simply amazing. Okay, don't talk about this now, go back and take a shower, so you can sleep well tonight. I still need to find some girls. As long as the girl is willing, you can find as many as you want. Ha 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 ha, I feel relieved with the words of the boss. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, inside Yang's base. Yang cleaned up some monsters on the road, and came back talking and laughing with a group of subordinates. Brother Yang, you are finally back. Seeing Yang coming back, Sun Yujiao took the initiative to greet him. Unexpectedly, Yang didn't care about her at all, but instead looked at Lu who was beside her. Who is this? His name is Qin Yu, and he is my boyfriend. Boyfriend. Hearing this address, Yang couldn't help but frown, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. No wonder I felt uncomfortable when I saw him for the first time. So he is Sun Yujiao's boyfriend? These days, which man doesn't hate the term boyfriend? It has to be said that Chu Yun and Sun Yujiao are two brothers and sisters. The elder brother can barely be considered normal, but this younger sister really makes him not like it. Not to mention alien creatures like male girlfriends. When did you come? This afternoon. Sit whatever you want, I won't greet you. As the boss of the base, Yang naturally has his own style. With Lu's status, he is not worthy of hospitality. Okay. Lu didn't care, but immediately checked Yang's script after Yang walked away. To be honest, there are too many protagonists in this world. Even though Lu was already mentally prepared, when he saw Yang as the main character, he felt a little inexplicably irritated. What happened to the protagonists of these worlds? Why can't we stop the meeting? Kill one after another, when will it be the head? However, when Lu saw that Yang was the protagonist of destroying Lu's family, he was completely surprised. I am Nima. Is it really impossible to find a place after breaking through the iron shoes? Before, I kept thinking, who would be the one who wiped out the Lu family, didn't expect it to be this guy. I'm picking up treasure chests in the last days. This is Yang's script. In his script, the Lu family is just one of the enemies he must kill. Before the beast tide, he relied on his own ability to attract talents. Not long after the beast tide, he teamed up with Sun Yujiao's cousin Chu Yun to wipe out the Lu family. Because I was studying in Yanshansh, I escaped unharmed. Later, when he returned to Shanghai, he wanted to seek revenge from him, but when he realized that the enemy was too strong, he chose to return to Nanxi to survive. The reason why Yang is not on the list of masters in Shanghai is because after he succeeded in revenge, he no longer showed his real name to others. Although his strength is higher than that of Chu Yun, he deliberately ranks behind Chu Yun. Number 2 in the leaderboard of Magic City Masters, the Setting Sun. Will Yang join forces with Chu Yun to kill the Lu family? Seeing this news, Lu's eyes froze slightly. After spinning his brain rapidly, he turned his gaze to Sun Yujiao, who was beside him with a displeased face. Yujiao. What? After being unable to attack Yang for a long time, Sun Yujiao was very upset. Do you like this Yang very much? Of course, is that even necessary? Speaking of this, Sun Yujiao paused and then smiled coquettishly, but if you are willing to serve my sister, she doesn't have to like him. No, you still like him. Cut, who cares? Sun Yujiao curled her lips, turned around and left. Oh, don't you go? Let me tell you a secret. What secret? I can help you get him. What? Hearing this, a lustful light flashed in Sun Yujiao's eyes. Is this true? Chapter 382 The Summoned Object. Does Yang, the son of luck, have a heroine in the script? Of course there are. But this heroine is not Sun Yujiao, but a woman named Shangguan Linglong. This woman has only one name in Yang's plot, which is not recorded in detail. Moreover, a protagonist like Yang, who has a bloody feud, is not interested in women before taking revenge. In other words, although there are women who like Yang now, the real heroine has not yet appeared. Liu couldn't use the heroine to deal with Yang. So, he decided to let this woman, Sun Yujiao, go first. Sun Yujiao is Caiyuan's younger sister, and her ability to awaken herself is not weak. Not only can you use the crystal nucleus to strengthen yourself, but you can also rely on doing that kind of thing with a man to absorb the other party's energy and spirit to strengthen your own strength. There is even a certain probability of taking the opponent's ability as his own. Well, it's a bit similar to So Qingyu's ability. It's just that So Qingyu's ability is dual cultivation. As long as Liu is more cautious and recuperates with cultivation methods afterwards, not only will there be no side effects, but it can also have the effect of strengthening mental power and increasing abilities. And Sun Yujiao's ability is obviously mandatory. It is devouring, it is seizing. She likes this feeling very much, so she raises a bunch of male pets in her base. Later, when she met Yang, she put all her thoughts on Yang. At this time, when she heard Liu's words, her eyes lit up. Liu also confidently assured. No lie. What should I do? Just follow my command. Liu family, just wait. It won't be long before I will make you pay with blood. Night. Lying on the big bed in the leader's room, Yang revealed cruelty in his eyes. He was originally just an ordinary person, and it was not so easy to kill the Liu family, but his awakened power gave him the capital for revenge. This base was established by him for revenge. In order to make the plan foolproof, he also found Chu Yun. With his current strength, as long as he clears up the mess after the end of the beast horde, he can rendezvous with Chu Yun, and then use the excuse of merging bases to wipe out the Liu family. Black Iron Treasure Chest 127, Bronze Treasure Chest 64, Silver Treasure Chest 12, Gold Treasure Chest 3. Treasure chests below gold are of little use to me now. But after experiencing this beast swarm, the base needs a lot of supplies, so I'll switch to a golden treasure chest and open it first. Taking a look at his system warehouse, Yang muttered something to himself. Yes. Yang's awakened power is not simply killing monsters and dropping treasure chests, but a system. Compared with Bai who picked up attributes before, there is an essential difference in ability. The previous Bai could only see the attribute light sphere. When picking up attributes, how many points are added to which attribute, the value of the personal attribute panel, and even the remaining points of various elements are all directly visible to him with his naked eyes. Although these abilities are similar to computer systems on the surface. But it has no system tasks, no system warehouse and artificial intelligence, and there is no other way to make Bai stronger except for picking up attributes. So this ability is at most a special ability, not a system. But Yang's ability is obviously different. This thing not only allows him to obtain treasure chests from monsters, but also system warehouses and artificial intelligence, and even has treasure chest fusion functions. The most important thing is that the things opened in these treasure chests are not only survival materials and survival skills, but also weapons and equipment. The treasure chests dropped by monsters can be said to be able to get attributes, but why can they get food, skills, and weapons and equipment? Doesn't that make sense? Besides the system, who else could be so unreasonable? So, open the golden treasure chest successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting canned meat *10, box, rice 1000, Jin. Open the golden treasure chest successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining canned fruit *20, box, mineral water 300, pieces. Open the golden treasure chest successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength +5, agility +5, and sword skill proficiency, advanced. Duplicate skills are detected. Is it exchanged for other available resources? Exchange. Seeing the system prompt, Yang did not hesitate at all. Skills are not like other resources, what's the use of opening two? So decisive exchange without explanation. Successful exchange. Choose one of the following materials. 1. 800 caddies of flour. 2. 100 boxes of instant noodles, 12 barrels per box. 3. 800 caddies of soybeans. I choose instant noodles. There are many types of systems. Some systems can quickly increase the strength of the host, and some systems can make the host become invincible before coming out of the mountain. There are also some systems that allow the host to become stronger by signing in from dash to dash every day. Yang's treasure chest system is resource-oriented. Although it can also help him improve his strength to a certain extent, the things that are opened are still mostly survival materials. As long as he keeps killing monsters, supplies can be said to be inexhaustible. Liu knew that Yang's system could help him open treasure chests and resources, but he didn't know the specific functions of his system. If he knew that this system could replace repetitive skills with other available resources, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. I killed the protagonist by myself before, and got several repetitive skills, crystal nucleus suitability danger perception, etc. As a result, the skills conflicted, and they were wiped out immediately, and the system didn't give compensation? It is simply a loss to Grandma's house. But Liu has no time to care about this now. At this time, he, using Sun Yujiao's identity, found a separate room to live in. In the dead of night, he used his summoning ability. The crack in the pitch-black space slowly opened, and a cloud of white smoke that was almost invisible to the naked eye appeared in front of Liu. The smoke was half a meter in diameter, and a human face could be vaguely seen inside. Liu is now at the sapphire level and can summon 12 abyssal monsters. And it is Liu's 10th summoned object. Its shape is a bit similar to Shadow Demon, it has no physical body, and it doesn't even have much combat power. But using it to play some dirty tricks against humans can sometimes have miraculous effects. Owner. Live next door to me, there is a woman, go and copy it for me. Yes, master. Bai Yan's voice sounded in Liu's heart, and Bai Yan began to fade after saying this sentence. It quickly became transparent and disappeared in front of Liu. In less than a moment, Bai Yan turned around and changed into Sun Yujiao's appearance. Seeing Sun Yujiao in front of him, Liu nodded slightly. Yes, this image is exactly the same as Sun Yujiao. Next, I need you to do something. Master, please speak. Liu said his order again. Sun Yujiao received the order, and it came to Yang's room that night. Yang is not only powerful, but also has guards standing guard 24 hours a day. It is not easy for ordinary people to sneak in silently while he is sleeping. However, there are too many creatures from the abyss that can be invisible at night. Dark elves, shadows of the undead, and even shadow demons can all be invisible at night. After they are invisible, they are no different from Xiao Xiu's clone. So it didn't have too much pressure to sneak into Yang's room in the middle of the night. Sun Yujiao walked to Yang's bed, and after confirming Yang's identity, he got into Yang's mind without saying a word. That night, Yang had a dream, dreaming that he and Sun Yujiao were twisted together. Like glue. Wake up early the next morning. Looking at his pants, Yang was dumbfounded. Damn it, why did I dream about that woman with Sun Yujiao? Chapter 383. Smelling the strange smell on his pants, Yang couldn't help cursing angrily. As a young person, it's normal to have this happen at night while you sleep. But it's not like Yang doesn't have women like him. Even if it's just a dream, you can't be with that woman Sun Yujiao. And I don't know why, under normal circumstances, when dreaming, the memory in the dream will be very vague. Sometimes I can only remember the moment I just woke up, and I will forget it when I do something casually. But this time the memory is very clear. Yang didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly got up and washed with water, and then changed into a suit. The changed clothes were thrown directly into the trash can. Pushing open the door, he just saw the woman who rolled with him in his dream last night waiting not far away. Brother Yang, you are awake, here is your breakfast for you. Sun Yujiao handed over the things she had prepared. A lunchbox, a food bag, which contains porridge, pickles and steamed buns. In these last days, those who can still eat this kind of breakfast are the core members of the base. Like other ordinary people, it would be nice to have 2 full meals a day, and want to eat breakfast. Looking at the food Sun Yujiao handed over, Yang wanted to refuse, but seeing this pretty face that was inseparably glued to him in the dream last night, he couldn't get the words out of his mouth. Thank you. Yang finally took the breakfast. Sun Yujiao was also taken aback by this move. But she reacted quickly, and quickly said, "You're welcome, you eat first, and I'll take it from you if it's not enough." "No need." Yang replied coldly, "I still have something to do, just eat whatever you want." After saying this, Yang ignored Sun Yujiao and walked past her to find his subordinates. No matter what, a dream is always a dream. It is impossible for Yang to change Sun Yujiao's impression just because of a dream. Brother Yang, walk slowly. Sun Yujiao didn't care either. After Yang went out, she hurried to find Liu. Oh my god, Qin Yu, you are so amazing. I also delivered breakfast to him before, but he didn't appreciate it at all. I didn't expect him to pick it up this morning. Seeing Liu in front of her, Sun Yujiao said excitedly. It's not been a day or two since she chased Yang, but every time she hit a wall. I didn't expect this time. At this time, she obviously regarded Liu, her boyfriend, as her dog-headed military advisor. Don't worry, the fun is yet to come. A smile rose from the corner of Lu's mouth. Really? Of course, as long as you follow the command in all actions, I promise it won't take a few days. Okay, I'll listen to you. Dreamer. It is the name of Lu's 10th summoned creature. This thing is an inconspicuous existence in the abyss. Don't think that only humans can dream, beasts and monsters can also dream. Dreamers live by devouring the dreams of other abyssal creatures. And not only that, it can also enter other people's dreams and create the dreams it wants. This dream is so real that it can affect other people's judgment in reality. As we all know, after a person falls asleep, his vigilance is very weak. Even if this is the end of the world, there is no trouble, and it is difficult for a person to wake up from sleep. So the dreamer is only the first step. The next few days will be the beginning of the fun. That night, Yang had the same dream as last night. The scene in the dream had changed, but the woman he rolled with remained the same. This situation made him wonder, did he and Sun Yujiao have been in love for a long time? Yang is the protagonist after all, having the same dream for 2 consecutive days made him suspicious. During the daytime of the 3rd day, Sun Yujiao took the initiative to ask Ying to go out hunting monsters with him. Along the way, Sun Yujiao took the initiative to find topics, and was always thinking about Yang. Brother Yang, are you hungry? Brother Yang, let me wipe off your sweat for you. Brother Yang, the road ahead is too dangerous, let me help you take a look first. Brother Yang. Sun Yujiao kept booing and inquiring, which made Yang feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yang didn't dream that night. This made him dispel a lot of doubts. But this dream only stopped for 1 day, and it came again on the 4th night. The dream appeared 3 times in total. The first time he was puzzled, the second time he was surprised, but this 3rd time he still didn't refuse. On the 5th night, when Yang was about to go to bed, Sun Yujiao came to his room with a bottle of Lafite and 2 red wine glasses. Brother Yang, I got a nice bottle of red wine, can you have a drink with me? If it was 5 days ago, Yang would definitely refuse without hesitation. But in just 5 days, he dreamed 3 nights that he was having sex with this woman. Coupled with Sun Yujiao's greetings to him during the day, he was too embarrassed to refuse. So. Okay, come in. Really? That would be wonderful. Hearing Yang's words, Sun Yujiao was very happy, and quickly turned around and closed the door. Sitting opposite Yang, she put the red wine glass on the table. Then he pulled out the cork of the red wine bottle and poured Yang a glass first. Brother Yang, thank you for being willing to drink with me, this is yours. After saying this, Sun Yujiao poured herself another cup. Come on, cheers. The two picked up the wine glasses and chatted without saying a word. Yang didn't care either, and after chatting for a few words, he took a sip of the red wine. Next second. Ding, an unknown drug was detected in the wine, please stop drinking immediately. Ding, an unknown drug was detected in the wine, please stop drinking immediately. 2 consecutive system prompts made Yang stunned, and then his eyes became cold. Sun Yujiao, you did what happened these few days, right? What's the matter? Seeing Yang's sudden change of attitude, Sun Yujiao was also a little confused. Pretend, keep pretending. Yang sneered, don't tell me, you just came to drink with me today. Sun Yujiao hesitated to speak, but was interrupted by Yang disdainfully before finishing her sentence. Don't bother with that scheming, it's impossible for the 2 of us. Although I don't know what method you used, but no matter what, I don't like a bus like you. Yang, you are too much. Hearing Yang's words, Sun Yujiao's voice also turned cold. She was able to keep a male pet in her own base, so she was naturally not a kind person. At this time Yang scolded the bus, of course she couldn't accept it. Am I too much? Is it not too much for you to poison the wine? Yang still sneered disdainfully, okay, get out of there quickly, if it wasn't for Boss Chu's face, I would have killed you with your act of poisoning. Poisoned? I didn't. Sun Yujiao explained, but Yang didn't believe it at all. Whether you have it or not, please leave my room now. Yang you. Yang, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to treat Yujiao like this? Sun Yujiao was about to say something, when a young man's displeased voice rang out. Then, Lu walked in slowly. Qin Yu. Sun Yujiao was stunned. Yang frowned, who let you in? He wondered why the guards he had arranged let Lu in at this time. But now he didn't have time to think too much. No one asked me to come in, I wanted to come in myself. Lu generously admitted, and I'm not afraid to tell you, I put the poison in the wine. You. That's right, Yujiao likes you, why don't you want to? You're just a dick. It's good if a woman likes you. After Lu finished speaking, he looked at Sun Yujiao, Yu Jiao, I've already dealt with the guards outside for you, and now there are only 3 of us left here. If he didn't drink, then use force directly. Chapter 384 System, save me quickly. The beast tide is over. After paying an extremely heavy price, human beings realized the importance of the team. But it is not something that can be done in 3 or 2 days if you want to fully unite. After all, the beast tide is just ending, not all monsters disappearing. There are more monsters in the city than before because of the beast tide. So Yang wants to take revenge, he needs to clean up these monsters first. As a protagonist, his reflexes are quick. Through the system's feedback, I learned that Sun Yujiao had poisoned the wine, and then through Sun Yujiao's act of poisoning, I thought of the dream of the past 2 days. After all the answers were ready to come out, his dislike for Sun Yujiao reached an unprecedented level. This woman is really annoying. Actually in your own base, trying to calculate yourself, if it wasn't for Cangyun. But when he was driving Sun Yujiao out, Liu suddenly appeared. Seeing Liu appear, both of them were a little surprised. But after hearing Liu's words, Sun Yujiao's heart was about to move. Why does she keep a male pet? In addition to the fact that she can improve her strength by doing that kind of thing, the biggest reason is that she has the attributes of a queen. A queen is a creature that likes to make men submit. She really likes the feeling of stepping that man under her feet. Wanting to conquer Yang is also because Yang is handsome and strong enough. The stronger a man is, the more he can arouse the desire in her heart. This kind of feeling is like some men like to conquer pungent women. She didn't directly use force against Yang before, not because she really liked Yang, but because she was not Yang's opponent. Hard ones won't work, only soft ones. But now, in the memory that Liu implanted in her, he was a very strong male best friend. The two work together, maybe they can really subdue him? Sun Yujiao, how dare you! Sensing the cruelty in Sun Yujiao's eyes, Yang gave a cold shout. Why don't you dare? Liu took over the conversation. Yujiao, everyone is watching how you treat Yang during this time. Didn't it mean that women chase men's interlayer yarn? But look at how Yang treats you. He looks down on you from the beginning to the end. If you want to get him, there is no other way but to use force. You're right. Sun Yujiao looked at Yang. Yang, you forced me to do this. After saying this, Sun Yujiao rushed towards Yang with an afterimage. She had already been hypnotized and brainwashed by Liu, but when she heard what Liu said, she suddenly felt very reasonable. I have treated Yang like this, and Yang is not willing to compromise. It proves that the other party knows about his affairs, and will not accept softness, and looks down on him from the bottom of his heart. So, either give up on your own initiative, or resolve it directly by force. But how could I give up so easily? In her Sun Yujiao's mind, all men are the same. With her good looks, what man can't be attracted to? So Yang must win. Oh shit! At this moment, Yang wanted to tear up Liu's annoying mouth, but Sun Yujiao was not weak. It was impossible for him to deal with Liu before Sun Yujiao was dealt with, so he had to bite the bullet and meet Sun Yujiao first. What level is Yang now? Physical strength is the first level of dark gold. Don't think this level is low. You must know that monsters above gold began to appear one after another after the second fluctuation of the Earth's space. Most of the top powerhouses before this are at the level of gold beginners. Moreover, ordinary gold level awakeners do not have weapons at hand, so it is difficult to defeat mutant beasts of the same level. If the monsters are a group, it is even more useless to play. So Yang can be at the current level, which is enough to stand out from the crowd. The physical strength of the dark gold level, plus the skills, abilities and weapons and equipment opened in the treasure chest. No matter how strong the opponent is, he still has the strength to fight. Although Sun Yujiao is also very strong, how can she be Yang's opponent? In the small space of this room, Yang caught him within a few rounds. Sun Yujiao, you are looking for death. At this time, he clasped Sun Yujiao's wrist and strangled Sun Yujiao's neck. His voice was also extremely cold. To be honest, he really wanted to kill the woman in front of him. But the remaining rationality told him that he couldn't do this. Otherwise, they would lose Chu as an ally and gain Chu as an enemy. Qin Yu, you still don't do anything. Sun Yujiao didn't ask Yang, but hurriedly shouted at Liu. She knew that she was not Yang's opponent, and she was able to deal with Yang because of Liu. Now that he was trapped, Liu was actually watching a show by the side. Come here, Yang. How can you be rough on such a beautiful woman? Are you still a man? While talking, Liu quietly took out 3 small silver needles. Fuck you, I don't need you to teach me whether I'm a man or not. Is it? The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and then, as if he had discovered something, he looked at the corner of the living room in surprise. What do you see over there? Seeing Lu's exaggerated acting skills, Ye Yang originally wanted to say, this kind of fluffy trick still wants to lie to me? But his strength is not weak, and he felt the spatial fluctuations on the side, and subconsciously looked over there. In the corner of the living room, a dark space crack opened. A black panther covered in pitch black emerged from a crack in space. Roar! After the black light leopard appeared, it rushed towards Ye Yang. Fuck! As soon as Ye Yang's complexion changed, he subconsciously wanted to dodge. But the narrow space is really not conducive to performance. If there is no other way, we can only let go of Sun Yujiao first. The moment he let go of Sun Yujiao, 3 tiny silver needles followed. It was already night at this time, and Sun Yujiao's attack and the Black Panther's surprise attack had already attracted most of his attention. These 3 silver needles were released by Liu using the full level of hidden weapon proficiency. Under such circumstances, the General Strong can't hide at all. But who is Ye Yang? That is the son of luck. Although he doesn't have crystal nucleus fitness, but he can open treasure chests. Those treasure chests have everything in them, so he still has the protagonist's standard skill of danger perception. But just when he wanted to dodge without seeing him, he suddenly felt unable to move his body. Puff puff. After a short thought, 3 silver needles pierced his body. His body also regained the ability to move at this moment. How is this going? Ye Yang gritted his teeth and quickly pressed the switch of the liquid metal suit. At the same time, he threw out a long knife, forcing Sun Yujiao and the Black Panther back. Silver needles are very thin. After piercing the body, Ye Yang didn't even feel pain, but he didn't believe that Liu's attack would be so simple. Bastard, what did you do to me? You'll find out later. Sensing the playful smile on the corner of Liu's mouth, Ye Yang felt bad, and wanted to flee the scene and call his subordinates. But how could Sun Yujiao and the Black Light Leopard give him this chance? The two sides fought briefly twice, and Ye Yang felt that his body was a little hot and weak. System? System. Yes, host. Why didn't you help me block his attack just now? Ding, the host's life was not detected to be in danger, and the defense device could not be activated. My Nima. Ye Yang, as I said, you are mine tonight. Impossible. Ye Yang shouted angrily word by word, but his body became weaker and weaker. You can't escape my palm. Ye Yang still wanted to say something, but in the end he gave up and could only speak quickly in his heart. System, save me. Ding, the host's life was not detected to be in danger, and the defense device could not be activated. Ye Yang, I hit your mother. Chapter 385 Puppet. The protagonist is a magical species. Not only has great strength, but also has unparalleled potential, and even luck given by God. However, in this world, although there are a large number of these protagonists, they are all unique in their respective plots. According to the division of Liu's system, they can be roughly divided into 2 categories. Normal protagonist and hidden protagonist. Normally, the protagonist will definitely be an enemy of Liu, it's either you die or I die. The hidden protagonist is the kind where Liu can choose the relationship at will. Of course. Regardless of the normal protagonist, or the hidden protagonist. It doesn't matter whether these protagonists are native, reborn, transmigrated, or have a system. They don't necessarily appear in previous lives. For example, Ye Bai, who picks up attributes, and Zhang Xiaodong, who is in the live broadcast system. Although one of them belongs to the hidden protagonist and the other belongs to the normal protagonist. But in the past lives of Chu Feng and Luo Kekai, neither of them existed. It was as if they were arranged by God to travel here and deliberately make enemies with Liu. Obviously it shouldn't exist, but it's here. And it's not just the 2 of them who traversed, it's also true for Lin Feng, the reborn. The other reborns were reborn before the end of the world, only he was arranged after the end of the world. All kinds of signs can show that Liu was targeted by God. But Liu doesn't care about these things now, he only knows that those who follow will prosper, and those who go against will perish. Ye Yang is an enemy of the Liu family, so he will kill Ye Yang himself. Even if the other party is the protagonist of the system, I have to find ways to kill him. At this time, in Ye Yang's room, the sofa, curtains, and quilt were all ignited by fireballs under the fighting of the 3 of them. It was about to cause a huge fire, but none of the 3 people and 1 leopard in the room went to put out the fire. Ye Yang's strength is very strong, but it's a pity he couldn't kill Sun Yujiao. So it is not particularly difficult for Liu to plot against him. Psychic control and silver needle for poisoning. The poison in red wine is the same as in silver needles. It was Liu who asked the pharmacist at Nangongling base to extract it from the mouth of a water-poisoned toad. Although the higher the level of physical enhancement, the higher the resistance to poison. But Liu didn't want to poison him down, but just let his blood stagnate, and it was easy to cause some weakness and fainting effects. Sun Yujiao, Do you know the consequences of doing this? Feeling that his body was getting weaker and weaker, Yang supported the long knife on the ground and gritted his teeth. With his current physical condition, it is almost impossible to escape by himself. But the system is not good enough. So he could only curse Sun Yujiao while cursing the garbage system in his heart. Consequences? What are the consequences? Sleeping with you is the biggest consequence. Seeing that Yang's body was a little weak, Sun Yujiao raised a triumphant smile. Don't worry, I will treat you well in the future. You. Qin Yu, help me control it again, and I can completely make him lose his ability to resist. No problem. Hearing this, Liu also laughed. Sun Yujiao is not a master on the master list, but her strength is not bad at all. Before those cold weapon souls rose up, her strength was even higher than that of Lang Tianlin. You two dogs and men, I will make you regret it. Seeing Sun Yujiao disappearing again, Yang gritted his teeth and resisted in panic. With his strength, he could easily crush Sun Yujiao. But now he has been poisoned by the water poison toad. Sun Yujiao can easily dodge Yang's long sword and supernatural attacks. Plus Liu's control. Regret? You'd better talk about it after tonight. Call. Sun Yujiao dodged Yang's attacks a few times, and a few dodged in front of him, and blew a puff of pink smoke into his face. This is not a foul breath, but the smoke that comes from Sun Yujiao's mouth. The effect of this smoke fascination is somewhat similar to that of the tentacle monster's slime. It's just that the slime of the tentacle monster is specially aimed at girls. And Sun Yujiao's ability was specifically aimed at men. Any man who inhales this fragrance will first lose his resistance, and then become crazily obsessed with her body in a short period of time. It just fits with her own abilities. Originally, Yang was usually very vigilant, so it was impossible to give her this chance. But now... Boom! Under the conspiracy of the two, Yang fell under Sun Yujiao's pomegranate skirt in less than a moment. Qin Yu, thank you very much. Seeing Yang lying on the ground weakly, Sun Yujiao raised a charming smile. This man was finally dealt with by himself. You're welcome, take him to the next room to play slowly, and I'll deal with his subordinates. Liu said indifferently, the fire here is so big, they should come up soon. It is good. Hearing Liu's words, Sun Yujiao no longer hesitated, and directly hugged Princess Yang. System, save me. At this time, Yang couldn't move his body, and it was difficult to speak, but the most basic consciousness was still there. He frantically called to the system in his heart, hoping that the system could save him. But in this rubbish system, there is only one sentence. It is not detected that the host's life is in danger, and the defense device cannot be activated. Oh no. One more sentence this time. The function of the system is only to assist the host to become stronger, such trivial matters are not within the scope of this system. Go to your mother's garbage system, what use do I want you to be? Yang cursed angrily in his heart, wanting to cry but without tears, with a look of despair. But when Sun Yujiao led him out of the room, his subordinates rushed over. There were more than a dozen people bustling around, each holding a weapon and full of energy. At first glance, it is nothing ordinary. Boss! Boss, what's the situation? Boss Yat, what happened here? Seeing these subordinates of his own, Yang seemed to grasp at straws. The usual sloppy guys are so pleasing to his eyes at this moment. It's a pity that Liu spent so much effort, how could he give them a chance to rescue? Before he asked for help, Liu spoke first. What are you guys doing here? Have you never seen a couple fighting? As soon as Liu said this, these subordinates took a closer look at Yang. Seeing Yang lying in Sun Yujiao's arms, looking weak, one or two immediately understood. I'm sorry, boss, we didn't mean to. Excuse me, sister-in-law, you go on, go on. What are you still doing? Hurry up and put out the fire. Oh, yes, put out the fire, he. They all knew that Sun Yujiao liked Yang, and they also noticed the affection between Sun Yujiao and Yangziu these days. They were not surprised at all when such a thing happened. At this time, the smoke that Yang inhaled had already begun to take effect. The whole person was immersed in Sun Yujiao's beauty. Therefore, his subordinates did not ask any further questions, and quickly started to fight the fire. Looking at the back of Sun Yujiao walking into the room with Yang in his arms, Liu smiled. Beautiful puppet, a power that only women can awaken. Any man who has had sex with this woman will fall in love with this woman irrationally, and cannot extricate himself. Note, this ability will lose its effect 72 hours after the relationship. The protagonist of the system has become a puppet? He, let's see how you play. Chapter 386 Nangongling and number 039, S seal is broken. Lu's villain's eyes can already see the personal attributes of human beings with a 75% betrayal rate. This rate of betrayal, except for those who had a grudge against Lu and those who were born bad, ordinary awakened people could not reach this value at all. No matter how vigilant they are, they cannot escape Lu's eyes. So when they met for the first time, Lu knew about Sun Yujiao's ability. This ability is so special that even Lu is not sure if he can block it. Turn the opponent into a puppet for 72 hours? This Nima. You know, the 72 hours here does not mean only 72 hours, but 72 hours after the relationship. In other words, as long as it is guaranteed to have a relationship with the other party within 3 days, this puppet effect will always exist. Sun Yujiao's awakened ability has specially strengthened the ability of men and women, and her needs in this area are countless times more than ordinary women. Let alone 3 days, even if she doesn't do it for a day, she will feel uncomfortable all over. Otherwise, Lu Bo, who is at the beginning of gold, wouldn't be turned into an empty young master by her. Honey, ha 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 ha, obediently be my slave. In Sun Yujiao's boudoir next door. Looking at Ye Yang, who was no longer weak but was extremely infatuated with her, Sun Yujiao laughed unscrupulously. It's not a day or two since she wanted to get Ye Yang. At this time, she got her wish, and of course she was elated. So this night, Sun Yujiao turned Ye Yang's dream into reality, and the whole room was filled with the smell of love between the two. That special breathing sound continued intermittently all night. Lu didn't ask them. After he retired, he went to the residential area near the exit of the base, and found a place to live in. The next morning, when it was just dawn, he disappeared in Ye Yang's base. He didn't kill Ye Yang directly. Because Ye Yang is not only a protagonist, but also a system protagonist. In addition, Lu believed from the beginning to the end that a villain who only knows how to be tough with his own strength is not a qualified villain. Even if it is, it can only be regarded as a little villain with no force and no thought. The real villain is the existence who hides behind the scenes and makes plans before moving, and plays with the protagonist in the palm of his hand. Therefore, when dealing with the protagonist, Lu was not only very cautious, but also would never use his own weapon when borrowing someone else's knife. I want to ask if Sun Yujiao can control Ye Yang? Of course not. If it is an ordinary person, there is indeed no way to escape from Sun Yujiao's palm. But Ye Yang is not an ordinary person. He is not only the protagonist, but also the protagonist of the system. If it is really so easy to kneel, then he is not worthy of being the protagonist of this system. On the morning when Sun Yujiao slept with Ye Yang. Ye Yang, I'm thirsty, go and get me a glass of water. Sun Yujiao sat on the edge of the bed, like a queen, and stepped on Ye Yang's shoulders with her beautiful legs in black silk. In her hand, she also held a leather whip. The tone of his speech was condescending, obviously he was used to the current scene. It's your lady queen. At this time, Ye Yang had lost his sanity and was lying in front of Sun Yujiao like a dog. Hearing Sun Yujiao's words, he couldn't resist at all. But just when he was about to get up to pour water, the foot on his shoulder suddenly exerted too more force. Wait a minute. Sun Yujiao's voice was cold, did I make you stand up? Ye Yang, climb over for me. As soon as Sun Yujiao said this, Ye Yang's brain suddenly became more clear. He should have been extremely obedient, but a system prompt suddenly flashed in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has lost control of consciousness, and the defense device is activated. I'm talking to you, but you can't hear me. Seeing that Ye Yang was motionless, Sun Yujiao was furious, I'll let you. Give me. Climb over. Snapped. Sun Yujiao gritted her teeth and paused every word. After saying this sentence, she threw a whip on Ye Yang's body. The whip was so powerful that it instantly left a bloodstain on Ye Yang's body. But Ye Yang still didn't respond. Seeing this, Sun Yujiao was taken aback for a moment, and then became even more angry. Ye Yang, you are my slave now, whatever I ask you to do, you have to do. If you dare to be disobedient, then I can only beat you until you are obedient. Snapped. As Sun Yujiao said, she threw a second whip at Ye Yang. At the beginning, the man enslaved by her might indeed be disobedient. But she is already familiar with this kind of thing. No matter how wild and unruly a man is, after being whipped a few times by her, he will be honest. But Sun Yujiao never expected that when she finished the second whip and was about to whip the third whip, the whip in his hand will be firmly held by the other party. Yo, dare to resist. Seeing this scene, Sun Yujiao was not surprised but delighted, he, as expected of the man I like, after being with me, he can still do it. Sun Yujiao, I told you you would regret it. Before Sun Yujiao could finish speaking, she was interrupted mercilessly by Ye Yang's cold voice. Before Sun Yujiao could react. Boom. Ye Yang kicked Sun Yujiao in the chest with a shadowless kick. This kick was so fast and powerful that it directly sent Sun Yujiao flying and hit the wall of the room. The terrifying impact force cracked the concrete wall of the room. Puff. After Sun Yujiao landed, she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she had time to make other actions, Ye Yang had already appeared in front of her. Next second. Boom. Ye Yang pinched her throat and lifted her up, hitting the concrete wall. Feeling the powerful force coming from her neck and the killing intent in Ye Yang's eyes, Sun Yujiao's face was full of disbelief. How come? You didn't. Go to hell. No, you can't kill me, you still have my brother. Sun Yujiao's voice stopped abruptly again, because the magma in Ye Yang's hand had already burned her neck. Boom. Sun Yujiao was thrown aside by Ye Yang like a dead dog. You violated my bottom line, don't talk about your brother, even if the King of Heaven comes, you will die today. Looking at Sun Yujiao, whose head was separated from the ground and was ignited by the magma. Ye Yang's voice was cold, and his heart was full of anger. As a protagonist who hates evil, how could he allow himself to be subjected to such humiliation? Even if this person is Chu Yun's younger sister. Come on. Boss. Hearing Ye Yang's cold drink, several subordinates quickly appeared in the room. It was just the scene in front of them that surprised them. They looked at Sun Yujiao's body on the ground, and then at Ye Yang who was full of anger. Everyone was stunned. Old. Boss. How is this going? Your account, I will settle with you later. Ye Yang glanced at his subordinates, suppressed his anger and said, where's Sun Yujiao's best friend? He left. Gone. Yes, he left early in the morning, and we don't know exactly where he went. This bastard. Ye Yang gritted his teeth, let the brothers be alert immediately, if he dares to come back, catch him as soon as possible. Yes. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Leng's base. In the living room of Nangongling Villa. Liu took a sip of the tea made by his servant, and said calmly, although this Sun Yujiao likes to raise men, she still has a good relationship with her brother Cangyun. If Sun Yujiao dies, then Ye Yang and Chu Yun will definitely turn against each other, and will just reap the benefits. If Sun Yujiao survives by chance, there is absolutely no possibility of Ye Yang and Chu Yun cooperating again. At that time, it will be easier for us to sow dissension or defeat them one by one. Looking at the eloquent man in front of him, Nangongling who was sitting opposite him wearing a red cheongsam had a complicated expression. I'm very glad that I'm no longer your enemy, otherwise I really don't know how I died. Hehe, it's good that you know. By the way, you shouldn't be going back tonight, right? What happened? Are you going to ignore me after you unlock my seal? This Nima, I can't stand it a bit. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 387 Sun Yujiao and Number 039, S Dream. Nangongling and Leng Aotian lived apart for more than 20 years. Although adult men and women should have their own needs, but for the benefit of both families, she can only forget this idea. When you really can't stand it, you can solve it yourself. As a result, she, who hadn't played with a man for more than 20 years, was suddenly played by Liu. This feeling is like a boy who has been single for 20 years and is suddenly broken by another woman. It's simply haunting. In other words, Nangongling seemed to be fine during this time, but every night, the scene of that night could be recalled in her mind. Hehe, I just found out today that Madam is such a proactive woman. I don't want to take the initiative either. Nangongling admitted generously, but now Leng Aotian is dead. I hand over my body and soul to you again. If you don't come to me, I will only be alone for the rest of my life. Unless I am willing to never touch men for the rest of my life, it will only be a matter of time before I find you. Well, you're right, I just have something to do, and I want to talk to you, madam, all night long. Hearing Liu's words, Nangongling's eyes lit up, wishing it would be night soon. But she is a very sensible woman, she just thought for a moment before speaking. Then I'll go to the base first, and let the kitchen prepare dinner for you by the way. Yes. Liu waved his hand casually. Wait for me. After saying this, Nangongling got up and left the living room of the villa stepping on her high heels. Looking at the back of the Cheongsam woman leaving, Liu also smiled. What could be more fulfilling for a man than being the hostess of a large family? There must be. But definitely very rare. If it hadn't been for the consideration of Nangongling's image in the base, Liu could have executed her on the spot just now. But now he has no shortage of women, and he is not as anxious as before. He just thought about it for a few seconds before turning his mind back to Ye Yang. During this period of time, although Nangongling has upgraded the live ball, the current limit distance from Nangongling is 10 kilometers, but the base of Leng's family is at least kilometers away from Ye Yang's base in the northeast direction. Therefore, if Liu wants to grasp the movement of Ye Yang base, he still has to rely on other methods. Forget it, let's wait for news from the dreamer. Liu put his hands on his head, lying comfortably on the sofa, and said with a satisfied face. Liu was not surprised that Ye Yang was able to break free from Sun Yujiao's shackles. After all, Ye Yang is the protagonist of the system. If you can't even break free from this kind of power, how can you still be the protagonist of Mao's system? Liu's original purpose was to let Sun Yujiao try it out. It would be good if he could control Ye Yang, but if he couldn't, it would also make Ye Yang and Chu Yun turn against each other. Anyway, Liu will not lose no matter what. As for Sun Yujiao's life, who cares? Therefore, when he left the dreamer in a shadowy location near Ye Yang's base. Let it monitor Ye Yang for him. This thing is similar to Xiao Xiu's avatar, it is not easy to be perceived, and it can pass through walls, but it is a little afraid of strong light. Only at night can I run out for activities. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, the black light leopard came out from the space crack. Help me watch, I'll take a break. After the beast tide ended, the awakened ones began to lead other humans to rebuild the base. With the help of Liu, Nanggongling found the hidden enemy Cangyun. Now that she has found the person behind the scenes, and now has Liu behind her back, she doesn't need to hide anything anymore. He directly took Caroline, Sword Master Fenglei, and his son Lang Tianlin to start rectifying the base. Either expel or win over. The kind of traitor who is a spy and a guy who disturbs the morale of the army directly kills the chickens and monkeys. Relying on the prestige accumulated by the Lang family and the Nanggong family in the past, she quickly grasped the core strength of this base. Just when Nanggongling was rectifying the base, it was located in a high-end residential area close to the city center. A group of men are drinking and celebrating. Alcohol is not uncommon before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, ordinary people can't drink this stuff at all. Ha ha ha, boss. I offer you a toast. I wish the boss will become stronger and stronger, and dominate the magic city as soon as possible. Boss, I also wish you that you will realize your ambition as soon as possible. One of them, a man with a greasy face and glasses, was laughing and raising his glass to toast a man in his 30s. Seeing the man with glasses toast, the others also followed suit. The middle-aged man who was toasted by everyone was in his 30s. The facial features are handsome, and the face is white and beardless. He looks younger than the average uncle, but more mature than the boy. At this time, when he heard the flattery from everyone, he couldn't help but smiled and raised his wine glass. Hee, brothers, you are welcome, come on, let's do one first. After saying this, several people raised their glasses and drank the beer in their hands. Several, when it comes to unifying the magic capital, I'm afraid it's not that easy. After drinking a glass of wine, the man continued to speak, the strong in this world have their own strong players. Although the chess pieces we arranged in the Lengjia base have played a role, there is no news about the chess pieces in other bases. And the more people there are in the base, the more problems will arise. Food, jobs, defense, these are all problems we need to face. Boss. Everything is difficult at the beginning, we can take our time, now even Lang Aotian, the richest man in Xia Kingdom, has been solved by us, what else is impossible? One of the subordinates said with a smile. Yes, boss. Another person echoed, now the Lang family base has no leader, only one Nanggongling is left who can barely manage the overall situation. I also have a certain understanding of this woman, Nanggongling. Her ability to handle affairs is indeed good, but her own strength is not particularly strong. After a while, we will cooperate internally and externally, and we will be able to easily grasp this base in our hands. Old Five is right, don't talk about the Lang family base, even that woman Nanggongling belongs to you. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. Not bad. Come, let's have another drink for our bright future. Cheers. Everyone happily clinked glasses with each other, looking forward to a bright future together. Obviously, this is Boss Chu's base. And that handsome man with white face and beardless is Chu Yun, the #1 expert in the future demon city. In the peaceful world, most men who advocated force had imagined that if they were born in troubled times, they would definitely be no worse than those ancient princes in troubled times. He is no exception. Chu Yun was originally a professional thug, but after awakening her powerful strength, she began to swell. When he realized that he was very powerful, he had the idea of unifying the magic capital and becoming the emperor of the land. However, it is not easy to unify the demons, not only need to gather a lot of talents, but also get a lot of information from other bases. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Therefore, a long time ago, he placed his own spies and assassins in the surrounding bases. It was impossible for assassins like him to come in handy at Leng's base. But Liu accepted Luo Kekai and crippled Lang Tianlin. Lin Feng also seriously injured Nanggong Bo and Lang Aotian, and injured many core members of the Lang family and Nanggong family. All kinds of coincidences connected together changed the fate of Leng's family and changed his fate. That night, Chu Yun went back to her room after eating and drinking, and fell asleep after activities until 11 or 12 o'clock. That night, he had a dream. I dreamed that my sister was lying on the ground covered in blood, crying for help from him. Brother, I died so badly. I'm not reconciled, I'm not reconciled. That bastard Ye Yang killed me, that bastard Ye Yang killed me, you must avenge me. You must avenge me. At the same time, the Lang family base. Inside Nangongling's room. The sound of rapid breathing reached Lu's ears. Master, how do you know that Sun Yujiao is dead? Lu threw out a neck ring. Put it on and I'll tell you again. Chapter 388, Either you die or I die. Awakening of Masochism. Most of this ability needs to be abused for a long time to awaken. But when the memory is deep, only one time is enough. Nangongling obviously belongs to the latter. After getting an affirmative answer from Lu, she emptied out the servants and guards in the villa when she came back, and even Lang Tianlin was driven to Nangongbo's residence by her. There was no one around, and the two of them could play to their heart's content. The collar, is black, and there is a bell hanging on it, the kind that hangs around a cat's neck. The room is very soundproof, not afraid of being heard. The sound of the bell continued intermittently throughout the night in the villa room. The kitchen, living room, bathroom, sofa, there are traces of the two fighting everywhere. As for why Lu knew that Sun Yujiao was dead? Of course it is the masterpiece of the dreamer. If you want to enter someone else's dream and create a dream that can affect reality, you must first find the weakness of the dreamer. If you can't even read the memory hidden in the depths of your heart, what kind of dreamer is it? Therefore, the dreamer who stayed at Yang base before, after reading the scenes that Yang's younger brothers experienced in the morning, passed the news to Cangyun through dreams. In this way, Lu can complete the feat of sowing dissension without even showing his face. So that's it. Then we'll just sit and watch the show. Almost, hand over the base to Nangongbo and your son temporarily, you follow me, I need your live broadcast ball to help me monitor in real time. The effect of the live broadcast ball is similar to that of the invisible drone on Lu's chariot. But it is more advanced than stealth drones. Because this thing can not only fly, stealth, camera, but also immune to attack. With this thing, the next thing is simple. This morning, Chu Yu woke up from her sleep. Due to the strength of Ye Yang's base, he has a good relationship with Ye Yang. So even if he knew that his sister was in the Ye Yang base, he never worried about her not being able to survive the beast horde. Didn't expect it till now. Although it was just a dream, the clear scene in the dream made him have to think more. And for the next 2 days, this dream will torture him in different ways. The first time he had this dream, he was just puzzled. I think it's just a coincidence, no matter how real the dream is, it's just a dream. The second time was a surprise. Because it is very unscientific to have the same dream for 2 consecutive days. After the third time, he couldn't sit still anymore. Come on. Boss. Gather a few good players, prepare enough weapons and food, and follow me to Ye Yang's base. Cangyun's base is nearly kilometers away from Ye Yang's base. So just in case, you need to prepare supplies when you go out. Yes. The subordinates left respectfully, and in less than a moment, Chu Yun took the weapon and left the base with the subordinates. In the afternoon of the same day, on the other side of the base in the northeast direction of Shanghai. Although Ye Yang knew that after he killed Sun Yujiao, not only would all his previous efforts be in vain, but he would also lose Chu Yun, his ally. But he didn't really care. Because the character of the protagonist is like this, once you get angry, who the hell cares about your consequences? If Sun Yujiao violated his bottom line, she must die. The coming of the Heavenly King and Lao Tzu will not change this result. So on the day Sun Yujiao died, he was already thinking about other countermeasures. Fortunately, the protagonist's luck is better than ordinary people. On the second day, he met a man named Chen Wei in the east of Shanghai. This man's weapon is an axe. Not only is he a base boss, but he is also extremely powerful in combat. After the two hit it off, they had an idea for each other. Chen Wei avenges Ye Yang, and Ye Yang helps Chen Wei become the king of Shanghai. Brother Ye, the Lu family you are talking about is the Lu family in the base of the villa area in the north of the city. On the city wall of the base in the northeast direction, Chen Wei looked at Ye Yang beside him and said slowly. Chen Wei's figure is very burly, and he belongs to the same type of man as Wei Jianjun. Hearing Chen Wei's words, Ye Yang looked puzzled. That's right. Brother Chen knows them. I don't know each other, but I just heard from a friend that there is a very strong young man in that base. I've heard of this too. Ye Yang nodded slightly, but you don't have to worry, now the enemy is open and we are dark, they just have a few more powerful mutant beasts, it's no big deal, as long as you and I work together to solve them, it won't be easy. He has a young man named Peng Bing under his command. This young man was once the captain of the Beast Soul General Tan Ji. Although he had never met Lu, He heard that Tan Ji was killed by a young man from the Lu family. So he knew some information about Lu. Right. When Chen Wei heard this, he couldn't help but wonder if they were referring to the same person. But at this time, he didn't want to ask too many questions, so he had to find an opportunity to investigate the situation first. But when the two chatted about each other and were about to go back to the base for a drink to strengthen their friendship with their allies, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in their line of sight. The leader is the man who has a good relationship with Yang Chu-yun. After the beast tide ended, Yang's direction of cleaning up the monsters was always moving towards Chu-yun's side. It was almost time to get through, so it wouldn't take much time for Chu-yun to come over. Yang frowned when he saw Chu-yun brought more than a dozen people to the city wall below the base. Although he sensed something was wrong, he still greeted him calmly. Boss Chu? Why are you here? Aren't you welcome? Hehe, what did Boss Chu say? How could I not welcome it? Yang said with a smile, just right, Brother Chen is also here, let me introduce you to each other. The two sides did not directly tear their skins apart, but pretended to be false first. Boss Chu was not in a hurry, and only after entering Yang's base did he speak. You don't need to introduce anything. I came here today to look for my sister. I haven't seen her for a long time. You let her come out to see me. Hey? This. Yang was at a loss for words, obviously he didn't expect Chu-yun to come so directly. Did that boyfriend know something, then go back and report the news? How can this be? That boyfriend left before he killed Sun Yujiao, and never came back. How could he know that he killed Sun Yujiao? What? My sister won't have any accidents, will she? Boss Chu, my condolences. Hearing Yang's words, Chu-yun's eyes instantly turned cold. Did something happen to my sister? Not bad. You killed it. I killed it, but for a reason. Fuck you, Yang. Chu-yun shouted angrily, interrupting Yang, I treat you as a brother, you kill my sister. Brother Chu, listen to my explanation. Excuse me, even if my sister is wrong in every way, she should be educated by me as an older brother. Why do you kill her? Chu-yun was burning with anger, and after saying this, he took a deep breath, and his voice became extremely cold. Stop talking nonsense, Yang, draw your sword. We are one-on-one, today either you die or I die. Chapter 389 Yang vs Chu-yun. Among all the cold weapons, which weapon is the most difficult for ordinary people to use? Is it a 9-section whip, is it a Maythorn, or a meteor hammer? This issue may be somewhat controversial. But what weapon is best to use is certainly not in dispute. Knife. It is not only moderate in weight and powerful, but also simple in moves and very quick to get started. Even ordinary people can quickly master its use. After all, in modern society, the knife for murder has never been used, and the kitchen knife has never been used. So Yang and Chu-yun's weapons are both knives. Yang used the knife because he opened the box and got a gold-level ring-shouldered sword and a high-level sword technique. And Chu-yun used the knife because of his awakened ability. At this time, Chu-yun was entrusted by her sister in a dream, and came to ask Yang if she killed her sister. Yang could have found an excuse, saying that the other party's sister was killed by a monster, not by himself. But let's not talk about whether Chu-yun will be stupid enough to believe her own words. Just because Sun Yujiao had an accident at this base, she has an inescapable responsibility. Most of the brothers are safe and sound, only Sun Yujiao died? Would Chu-yun believe this kind of nonsense? So Chu-yun needs to vent his anger, and Yang can't sit still. After thinking for a while, he directly and generously admitted. Chu-yun, do you have to fight? Yang's face also turned cold when he saw Chu-yun walk to a safe distance to draw his sword. Although he did kill Sun Yujiao, the reason was that Sun Yujiao violated his bottom line. If it wasn't for Sun Yujiao who wanted to control herself with her body, how could he kill her? It's a pity that Chu-yun didn't want to listen to his explanation at all, so she gritted her teeth and said. Pull. Knife. After saying this, he grabbed the void directly. A gold-threaded big ring knife appeared in his hand. You. Seeing Chu-yun took out his weapon, Yang also became angry. Okay, very good, we didn't decide the winner last time, let's make a decision this time, come on. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Yang's aura also shot up instantly. Terrifying energy surrounds his body, his clothes and hair move without wind. The people around quickly moved aside, making room for the two to fight. One-on-one heads-up sounds a little ridiculous. But sometimes, it is the best way to resolve conflicts. Why did the ancient military generals have so many soldiers under their command, fighting against the opposing generals? Because no matter how cheap a soldier's life is, it is also cultivated by their respective masters. They have a mind of their own. If it is just for some personal grievances, let them go to fight with the other side's army, which soldier cannot think too much. What's more, the survivors of the base are not their soldiers. Yang and Chu Yun were originally friends, and both of them have strong combat effectiveness. Chu Yun wanted to use force to solve the problem one-on-one with Yang, and it was not easy for others to intervene, nor could they. Chu Yun was able to be ranked first in the combat power list of the Magic City, so naturally she would not be a fool. When I was young, I worshipped under a master, learned all kinds of cold weapons, and grew up to be a professional thug. His own strength, coupled with the awakened ability, has made him the #1 in the future Magic City. And Yang, although he is the protagonist, his future strength must be higher than that of Chu Yun, but he was a dick before the end of the world. At this time, he is still in the developmental stage. Being able to draw with Chu Yun also depends entirely on system strengthening. Therefore, in this battle between the two sides, who will win and who will lose is really still unknown. Whoosh, boom boom boom. As the knife light and afterimage flashed by, the two fought together. The impact of weapons and the explosion of abilities rang together. My mother, what level of battle is this? Quick, get out of here. Fuck, wait for me. Hurry up and hide away. Seeing that the two people's random moves can cause the ground to collapse and the concrete wall to collapse, the younger brothers on both sides also hurriedly retreated to the side. Of course, they did not take it lightly. While staying away from the center of the battlefield, he was on guard against sneak attacks from the opponent's younger brother. My god, are they all this strong? So horrible. Simply not human. Hey, hello, what do I think? Their combat effectiveness is very close. It's indeed very close. Didn't you hear what the boss said just now? They fought before, and there was no winner in the end. There are thousands of people in the survivor base, and of course they cannot all be old subordinates. It's normal for many newcomers who haven't seen this level of battle before. Yang and Chu Yun have almost the same physical strength. Yang's dark gold is the beginner level, and Chu Yun's gold is the bottleneck. When Yang opens the box, it can simply increase the attributes of strength and agility. So in terms of body, Yang has some advantages. However, Yang's sword skills are only high level, while Chu Yun has been playing with swords since he was a child, and his ability also comes with sword spirit. As we all know, sword soul can awaken other powers when using a sword. Such as sword energy, such as 7-star walk. So if it is purely for melee combat, Yang is at a small disadvantage. Fortunately, Yang is the protagonist. Although he doesn't have crystal nucleus suit ability, the treasure chests he opened can open a lot of abilities and weapons and equipment. At present, he has opened fire, water, earth, gold, darkness, thunder, magma, spiritual storm, shock wave, lightning resistance, and danger perception. There are also top-level fighting and 4 series advanced claws, knives, guns and bows. Don't think that advanced mastery skills are not strong enough. You know, proficient skills are only divided into 5 levels in total. The elementary level is the amateur level, the intermediate level is the professional level, the advanced level is the national level, and the top level is the world level, which is also the limit that most melee awakeners can practice. As for the full level, but the soul of the cold weapon can only be cultivated to the peak, like ordinary awakened people, even death training can't reach this level. Therefore, Yang's current melee ability, coupled with these attribute abilities, can basically be on par with Chu Yun. Swish! A knife light several meters long suddenly cut down in the air. Fuck! Yang's complexion changed, and he dodged in panic. Boom! The concrete floor was lighted by this knife, cutting a ditch several meters long. It is about 10 centimeters wide and more than 30 centimeters deep. Chu Yun, are you so ruthless? Stop talking nonsense, look at the knife. Okay, since you are not benevolent, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Sensing the murderous intent in the opponent's eyes, Yang no longer held back. Compared with melee ability, he really can't do anything to the opponent, but Yang can find a lot of black technology equipment in the box. His liquid metal battlesuit is black technology equipment bound to the system. If the system is not killed, no one can take it away. Even if it is taken away, he can use the system to control the suit and run back by himself. So Liu didn't take it, and Sun Yujiao couldn't take it. At this time, Yang, who was angered by Chu Yun, quickly pressed the center of the belt, and the liquid metal suit was quickly connected to him. Bang! A lightning knife forced Chu Yun back. Yang retracted the long knife while turning his left hand, and took out a delicate iron box with a length of -cm and a width of -cm from the storage ring. Ka ka ka! The iron box is like a miniature money box, it quickly deforms in his hands. In less than a second, his left hand was completely wrapped. The front is the muzzle, and the rear is the trigger. Yes. This is a miniature version of Gatling that can be carried anywhere. After Yang took out the Gatling, he faced Chu Yun with a burst of firepower. Da-da-da-da. Go to hell. With no ability to block bullets, and the body cannot resist bullets hard, no matter how fast you are, you can only dodge bullets, and it is difficult to avoid such dense fire coverage by dodging bullets. It's just that Chu Yun can become the #1 expert in the Magic City, so how can it be possible to only have one sword soul? The moment Ye Yang took out Gatling, he had already raised his left hand. It has been more than half a year since the end of the world. As a base boss, he naturally has his own storage ring. At this time, a large amount of powdery black matter flew out of the storage ring, and quickly formed a huge hard shield in front of him. Moreover, those bullets with extremely strong penetrating power began to slow down during flight. By the time Chu Yun was in front of him, there was no more kinetic energy, and finally hit the black shield without causing any waves. This kind of attack also wants to kill me? You're going back as you live. Chu Yun smiled disdainfully. It's not over yet. As soon as Ye Yang finished speaking, the bullets fired by Gatling before started to emit electricity one after another. Swish! The black shield that had been condensed just now turned into powder and fell from the air again. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun was a little surprised, but a sneer soon appeared on the corner of his mouth. Next second. Boom boom boom. Countless explosions sounded on Ye Yang. Do you think you are the only one who has the whole cards? I have them too. Metal burst, kill me. Chapter 390. In this world, not everyone is a protagonist. But not everyone is trash. Some people can reach the forefront of the world's evolution even without the aura of the protagonist. Chu Yun is obviously one of them. His combat power is very strong, and in this time period, he is not even worse than some protagonists. When two people have similar strengths, it is not enough to rely on bravery alone, but also to rely on brains. Cangyun's awakened ability, besides Sword Soul, also has magnetic power. Well, it is the kind of Magneto in the movie. The shield made of black powder is compressed and condensed with fine magnetic powder. The magnetic force controls the magnetic powder, which not only consumes very little, but also integrates attack and defense. Ye Yang knew his ability, so he never thought that bullets could solve Chu Yun. His real purpose is to demagnetize these magnetic powders for a short time with those special bullets with lightning abilities. Only by solving this magnetic powder shield, can he use other attacks to hurt Chu Yun. It's just that Cangyun seems to be better. He hid his ability to burst metal, and at the beginning of the battle, he used magnetic force to attach some iron filings to Ye Yang silently. Metal burst, which can cause any metal he touches to explode. The explosive power will be judged according to the size of the metal and the length of time it is touched. Although the power of this explosion has an upper limit, after the amount of iron filings reaches a certain level, ordinary awakened people cannot resist it at all. The combination of the three abilities is simply unrivaled. Boom boom boom. Following the sound of this series of explosions, flames splashed around Ye Yang, and thick smoke billowed everywhere. The deafening explosion terrified the surrounding boys. I rely on. Damn, what's the situation? Why did it explode all of a sudden? Boss Ye won't hang up, will he? How is this possible? Ye Yang's younger brother is very confident in Ye Yang, so he naturally doesn't believe that Ye Yang just died like this. This is true. Metal burst can only make the metal that Cangyun's hand touched explode, other metals are not affected. So Ye Yang's liquid metal battlesuit was intact. At this time, these explosions were all blocked by this liquid metal battlesuit. When the smoke dissipated, Chu Yu looked at the set of black battle armor that was being repaired automatically with black marks from the blast, with a dignified expression on his face. Whoosh! Ye Yang's figure rushed out of the smoke, faster than before. Chu Yun didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly raised his knife to resist, and the two sides fought again. In the battle between the awakened, how should the winner be determined? There is a saying called different routes lead to the same goal. It means that it doesn't matter what ability user you are, and it doesn't matter whether your ability is strong or weak. As long as the power and level of the two sides' abilities are not too different, and the abilities do not restrain each other, the final decision will be in close combat. You have supernatural powers, so does the other party. Your ability level is higher, and the opponent can use their body to dodge your attack without using the ability. I really can't avoid it, and I can use my abilities to resist it. After the ebb and flow, the gap in power and level between the two sides can be greatly reduced. That is to say, whether it is strength, speed, weapons, or combat skills and ability levels, they only increase your winning chips, and cannot directly determine the outcome of the battle. To win, it depends on how you use your strengths. If an awakened with golden strength doesn't take advantage of his own strengths, and stands to be stabbed by other low-level awakened, he will be stabbed to death. Therefore, in the battle between Ye Yang and Chu Yun, it would cost a lot to decide the outcome. I don't know how long it took. Boom! Ye Yang kicked Cangyun to the ground. Chu Yu wanted to fight back, but Ye Yang stepped on his wrist before he got up, and put the big knife in his hand on his neck. Boss! Boss! Do not come! Who? Ye Yang was gasping for breath, his chest was heaving, and he had obviously reached his limit. Boss Kaihokyu, are you sober? Stop talking nonsense, I'm not as skilled as others, so I have nothing to say. Chu Yun lay on the ground and shouted angrily with the last of his strength. Originally, the strength of the two should be even now. But he really didn't expect that Yang actually made a liquid metal suit during this period of time. This thing can not only defend him, but also increase his physical strength, and even break away from his body to fight for him. It's just a replica of Venom in the movie. Chu Yun also lost in this slight gap. You. Yang gritted his teeth, and suddenly thought of something. Forget it, let's go. After saying this, Yang let go of Chu Yun and took away his knife. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was surprised. Even Chu Yun himself, looking at Yang, was full of disbelief. What does this guy mean? Let yourself go? I let you go. Yang yelled, holding back his anger. I killed your sister because your sister deserves to die, but you are different. Yang activated one of the most powerful skills of the protagonist, mouth escape. He said everything he wanted to say before. He killed Sun Yujiao because Sun Yujiao had gone too far. After warning countless times, he couldn't take it anymore and killed her. Can this blame Yang? Cannot. So after Chu Yun heard the whole story, she fell into deep thought. It's not that he is unreasonable, and he also knows that with Yang's personality, it is impossible to lie to himself at this time. The reason why he singled out Yang indiscriminately just now is because Sun Yujiao is his only relative in this world. If he didn't avenge his sister just because he understood, he couldn't do it. You really let me go? Let's go. Yang took a deep breath. Before I repent. Good us. Hearing this, Chu Yun gritted his teeth. Although he was very unwilling to lose in Yang's hands, he still picked up his weapon and stood up. But just when he was about to call his subordinates to leave, a cold voice sounded. Go? Where are you going? None of you can go today. The voice just fell. A rapidly flying figure caught everyone's eyes from above the city wall. The battlefield between Yang and Chu Yun was not far from the city wall. Not long after this figure came in, it fell across from them. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing this scene, the younger brothers of both sides quickly entered the arena and stood next to their boss, looking at the person with vigilance. The awakened people who used long-range attacks around them also aimed their crossbows and some pistols at him. Qin Yu. Seeing the young man in front of him, Yang couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Qin Yu. Chu Yun was confused when he heard this. Who is it? It's your sister's best friend? Why? You don't know him. Seeing Chu Yun's reaction like this, Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He, sorry, I used a fake name before. Now let me introduce myself again. There was a playful smile on the corner of Lu's mouth. My name is Lu, Lu from the Lu family. What? Boss, it's not good. There are a lot of people coming outside. Fuck, there are also over here. And here. Nima, these guys. The man's voice just fell. Rumbling, suddenly there was a loud noise. A huge cocky scorpion emerged from the ground and blocked Lu's back. Put down the weapons in your hands, or you will kill without mercy. Chapter 391 Surrender and Lose One Half. The battle between Yang and Chu Yun was fierce, which attracted the attention of all survivors in this base. But the appearance of Lu instantly became the focus of the entire base. Originally, according to the normal process, there would not be any conflicts between Yang and Chu Yun. Even if it was because of Lu's instigation, the two had conflicts. Under the power of Yang's Ziwi-dun, Chu Yun would soon give up her hatred for Yang and call him brother and brother again. But will Lu give them this chance now? Of course not. With the surveillance of the live broadcast ball, he wanted to hide in the dark and grasp the movements of Yang and Chu Yun easily. At this time, when Lu introduced his surname as Lu, Yang already sensed something was wrong. When he heard someone coming from outside the base, he didn't even have time to ask Lu, so he hurriedly shouted at his subordinates. Stop them, don't let them in. Hearing this shout, Yang's subordinates instantly woke up, and the guards on the city wall immediately ran towards the gates of Gatling. The awakened under the city wall also immediately went to the city wall for reinforcements. It's a pity that Lu came prepared. How could it be possible for them to form an effective resistance force? Yang's base has a total of 4 Gatling gates, which are located in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, respectively. In order to prevent accidents, Lu blocked all 4 doors. The main entrance of the base. Call out. There was a sound of breaking through the sky, and a powerful arrow hit a younger brother Yang who wanted to use Gatling. Although the bow in Xiao Manli's hand was just a fine short bow made by Tong Nangeo. But this thing, after all, was also made by the foundry. It can cooperate with the power of the bow soul, and its power is much stronger than the homemade bows and arrows of ordinary bases. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is 100 steps through Yang. Damn it, that woman. Seeing his companion fall, a man looked at the slender woman holding a short bow outside and cursed angrily. While quickly looking for cover, shouted towards the inside of the base. Sniper, kill her for me. Yang has a lot of hot weapons, and the population of the base is over 1,000. It is normal for some snipers to lie on the top floor of the residential building of the base to help defend the base. But... Sniper? Why don't you pull the trigger and try? A cold voice sounded, and an owl's claw appeared on the sniper's neck. Feeling the pain from his neck, the sniper was sweating on his forehead. In the end, he was forced to give up the sniper rifle in his hand and raised his hands. How did you guys get in here? Of course I came in through the back door while you were watching the excitement. The back door. Hearing this, the sniper's face was full of disbelief. The back door of this base is guarded, how could they be so silent? And how would he know where he was? There's nothing surprising about that. Feng Qing ignored him, but after capturing the opponent's sniper rifle, he searched the opponent's body and said, "The boss of your base has done something that shouldn't be done, and now you are dead. What about you? Should you choose to surrender or fight to the death?" "This. I don't seem to have a choice." "Very well, I hope you don't dig your own grave." After Feng Qing seized all the opponent's weapons, he didn't kill him, but took him to the rooftop. There are awakened members of the Lang family who specialize in guarding prisoners. This time, in order to make the unification of the magic capital more smooth in the future, Luoyu can be said to be mobilizing. Except for Qiao Manli, So Qingyu, 3 contract pets and 2 summoned creatures. There are also bodyguards such as Uncle Li, Lu Zifeng, Shui Li, Ding Feng from the Lu family base, and hundreds of subordinates. They used Zijin who had shrunk to sneak in at the back door of Yang's base, and successfully sneaked in through the back door. At the same time, the main entrance of the base. Spiders, black dogs, and panthers have leaped onto the walls. Jumping up behind the 3 pets, there is also a woman with 4 tails and an alluring posture. Behind her were also nearly 100 subordinates who were not weak. If you want to survive, put down the weapons in your hands. Surrender loses half, whether it is life or death, you have the final say. Don't kill me. I surrender, I surrender. I surrender too. In this chaotic apocalypse, most leaders and their subordinates are in a cooperative relationship. Just like the relationship between company leaders and employees in peacetime. There is no problem in letting them listen to their command and participate in the base defense together, and it is not a problem in letting them fight other bases together. But let them give their lives for the boss of the base? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that apart from the leader's trusted younger brother, no younger brother is willing to do this. Generally speaking, it is not bad if the survivors do not betray you. Therefore, I realized that the company's general situation was gone. Seeing these ferocious survivors and mutant beasts, they basically put down their weapons and chose to surrender. Why is this? Why is this? Seeing a large number of people rushing out suddenly, they completely controlled their base in such a short period of time. Yang was already speechless in surprise. Although the survivors of this base, not everyone has a strong combat capability. But there are at least 500 people with combat effectiveness. At this time, these 400 to 500 people have no power to resist at all. And most importantly, this guy's surname is Lu? He is from the Lu family? How can it be? He hasn't even shown his face in front of the Lu family yet, why did he come to deal with him? Lu? What do you mean? Yang was still a little unwilling, and didn't believe that Lu would know the hatred between himself and the Lu family. Why did you come to attack my base? Why? Why do you say? Didn't you want to destroy my Lu family? Now I will give you this chance. How do you know? Hearing this, Yang looked at Luoyu as if he had seen a ghost. The whole person is stupid. Does he really know? Why do you know? Is that a lie? Hello. Your name is Luoyu, right? Before Luoyu could answer, Chu Yun's unwilling voice rang out, although I don't know how you know about this, it has nothing to do with me. Why are you plotting against me and my sister? He is not stupid. After hearing that the Sun Yujiao's best friend in front of her was Luoyu from the Lu family, she immediately knew that her relationship with Yang was provoked by this guy. But he couldn't figure it out, he had no grievances with him. Why did the opponent choose him as a pawn against Yang? There is indeed no hatred between us, but I am not the one who wants to deal with you. Not you. She is coming. Luoyu pouted his mouth in the distance. A huge team of awakened just took care of the guards at Yang's base, and rushed here in a hurry. The leader was the woman in black cheongsam and black high heels. Behind her, on the left is a young man with a silver gun, and on the right is an old man with a sword. Seeing this group of people, Chu Yun widened his eyes. Nanan Gongling. Chu Yun? You kill my father, die. Lang Tianlin knew that Chu Yu was at the end of his rope, so he rushed towards him without saying a word. Liu also issued an order in time. Hey Shui, hey Guang, go and get rid of the other guy. What about the system? My remaining physical strength is not their opponent. Seeing two ferocious beasts rushing towards him, Yang couldn't help feeling a little flustered. It can be said that he had exhausted all his strength in the duel with Chu Yun, and the remaining physical strength was no problem against ordinary awakened ones. But these two beasts... Hearing Yang's question, the system was obviously down. In this case, how do you ask the system to answer? System, I am asking you something, answer my question quickly. The beast was getting closer and closer, Yang became anxious, and the system finally gave two solutions. 1. Run away quickly, maybe you can have a chance to survive. 2. The host dies in battle, and the system replaces the host. Yang. Chapter 392 Liu vs Yang. In the last days, if you want to survive, you only need strong personal strength. But if you want to live well, you still have to have your own power. That kind of feeling of being hugged before going out, and responding to everything when doing things, is something that a person will never experience. But if you want others to work for you, it is not enough to have strong strength. There must be a bundle of interests. Most importantly, you have to make them understand why they are fighting. Is it for the name, or for profit? Is it for power, or for his wife and children? Since Yang started from scratch, he doesn't have many confidants around him. It is not at the same level as the Liu family, the Lang family and the Nangong family. Now the Liu family, the Lang family and the Nangong family have all come out, and under the command of Liu and Nangong Ling, they directly attacked Yang's lair. What can his subordinates do to resist? In less than a quarter of an hour, they all disarmed and surrendered. At this time, in the open space near the main entrance of Yang base, Lang Tianlin wanted to avenge his father, so he went straight to Cangyun with a silver gun in his hand. If it was normal, Lang Tianlin would definitely not be Chu Yun's opponent. But Chu Yun had just fought a battle with Yang, and now he was exhausted. How could he beat Lang Tianlin who was at full strength? His confidants stepped forward to protect him, and the rest of the Lang family could not sit still, and the teams of the two sides quickly became entangled. At the same time, Yang's side. Seeing the two choices given by the system, Yang started cursing directly. Damn it, why is your system so rubbish? Run away, or fight to the death, don't I know these two options? Didn't you mean to ask you to know the third option? Boss, you go first. It's up to us here. Fortunately, as a child of luck, Yang also has his own confidants. Moreover, the awakened power of these henchmen is very special. At the critical moment, 3 awakened ones rushed out and temporarily blocked the black light with supernatural powers. Hey Shui, two beasts. These 3 people happened to belong to the 3 age groups of old, middle-aged and young. Among them, the young man was about 22 years old, not handsome, and had freckles on his face. Because of her weak nature, she discovered her abilities too late, so she is often bullied. The middle-aged man has a resolute complexion and sharp eyes. Although the old man has white beard and hair, he is full of energy. Not only were the 3 of them rescued by Yang, they were also the first group of people who followed Yang. You guys! Seeing these 3 people rushing out, Yang couldn't help being a little surprised. Because now is the end of the world, not the ancient battlefield. He, Yang, knows what it means to stand up in such a situation where the enemy is clearly strong and we are weak. Stop talking nonsense and leave now. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, I can't control them for too long. The ability of young people can make the surrounding air sticky, while the ability of middle-aged people is water and earth. At this time, the strength of the two cooperated to create a large swamp and air wall, blocking the middle of Liu and Yang, and trapped the 2 mutant beasts in this space. Okay, if I am lucky enough to survive, I will avenge you. Hearing the man's words, Yang gritted his teeth, and before he had time to think about it, he ran towards the opposite direction where Liu was. He didn't know how Liu knew that he wanted to seek revenge from the Liu family. I don't know why the other party knows his base well. But now is not the time to think about that at all. Ding, the host's strong desire to survive is detected, and the overclocking state is activated. After all, Yang is the host chosen by the system. At the critical moment, it did not give up on Yang. Hearing this system prompt, Yang was also ecstatic. Next second, terrifying power spread throughout his body from the space of his consciousness. Overclocking state, overdraw the energy of the body, in exchange for a short-term super combat power, increase the physical attributes by 50%, immunity to all toxins, reduce pain by 99%, restore the physical state and power to full value, and last for 10 minutes. Note, after 10 minutes you will enter a minimum of 72 hours of extreme weakness and a minimum of 30 days of fatigue. Enhancement level, Sapphire Elementary, Overclocking state. Sapphire Elementary? As expected of a system, it's really awesome. Feeling his body full of strength, Ye Yang's confidence increased greatly, and he quickly glanced at the base battlefield. Those subordinates who tried to protect Chu Yun had already shown signs of failure. Because in Chu Yun's base, except for Chu Yun himself, the strength of other strong men is not much different from that of the Lang family's subordinates. With a numerical disadvantage, how could they be the opponents of the Lang family? As for Chu Yun himself, the cards and physical strength have been exhausted, and they are being beaten by Lang Tianlin. It is estimated that they will lose sooner or later. And around him, only his subordinates and Lu's pets are left. Lu has a total of 5 battle pets, 2 of which are held by his subordinates, and 1 monkey is at the back door. If I can pay attention to his thoughts and bypass the scorpion and spider. Although it's only 10 minutes, it's enough. Thinking is only for a moment. After thinking about this, Ye Yang ran directly in the direction of Lu. It is clear. He wanted to take advantage of his overclocking state to kill Lu. 10 minutes is very short for ordinary people, but very long for awakened ones. As long as he was fast enough, he could not only kill Lu, but also tie up Nangongling and the leader of the Lu family. At that time, all crises will be resolved. Well, turning the tide is also the basic operation of the protagonist. What does the boss want to do? Seeing Ye Yang who was about to leave instead of retreating, the 3 subordinates who rescued him were a little confused. Why didn't he go? Does he want to? Ye Yang's speed is very fast, he is wearing a metal battle suit, and there are lightning bolts under his feet. Both wind and thunder abilities can increase the movement speed of the human body. One is to rely on wind energy to reduce body weight, control airflow, and travel with the wind. One is to propel the body by electric energy and increase physical activity. In terms of speed increase, the wind type is definitely better than the thunder type. But the thunder system has higher attack power than the wind system. Squeak! Seeing Ye Yang rushing, the golden tarantula next to Lu jumped towards Ye Yang with its slender spider legs. For humans, the silk and legs of the golden tarantula are extremely deadly. But for Ye Yang now, it was nothing at all. Boom! The fire burned the spider silk, and the long knife cut off the spider's legs. Relying on his extremely fast speed, Ye Yang found the right opportunity to slash several times, and combined with the magma ability, he killed the golden tarantula beside Lu in less than 15 seconds. He didn't even have any stops. That scorpion can't keep up with my speed. From now on, I just need to pay attention to his thought power. Ye Yang muttered to himself and continued to run towards Lu. Boom! Unsurprisingly, Scorpion couldn't keep up with his current speed. When he got close to Lu, the mind attack also arrived as scheduled. It's now. Seeing that everything was under control, a hot light flashed in Ye Yang's eyes, and he disappeared in front of Lu with the help of lightning. Next second, his figure appeared behind Lu, go to hell. Clang! The long knife did not hit Lu's body as expected, but hit a dark golden long sword. Blocked? How is it possible? Whoosh! Ye Yang was stunned for a moment, and Lu disappeared in front of him at a faster speed. This guy! Ye Yang sensed that something was wrong, and wanted to get away and fly back. But Lu's speed was much faster than he imagined, and he found that his body couldn't move anymore. How so? Die! Lu's cold voice rang in Ye Yang's ear. Swish! The dark golden sword light streaked across Ye Yang's body, and a successful blow followed by a violent storm. Jianguang, after image. Every flash of sword light can leave a deep sword mark on Ye Yang's liquid metal armor. The liquid metal armor has a high defense, and it will also unload and automatically repair. But Lu had attacked too many times, and it couldn't be repaired at all. Puff! A sword through the heart. A large amount of bright red blood slowly dripped down the metal armor. If you run straight away, you may still have a chance, although the chance is not great. But if you send it directly like this, hee. Ding! A homologous force has been detected. The homologous force is consistent with this system. Is it swallowing the homologous force to increase the system? Whether? Yes, devour. Chapter 393 Ye Yang and number 039, S Death. Lu's speed is fast, and so is his sword. Everyone present, except Ye Yang. Only a few such as Nangongling, So Qingyu, Nangongbo, and Chen Wei could barely capture Lu's figure. But being able to catch it doesn't mean they can resist it. Originally, after Ye Yang entered the overclocking state, he was capable of fighting with Lu. Both of them are sapphire beginners. Although Ye Yang has not developed the wind ability, but he has a liquid metal battle suit. This suit of armor not only weighs nothing, but also increases his strength and speed. In addition, when he opened the box, his strength and agility were higher than those of the same level of strengtheners. Not to mention defeating Lu, at least it would be very difficult for Lu to kill him. But he obviously underestimated Lu's melee level. In Ye Yang's mind, Lu is just a summoner who can use mind power. Whether it's Peng Bing's intelligence or his previous confrontation with Lu, it can all illustrate this point. Most of the summoner's abilities are reflected in the summoned creatures. Even if he is a strengthener, his melee ability is limited. As long as you bypass those summoned objects by yourself and pay attention to the opponent's mind power, you have every chance to kill the opponent and turn things around. But he never thought that Lu's close combat ability would be so strong. Not only can he block his fatal blow, but he can also launch a counterattack at a faster speed? For why my body does? Feeling the coldness coming from his heart, Ye Yang's face was full of disbelief. He was not surprised why Lu was so strong, nor was he surprised why Lu's weapon was so sharp. But I don't understand why my body suddenly can't move when I can avoid the opponent's attack? Is it bound by thoughts? Impossible. Mind power is spiritual power. When using mind power to restrain others, it is difficult to lock on any party moving at high speed. So it can't be mind power. It's not mind power, what is it? Are you looking for me? A sudden evil sound entered Ye Yang's ears. Ye Yang couldn't help being taken aback when he heard the words, and then he saw a very strange picture. It was already afternoon. The setting sun shone on the people, casting a long shadow. Everyone else's shadows are fine, but his shadow suddenly opened a pair of eyes. What monster is this? Seeing this scene, Ye Yang couldn't help feeling his scalp tingle. But he has no time to think about these. Because... Ding! It was detected that the host's heart was damaged, the vitality was rapidly passing away, and the overclocking state was forcibly interrupted. Warning! Warning! The system is being invaded by unknown forces. Warning! Warning! The system is being invaded by unknown forces. The unknown force is too aggressive, the system will automatically activate the protection system. Ding! The system has insufficient energy, and the protection system cannot be activated. The system has insufficient energy, and the protection system cannot be activated. Ding! The protection system has been destroyed, and the doomsday treasure chest system is being forcibly removed. Ding! The protection system has been destroyed, and the doomsday treasure chest system is being forcibly removed. Ding! The system has been stripped. System? Forcibly stripped. Ye Yang's eyes widened, looking at Lu as if he were looking at a monster. He couldn't believe his ears, and quickly shouted his own system in his heart. The result he got made him feel cold. There is no response from the system. Is it really stripped? Puff. Lu took the opportunity to draw out the King's Z sword, and quickly flew back. What? The moment Lu took the King's Z sword away, blood spurted from Ye Yang's chest. Unable to support his body, he knelt down on one knee while clutching his chest. Lu's sword not only took away Ye Yang's hope, but also took away his strength. Why is this happening? Ye Yang couldn't figure it out. Completely do not understand. Using the overclocking state, I directly jumped from the dark gold level to the sapphire level. This kind of physical strength, plus high-level sword skills, liquid metal battlesuit and so many abilities. It doesn't matter if you can't beat Lu, but you are still given a second by the opponent. It doesn't matter if it is seconds, but the system is still taken away by the other party. What exactly is going on? Hehe, you can't figure it out, right? In fact, I can't figure it out either. Compared to Ye Yang's surprise and despair, Lu was extremely happy. I don't know why you guys must be enemies of my Lu family. But until now, there is nothing to say, so you can go with peace of mind. I will help you take care of your wife and children. No, it seems that you don't have a wife and children. You poof. Ye Yang was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood. In order to avoid nights and dreams, Lu stopped talking nonsense with him, and directly took out a desert eagle. Goodbye. Bang bang bang. With a strong recoil, the desert eagle shot bullets into Ye Yang's body one by one. If it was normal, shooting face to face like this, Ye Yang would have countless ways to avoid the opponent's bullets. But now that the overclocking state is over, he was stabbed in the heart by Lu's sword. In this case, he has no way to dodge at all. And the most terrible thing is that in order to prevent the belt from being stolen by others, he bound the liquid metal suit to the system. At this time, the system was pulled away by Lu, and the liquid metal suit flowed directly back to the belt buckle. So, with the sound of gunshots, Ye Yang couldn't even feel much pain, and the whole world fell into darkness. Boom! Ye Yang and the long knife fell to the ground at the same time, and the blood also stained the ground red. Ye Yang, pawn! Boss! Boss! Leader! Seeing that Ye Yang was shot and fell to the ground, the old, middle and young people shouted quickly. System, a mysterious and powerful synonym. Under normal circumstances, you only need to have one, and no matter how ordinary the person who owns this system is, he can easily reach the pinnacle of life. Now Liu not only has a system, but also directly owns 3 villains, live broadcasts, treasure chests. In this case, even if he couldn't think of taking off, it would be very difficult for him. But in the battlefield, Liu doesn't have time to study this treasure box system carefully. Instead, he took a quick look elsewhere. Chu Yun's subordinates, anyone who resists in the corner can be regarded as Chu Yun's cronies. So these people were all dealt with by Nangongbao. And Chu Yun himself happened to be pierced in the chest by Lang Tianlin with a silver spear. Chu Yun is very powerful, if not for some special reasons, Liu would even want to take him for his own use. But he sent someone to kill Lang Aotian, and he also used Sun Yujiao to provoke the relationship between him and Yang. Whether it is from a personal point of view or from the interests of the overall situation, both sides can only be enemies. If it is an enemy, it must be killed. As for Yang's 3 confidants, at this time, they had exhausted their physical strength under the siege of others, and the 2 mutant beasts also broke free from their restraints. However, they did not die for the time being, but were arrested by Li Zhong. Master. Seeing Liu approaching, Li Zhong called out respectfully, according to your order, they didn't hurt their lives. Okay. Liu's eyes swept over the 3 of them one by one. Are you willing to sacrifice your life for Yang? It's very loyal. Can you tell me the reason? There's no reason. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, although I don't know what conflicts you had with Yang before, but you have killed him now, and I have also fallen into your hands. If you want to kill him, you will do whatever you want. Oh. Liu squinted his eyes and looked at the young man, he is not afraid of death, what about you? Since I choose to stand up, I don't intend to live. Very good, old man, you must have the same idea, right? He, there is really nothing to say about winners and losers. Okay, if that's the case, then hey, old man, what's your name? At this time, is there still a need to ask for the name? Of course. If I'm not mistaken, your surname should be Xiao, right? How do you know? Alchemist. There is a granddaughter named Xiao Xiu. Old man Xiao. Chapter 394 Queen of the Demon City. Hearing Liu's words, old man Xiao was speechless in surprise. Old man Xiao, his full name is Xiao Zhengqing. After the end of the world, he experienced the same despair as everyone else. Watching his wife being killed by a monster with his own eyes, he struggled to survive alone in the last days. After being rescued by Yang, he also tried to find his other relatives. But the city is so big, without communication, looking for someone is undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack. So after searching for a period of time, he gave up his idea. The reason why he was willing to stand up for Yang just now was because Yang saved him. He also felt that he had nothing to worry about. It doesn't matter if it's dead or not, and it's no big deal if you can exchange your own life for Yang's. Didn't expect it till now. Are you really Xiao Xiu's grandfather? Seeing Xiao Zhengqing's expression in front of him, Liu also looked strange. He knows that the people around the protagonist have some special abilities. So before he came here, he had already ordered that if anyone came out to rescue Yang regardless of life and death, if there were no casualties, then don't kill them for the time being. What if there is a possibility of instigating rebellion? His villain's eyes, when looking at people other than the protagonist, can only see personal information and attributes, but cannot see the other party's interpersonal relationship. But Xiao Xiu is a special heroine after all, and it is normal for her to tell Liu her relatives' information after joining the team. In other words, Liu only knew the name Xiao Zhengqing, but didn't know what Xiao Zhengqing looked like. Just now, I just scanned the opponent's name with the villain's eyes and asked casually. I didn't expect it to be true. Then we can have a chat. Uncle Li, ask someone to take off that belt, find a quieter room, and let them move these corpses in. Okay, sir. These 3 people, let's stay for a while. Yes. With Yang's death in battle, the competition between several forces was officially declared over. Cangyun died, at the hands of Lang Tianlin. Half of the dozen or so subordinates he brought with him died, and the other half were not confidants, they just followed to please the boss. Surrounded by so many awakened members of the Lang family, they immediately surrendered. Yang also died, at the hands of Liu. In the duel between masters, the difference is 1,000 miles away. Especially when holding a weapon in close combat, if you are not careful, you will be doomed. Yang's judgment was actually not wrong. In the overclocking state, kill Liu and the leader of the Liu family, and then capture Nangongling or Lang Tianlin. This battle is enough to turn things around. But he didn't expect that the current Liu not only has the same system, but also is already a combination of several protagonists. Even his mistress Nangongling has a live broadcast system that can quickly improve her strength. With Liu like this, it is impossible to lose in a duel. The creature that made Yang unable to move was none other than the shadow demon summoned by Liu during the beast tide. Shadow Fiend is a very representative creature in the abyss. In addition to being able to erode the armor of other creatures with dark powers and devour their souls, you can also use shadow overlapping skills to hide yourself, hunt alongside other creatures, and give these creatures a fatal blow at critical moments. Shadow binding is just one of its many abilities. Of course, Yang has a system, and it is entirely possible to see through its disguise. So in order to prevent Yang from sensing the shadow demon, Liu just let it possess the shadow of the golden tarantula. He knew that the protagonist of the system might explode, and he had been waiting for the opportunity before. The moment Yang exploded, he felt the opponent's strength. As we all know, explosive skills basically have side effects. Even if the system helps, it is impossible to have no side effects. Therefore, Liu's plan is, if the other party chooses to escape, then he will use the hunter to hunt him down. If the other party doesn't run away, then I will let the golden tarantula deliberately go up to deliver it, and when he kills the golden tarantula, use the shadow demon to shady him. The moment he and the golden tarantula's shadow overlap, the shadow fiend can become his shadow. Anyway, no matter what, Yang is a dead end. Needless to say the final result. Yang's attention was all on Liu, and he didn't notice the existence of shadow demon at all. Although he was a bit higher than shadow demon in the overclocked state, it was still easy to control him for a few seconds. Liu, there is a guy named Chen Wei over there. He said he is not Yang and Chu Yun's subordinates, and he wants to come to see you. Just as Li Zhong handed Yang's liquid metal armor belt to Liu Zai Feng's voice came to his ears. Chen Wei. Hearing this, Liu estimated the time of Yang's death. You let him come over. It is good. Liu Zai Feng agreed, turned, and left. In less than a moment, a burly man was brought in front of Liu by Xue Li and Ding Feng. Young Master Liu, hello, my name is Chen Wei, and I am a survivor from a base in the east. The burly man directly reported his family name. Well, are you looking for something with me? It's nothing serious. I just heard that young Master Liu is unparalleled in combat power. It's rare to see him today. I want to come over and get to know him. Haha. Hearing this, Liu smiled. Chen Wei, number 3 in the ranking list of future combat power in Shanghai. Nicknamed Shura Tomahawk. He himself is a professional boxer, the kind who has won a national championship. The purpose of coming to this base is mainly to form an alliance with Yang. The reason why he didn't make a move just now is because Liu has a large number of people in a fierce attack. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that he had no reason to make a move. There was another reason, he knew Xia Yuki. He knew Xia Yuki earlier than Yang. He had heard Liu's name from Xia Yuki a long time ago. So even if Liu doesn't come today, it is unlikely that Yang would like to join him in dealing with the Liu family. Of course, it is not very possible for him to deal with Yang backhand, the most is to remain neutral. At this time, he took the initiative to come to see Liu, mainly because he noticed something and wanted to come over to find out what Liu said. The Lang family base has a great business, but it lacks top-level combat power. And Liu's strength is obvious to all. Now that the Liu family and the Lang family have come together, any fool knows what they want to do. An hour later, on the rooftop of Yang base, standing were Liu, So Qingyu, Xiao Manli, and Nangang Ling. Now that Chu Yun and Yang are dead, Chen Wei has also chosen to compromise. I will say hello to Xia Yuki later. After utilizing Yang's body as waste, Liu looked at the woman in the black, blue and white Cheongsam and spoke slowly. You just need to make good use of him and Chen Wei. In the entire Demon City, no one can stop your progress. Where is your father? Liu, I will let him follow your command. Nangang Ling, then there should be no problem. Go back, I will come to you again after I finish handling the trivial matters here. It is good. Nangang Ling nodded slightly, stepped on high heels and turned to leave. Seeing her leaving back, So Qingyu was a little puzzled. Liu, isn't she the current head of the Nangang family? Why should she listen to you? You guess. You won't take her too. So Qingyu looked surprised, and Xiao Manli explained with a smile. A long time ago. My god, why are you so bad? Hehe, it's not the first day you know me. Hello. Well, but listen to what you mean, do you want her to be the queen of Modu? That's right, it's time for a change in this magical capital. Chapter 395. Do you want to break up with me? There are a total of 10 people on the list of combat power in the capital city. Number 1 Chu Yun, number 2 Yang, and number 9 Tan Ji were all killed by Liu. The 8th Fen Glay Sword Master is in the hands of the Lang family. As long as Nangang Ling makes good use of the 3rd Shura Battle Axe Chen Wei and the 5th 5-element stick Xia Yuki, it is only a matter of time before the others are defeated one by one. You know, the current Nangongling is a woman with a system. During this period of time, the live broadcast of the daily life of the base and the live broadcast of the Beast Tide War made the number of online users in her live broadcast room exceed 500 million. So after the death of the two protagonists Lin Feng and Ye Yang, apart from Luyu, she was the strongest in the entire Demon City. Maybe the Demon City has some extraterrestrial experts who are not on the ranking list. But as Luyu said, Nangongling, who has a system, has the power to fight against anyone except Luyu. So the next thing is much simpler. On the second day after Luyu killed Ye Yang, Luyu did nothing else and took the two women back to Nanxi directly. The world is full of dangers, but also full of opportunities. Luyu has such a powerful force in this period of time, of course it is impossible to only settle in one place. Looking for opportunities that can make him stronger is what the villain should do. But before leaving, he talked with Liu Mingyuan and Zhang Luo for a long time. Then he called Liu Zifeng to him, and threw a set of gold-patterned armor over him. Liu Zifeng, this is for you. Looking at the set of golden armor thrown by Liu Zifeng was stunned. Fuck, Xianming heavy armor? Give me this, what are you wearing? I have this. Liu raised the black belt in his hand, we are about the same size, this should fit you well. How embarrassing. Come on, give you Ye Yang's knife too, and give me your silver long knife. Hey, you can have this. Hearing this, Liu Zifeng's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the knife from before. Liu didn't care, and gave him all the equipment. After killing Ye Yang and Chu Yun, the advanced weapons and equipment on them will naturally belong to Liu. He gave Nangongling the supplies and population stored in their base, Ye Yang's knife to Liu Zifeng, and Chu Yun's knife to Li Zhong. As for armor, although the mutated heavy armor has high defense, it is much heavier than ordinary heavy armor. And Liu himself is a speed awakener, so wearing heavy armor will affect his movement speed. The liquid metal suit is different. Not only is it very light, but it was also opened by Ye Yang from a dark gold box, and its defense power can be said to be not much lower than that of the Xianming heavy armor. Most importantly, it also automatically repairs. Therefore, this black metal battle suit is more suitable for Liu than Xianming heavy armor. Liu, let's go. So Cangyun came over and held Liu's hand, and said with some reluctance. So Qiaovu is her only relative at present. And she knew whether she would return to Shanghai after leaving this time, so he said goodbye to his grandfather. Well, Dad, Mom, let's go first. Brat, be careful on the road. Yes, you must pay attention to safety, especially my two daughters-in-law. You have to protect them well. If there is something wrong with them, I will ask you when I come back. Mom, I'm your son, right? You shouldn't let them protect me. Do you still need protection? Of course I need it. I'm ready to start eating soft meals from today. Hurry up and leave me, you brat, I don't have such a worthless son like you. Ha ha ha. Amidst a burst of laughter, Liu, So Cangyun, Jiao Manli, and Caroline embarked on a journey to Nanxi with 5 pets. Liu's previous golden tarantula was killed by Ye Yang. But he can use abyss summoning to recycle them as waste. The corpse of the golden tarantula was sacrificed together with Ye Yang, Chu Yun, and the corpses of their subordinates. Although the last one obtained was a spider, and this spider did not break through to the dark gold rank, but it was already a dark gold high-level creature. And it is more tenacious than the golden tarantula's vitality. Crypt spider, dark gold high-level, grey all over the body. Not only can it release more violent corrosive toxins, but it also has the ability to burrow into the ground to recover from injuries. Liu, where shall we go first? Go hang up the phone and practice for a while before we talk. Hang up. Hehe, the most important thing to upgrade while lying down is that I want to catch 2 birds that can carry people first, so that it will be faster to go to Nanxi. Why did Liu go to Nanxi first? Of course, he wanted to deal with the Corpse King first. This thing has always been elusive, but he has never forgotten it. Now that the matter in the magic capital has been almost resolved, what else can Liu do besides solve him? No. So go to Nanxi, don't explain. But Liu never expected that when he was about to catch 2 birds and go to Nanxi. Parallel world, Yanjing City. At dusk, roadside stalls. A young man picked up the beer on the table and took a sip down his throat. Chu Feng, male, 24 years old this year, a homeless person. After graduating from university, I was beaten up by the cruel reality. He went to a third-rate university, and he also majored in computer science. After graduation, he became a real estate salesman. Although it is not professional, it is also normal. Because most people find jobs that don't match their majors after graduation. Chu Feng is no exception. Sales is one of the best jobs to find in today's society. The basic salary is low, and the income of employees depends entirely on commission, which is needed by all walks of life. But after entering this industry, Chu Feng discovered that this industry is not so easy to do, especially for boys. He became a real estate salesman for more than 2 months, but he failed to sell a house, and was finally fired by the company as a matter of course. But Feng Jingjing, his girlfriend who became a salesman with him, was left behind. This is a sad story. Quiet, let's leave this city together, okay? Let's quit and go back to our hometown together. Chu Feng suddenly took Feng Jingjing's hand and said softly. His face was a little red from drinking. Feng Jingjing was taken aback by his actions, but she forced a smile on her face. Chu Feng, what are you talking about? Didn't we agree to work hard in this city together? The two people's hometowns are in the same place, which is one of the important reasons why they can become lovers. In this unfamiliar first-tier big city, it is not easy to meet a fellow villager. Feng Jingjing looks very good, and Chu Feng is of course not bad. So after they met at a folks' party, they got together straight away. It has been 3 years now, and it can be said that they know each other well. Just hearing Feng Jingjing's words, Chu Feng became furious. I did say that, but where is this place? This is Yanjing, the capital of our Xia kingdom. How many young people came to this city with dreams? But what does life in a big city have to do with little people like us? Quiet, I'm so tired, I'm really tired. This is a very real problem. When a person steps into society from school, it is easy to enter a period of confusion. I don't know what to do, and I don't know where my future is. Those who can persevere are strong. Those who can't persist, may be mediocre in this life. Chu Feng's saying is true, this city is very exciting, but it has nothing to do with a small person like him. When you have worked tirelessly for a month and found that your salary cannot even afford a square meter of floor tiles in remote areas, you will know what despair is. It's sad, I have to say. But Xiaoguo's national conditions are like this, and no one can do anything about it. You are tired, then you go back. What about you? Will you go back with me? Chu Feng looked at Feng Jingjing with hopeful eyes, looking forward to her answer. Just hearing this, Feng Jingjing's expression was a little unnatural, and she subconsciously withdrew her hand. I'm sorry, Chu Feng, I want to stay. Her voice is so small that Chu Feng, who is close at hand, can hardly hear it. Her parents worked hard to bring her up, and it was not easy for her to be admitted to a university in the capital. The relatives and friends who are familiar with her in her hometown think she is from a big city. At this time, let her go back? What an international joke. Even if she paid a huge price for this, Feng Jingjing didn't want to go back. As expected, as expected. Hearing Feng Jingjing's refusal to go with him, Chu Feng's eyes were cold. Feng Jingjing, you want to break up with me, right? I don't want to be like this, but people have to face reality. This world is very cruel, if you can't adapt, you can only be eliminated. Chu Feng, you can't give me what I want, and I'm not the kind of woman you think. Instead of us being together to torture each other, it's better for us to free each other. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 396 The Beauty is Online. Feng Jingjing said a lot in one breath, as if these words had been held in her heart for a long time. After saying these words, she breathed a sigh of relief. Do you want to ask her if she has feelings for Chu Feng? Of course there is. But feelings cannot be eaten, this is a very real problem. To fall in love at school, all you need is to like each other, but when you leave the society, you will face daily necessities, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. Feng Jingjing had had enough of this kind of life, and wanted to rely on her own efforts to make a difference. It's just that Chu Feng doesn't care about these. All he knew was that Feng Jingjing wanted to break up with him. He. Chu Feng smiled mockingly. Feng Jingjing, I thought you were different from other women before, but I didn't expect you to be like them, a gold-worshipping woman who only likes money? Is money really that important? Money, isn't it important? Feng Jingjing asked questions instead of answering. Humph, Feng Jingjing, don't think I don't know anything. Chu Feng's heart was full of anger. Did you cuckold me a long time ago? As a newcomer, the performance during the internship period is not worse than that of some old employees? Wuchad shouted Brother Zhu one after another. I am your boyfriend, and I have never enjoyed this treatment. Are you peeking at my chat records? Feng Jingjing's face changed slightly. If you want people to know, you have to do nothing. When you flirted with others behind my back, did you consider my boyfriend's feelings? The more Chu Feng talked, the more angry he became, and Feng Jingjing wanted to cry. This is the boyfriend who swore to him in the past. It's really been a long time to see people's hearts. I'm just doing it for performance. Go to Nima's performance. Do you have to sleep with customers for the sake of performance? I do not have. How dare you say you haven't slept with those clients? I said no, no. Feng Jingjing was so angry. Chu Feng, you are really too much. As a man, you humiliated your girlfriend like this when you broke up? You are so interesting. Okay, Anyway, we are completely finished today, so think about it as you like. Feng Jingjing put away her weakness, took her bag, and took out 200 yuan from it. I know you are penniless now, you are a waste who needs to be supported by women, this 200 yuan is the money for this barbecue meal, from now on we will not owe each other. After saying this, Feng Jingjing slapped the money on the table, got up and left. There is no more nostalgia in my heart. Qin Feng did not pursue, in his mind, such a woman is not worth his pursuit. He asked the boss how many bottles of beer he wanted, and Qin Feng drank alone and got drunk. God seems to be in order to meet the occasion, began to raindrops on the ground. Rumble. Thunder rang out and heavy rain fell. Qin Feng had no other distractions, seeing that the boss was going to close the stall in the rain, he reluctantly got up and left. Walking alone on the road in this big city in despair, doubting life while walking. The rain hit his face and slid down his cheeks, and he didn't know if it was rain or tears. When walking to a relatively dark street, there was a sudden loud noise. Boom! A bolt of lightning thicker than a wash basin struck about 3 meters away from him. At this moment, Qin Feng's wine sobered up. Before he could react, a space vortex appeared at the place struck by the lightning and sucked him in. The space vortex lasted only 3 seconds before disappearing. And Qin Feng only felt that his eyes went dark, and then a strong sense of weightlessness came. After a while, Qin Feng got down to earth. Then, he was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't it already dark just now? Why is it daytime now? Why was the sky still pouring rain just now, but now the sun is shining brightly? Why are there ruins everywhere? Why are there so many unseen monsters on the streets? After all, he wasn't too stupid, and he reacted quickly. Damn, I actually came to the end of the world? This discovery almost frightened him into fainting. 2 mutated dogs as tall as a person surrounded him, and before he had time to think about it, he ran away in one direction. It was about to die in the mouth of these 2 mutant dogs. At a critical moment, the beauty who rescued the protagonist came online. She was wearing a white tulle dress, standing straight on the top of a ruin, holding a white jade flute in her hand, exuding a sense of immortality all over her body. Beep beep. The continuous and long flute sounded, sometimes loud and enthusiastic, sometimes cheerful and interesting, sometimes like continuous flowing water, sometimes like a clear and cheerful spring river. The 2 mutant dogs stopped immediately when they heard the sound of the flute. The 2 pairs of fierce dog eyes also became dull at this moment. Immediately afterwards, an arrow with strong penetrating power hit the head of one of the mutant dogs. Then a huge figure like a mountain of meat rammed directly at the other mutant dog. Boom! Brutal collision. The mutant dog weighing more than 300 kilograms was knocked flying by this figure. Hey, in a daze among monsters? Are you crazy? Qin Feng stared blankly at this scene, and couldn't believe his eyes. These few people are so strong, he has never seen such a strong. What are you still doing stupidly? Why don't you find a place to hide and wait to die? The huge man scolded Qin Feng again, and then fought with the injured mutant dog. Only then did Qin Feng come to his senses, and quickly found a place to hide. After a battle, 2 mutant dogs that had evolved to a high level of bronze died in the hands of this team. They used their weapons to skillfully search for the crystal nuclei in the heads of the 2 mutant dogs. Before the other monsters came, he called Qin Feng and ran to the depths of the ruins. Qin Feng ran out of breath, but looking at the rest of the team, they all looked as usual. He carefully looked at the 2 people who had just rescued him. The woman standing on the ruins before, wearing a long white dress and wearing a bun is so beautiful, like a fairy. This man who looks like a mountain of meat is so fat. There is still a layer of tortoise shell on the whole body? Fuck, there are supernatural beings in this world. It must have happened. Just now, when the beautiful woman blew the flute, those 2 huge mutant dogs seemed to have been immobilized. How did I travel to this world? Ding, the red alert system is binding, please wait. Chapter 397 Red Police Commander. System binding successful. Hello, Commander, the red alert system is at your service. What? System? Qin Feng was stunned. It took him a while to react, and then his heart was filled with ecstasy. The system is no stranger to a dick like him. After all, reading so many novels was not for nothing. He even knows about the Red Police. Red Alert, a very old land modern strategy game. System, why am I here? What's going on in this world? After calming down, Qin Feng immediately asked in his heart. He knew that he was a war scum now, so of course he had to figure out the current situation. The system also answered truthfully. Commander, you are the energy generated when you were bound by the system, and it was transmitted to this world. Your current location is the Yanjing of Xia Kingdom in the parallel world of the Earth. About 200 days ago, all the animals and plants in this world began to mutate, and the living environment of human beings was greatly challenged. With the system's quick answer, Qin Feng understood the current specific situation. There are awakened people in this world. But all electronic instruments and precision equipment were paralyzed. Nuclear bombs, missiles, aircraft, and tanks are also unusable. As a result, humans became extremely passive when dealing with those alien creatures. It's okay to face those low-level monsters, a few shots can kill one. But when dealing with those large monsters, even if it's just a bronze-level wind wolf, it often takes a bunch of bullets to hit the vitals to kill them. So in the face of those terrifying and dense creatures, human beings are now at an extremely disadvantaged position. In other words, I need to use your red alert system to create an army to deal with those monsters, right? Yes, Commander. But I have also played the game Red Alert. Aren't all the modern weapons used in it? Are these modern weapons better than those awakened ones against monsters? Commander, although the awakened ones are very powerful, technology also has unlimited possibilities. As long as you use it properly, no number of awakened ones will be your opponent. Hearing what the system said, Chu Feng reacted. There seems to be a lot of black technology in Red Alert. It goes without saying that armies, tanks, and fighter jets are all basic combat units. There are also those mind controllers, invincible shields, light prism towers, magnetic explosion infantry, weather controllers, time-space conversion, time-space air force regiments, biochemicals, wild beasts, Yuri. If you can create all these things, then you don't need to be afraid of those awakened ones at all? Thinking of this, Chu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to ask. System, which model is your base car? The types of base vehicles are different, and the weapons and units manufactured are also different. So Chu Feng needs to ask clearly first. But the answer given by the system made him very satisfied. The base car attached to this system is a combination of all base car models, but the commander needs to earn points to upgrade. Are all base car models available? Very good. There is no problem earning points to upgrade the base, but how do I get points? Killing a black iron level monster costs 10 points, and the black iron crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points. 50 points for killing a bronze level monster, and the bronze core can be exchanged for 500 points. Killing a silver level monster costs 100 points, and the silver crystal core can be exchanged for 1000 points. Kill 500 gold level monsters. Ding, it was detected that you have unused novice gift packs. Do you want to use the novice gift packs? Use. Ding, you have successfully used the novice gift package, and you have obtained 500 points. Note, it takes 1 minute to train a conscript and consumes 100 points. You need to find a suitable place and deploy your base vehicle before you can build a barracks to train soldiers. It takes 1000 points to return to the Earth once, and 1000 points to return to the end of the world. There is a maximum of 1 round trip within 24 hours, and the main functions of the system cannot be used on the Earth. I have 500 points now, and the conscripts only need 100 points? This price is also very reasonable. Can I return to Earth? Yes, Commander, only need 2000 points, you can go back and forth to the Earth once. Fuck, I'm invincible. Hearing this answer, Chu Feng was excited. What is the most important thing in the last days? Food, water, and weapons and men. Now not only do I have a system, but I can also go back and forth between the two worlds to obtain resources. Doesn't he have all the resources? Hey, brother, what's the matter with you? In the depths of the ruins, in a broken wall that is still safe for the time being. The fat man's voice interrupted Chu Feng's meditation. Why is a person being chased by monsters on the street? There are 4 people in the rescue team for Chu Feng. In addition to the fat man with a turtle shell and the beautiful woman, there was also a middle-aged man and a short woman in leather armor and holding a machete. It was the fat man with the turtle shell who spoke at this moment. I got separated from my friend. After a short thought, Chu Feng decisively decided to tell a lie. It's better not to let other people know about things like traversers. Hearing Chu Feng's explanation, several people didn't care about it. Even if they see that Chu Feng is lying, no one cares about it. After all, this is the end of the world, and it is normal for others to be more cautious. Well, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chen Han. After some mutual introductions, Chu Feng knew that the fat tortoise was named Chen Han, the middle-aged uncle was named Wu Yueman, and the short woman was named Wan Feng. The woman with the flute is Sheng Guanling Long. All 4 are survivors of a small base ahead. Although Yanjing City is the capital of the Xia Kingdom and has the largest army in the Xia Kingdom, the situation here is also not optimistic. Especially when the power equipment is not available. There are too many monsters, the strength of the army is limited, and the food is too scarce. Humans are struggling. In peacetime, the reason why people can have a steady stream of food is because a large amount of supplies are delivered to the city every day. But in this last days, crops and factories have been ruthlessly destroyed by monsters, and supplies cannot be circulated. Each base would rather hoard supplies than distribute food to others. So most of the survivors can only sit and eat. It has been more than half a year since the end of the world, and before the regenerative food grows, it is estimated that only a very small number of bases will not be short of food. After learning about this information through insinuations, Chu Feng immediately had a plan in mind. In this world, most people can only eat those disgusting animal meat and insect meat if they want to live. Those processed delicacies are not available to ordinary people. In other words, I can return to Earth, bring a lot of food, and win over a group of superpowers to work for me. Just like Wan Sankyun in the TV series No. In the world. In this way, I not only have a modern army, but also a large number of powerful awakeners. Well, this idea is good. But before that, I need to have a certain ability to protect myself. It's best to get some money to go back, otherwise you won't be able to buy supplies when you go back to Earth. Hey? This is... Chu Feng is worthy of being the son of luck, he just comes here whenever he thinks. Just when I was about to make some money, I saw 2 watches in the garbage dump not far away. Although the 2 watches were somewhat damaged and covered with a lot of dust, they were novel in style and bright in color, and they were particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. He recognized the brand of the watch. Rolex, gold, sells for more than on the Earth. Even if the styles of watches in the 2 worlds are different, if you take them back and sell them, they may be regarded as fakes. But the gold content of this watch is enough for him to sell it for tens of thousands. Thinking of this, Chu Feng carefully picked it up and wiped off the dust on it. This watch is broken, what did you pick it up for? It works. This thing was liked by many people before the end of the world, but now... Really? That's even better. Hearing this, Chu Feng's eyes lit up even more. The garbage in this world is regarded as treasure by people on Earth. And the food that can be seen everywhere in another world is regarded as a treasure in this world. In other words, he is not only the commander of the Red Police, but also a loser of both worlds? Chapter 398. Chu Feng not only traversed, but also got the system. After knowing that he can travel between the 2 worlds at will, he is already looking forward to the future in his mind. He was even thinking about how to go back with dignity and slap that ex-girlfriend in the face. On the other side, Liu was lying comfortably on the back of the rock-patterned Scorpion King and hung up the phone to upgrade. The Scorpion King of the Golden Bottleneck is bigger than a car. Liu tied a cushion on its back and put 2 pillows on it. It didn't feel crowded with 2 women lying on it. Caroline rode a black light leopard to explore the way ahead, and the crypt spider and Heishui were responsible for hunting the prey. With such a lineup, as long as he doesn't encounter a group of monsters, Liu basically doesn't need to take action himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the wild wolf and getting a bronze treasure chest *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the giant ant and getting a black iron treasure chest *1. A series of system prompts appeared on Liu's system message bar. Liu looked at the sky that was clearer than before the end of the world, thinking about something quickly in his mind. Why do the awakened ones improve their strength much slower after they reach a higher level? 3 reasons. 1. The number of high-level monsters is rare. 2. High-level monsters have strong combat effectiveness. 3. High-level monsters are intelligent. This feeling is the same as when lions and tigers are hungry, but they cannot kill hares, elks, and antelopes, they can only kill bears and leopards to satisfy their hunger. Are bears and leopards necessarily weaker than lions and tigers? Although this is the case in most cases when the same rank is singled out. But it is also extremely difficult for lions and tigers to kill bears and leopards. To kill the opponent, the price to pay is second. Whether the opponent is willing to fight with you is the most important thing, and if they can't fight, it's not like they can't run away. Liu, why do I feel that this road is longer than before? It's normal. Liu didn't even open his eyes, so he replied directly, alien invasion. It's not just monsters that invade. You mean, this is not my illusion, but this road has really become longer. Well, from the second space fluctuation, the Earth will grow to about twice its previous size in just a few years. My God, how could this be? So Cangyun is not illiterate, so she naturally knows what it means to double the size of the Earth. Space, time, gravity, destruction. I don't know the exact reason, but you can rest assured. Liu naturally knew what she was worried about, and explained directly. The moon can't hit the Earth, and the Earth can't hit the sun. Except that the gravity of the Earth will indeed become stronger, and there will be more natural disasters, everything else is the same as before. Oh, by the way, the time of day should also become longer. So Cangyun, She wanted to ask, why did Liu know so much, and why can this information be confirmed? But when the words came to his lips, he still didn't ask. It's just that natural disasters and man-made disasters, plus monster attacks, it's not easy for human beings to survive. Master, a Cyclops was found ahead. Caroline's voice interrupted their chat. Cyclops is one of the few high-level social creatures. The number of people is generally between 3 to 10 people. Adult cyclops are usually dark gold rank, more than 3 meters tall. The hair all over the body is similar to that of a bear and leopard. Live in the jungle and make a living by hunting large beasts. Of course, it also kills humans. They are not as kind as some movies say, but more ferocious than ordinary beasts. So after Liu saw it, he would never show mercy. Well, be careful, don't let him get away. Understand? After half an hour. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing Cyclops and getting a dark gold treasure chest *1. Dark gold non-attribute crystal nucleus 1, copy it too. Moreover, the Cyclops soul turned into a white mist-like thread, which floated out from its head, and was finally absorbed into a crystal ball emitting a blue halo. The crystal ball is called Soul Orb. It is the treasure that Cangyun brought with her when she awakened the nine-tailed fox ability. Its current function is to absorb the souls of monsters and help Cangyun cultivate. In other words, now a high-level monster can not only provide Liu with 2 high-level crystal nuclei, but also has a 30% chance of appearing in a treasure chest of the same level. It can even be used as a sacrifice after absorbing the soul for Cangyun. One corpse with multiple functions, this is the power of several protagonists concentrated together. Time flies like an arrow, and time flies like an arrow. With Caroline's help, Liu carefully explored the jungle of the end of the world for a few days. Although some gold-level monsters and a small number of dark gold-level monsters were dealt with, they never caught a bird that could carry people. In the end, he had no choice but to rely on a few land pets to head towards Nanxi. A few days later, Nanxi. Night, Villa Base. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door of the room. After Li Wanning opened the door, a white loli with long hair and shawls stood at the door. Yu. Ms. Li, is that brother Liu back? No, I guess I won't arrive until tomorrow morning. What's the matter? Do you have something to tell him? It's nothing, I just want to come and have a look. Oh, then you come in first, although Liu is not here, but your sister is here. My sister? Xiao Xiu was a little surprised. After following Li Wanning into the door, she soon saw the little loli in the uniform of senior maid. Beside her, there was also a young and beautiful girl in a white tight-fitting shirt and short skirt. Cangyun. Xiu, are you here? Come and sit here. Seeing Xiao Xiu coming in, Cangyun smiled and greeted her. After Xiao Xiu sat down, she continued to speak. Xiu, have you discovered anything interesting recently? She is a medical supernatural being. Although there are supernatural powers, some injuries cannot be healed by supernatural powers alone. So she usually learns medical knowledge from the doctors at the base. Can be exhausted to death every day. The only pleasure is to come back after get off work and listen to Xiao Xiu talk about what she saw and heard. There are no interesting discoveries, but I want to ask, Sister Cangyun, what is the relationship between that Luogenese and brother Liu? Luogenese. Hearing this name, Cangyun was taken aback for a moment, and then answered, isn't he the father of Sister Kikai? Sister Kikai's father? What's wrong? It's nothing, I just found that his recent whereabouts are a bit strange, wait for me to confirm. Saying that, Xiao Xiu sat down cross-legged. At the same time, about 500 meters outside the base, on the second floor of a shopping mall, a sneaky figure came to this place cautiously. He walked very lightly, looking left and right as he walked, as if he was afraid of being discovered by others. Soon he relied on some special means to arrive at the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the shopping mall. There was an unusually burly man. He walked up to the man and knelt down directly. Luogenese. I've been in contact with you for so many days, why did you come out tonight? A cold voice sounded from the bottom of Luogenese's heart. I can't help it, my lord. Luogenese's forehead was sweating, and he quickly explained, the management of that base is very strict, I can't find a suitable opportunity, if I act rashly, I will be discovered by others. Okay, don't talk about these useless things, how about the things I asked you to inquire about? I found out clearly, Tang Lanlan's biological father, named Tang Cheng, is said to be a poor boy in Dongxi. What? Is this news reliable? It must be reliable. I used several lollipops to lure the little girl to tell me. Hearing this, Tang Cheng was no longer calm. Although he had expected it, it was still inconceivable to hear it with his own ears. Is Tang Lanlan her own daughter? You have a daughter yourself? What about Weiwei and Qin Weiwei now? What is his purpose in bringing Qin Weiwei back to the base? This. Luogenese was a little embarrassed, but he still said, although nothing abnormal has been found so far, I think that Qin Weiwei is quite beautiful. From the perspective of a normal man, he must have brought Qin Weiwei back for a reason. Boom, crash. Before Luogenese finished speaking, Tang Cheng punched the French window next to him. The floor-to-ceiling windows, which already had cracks, were shattered by his punch. Shut up, don't talk anymore. Chapter 399 Call me Qin Wei. Luo Zhenyi's is Luo Kikai's father. When Feng Shi base used Luo's name to pretend to be Huey, because he wanted to seize Chen Dashan's handle and kill him, Tang Cheng caught him. Tang Cheng knew Luo Zhenyi's identity from Chen Dashan's mouth. Then he decided to use Luo Zhenyi's to help him find out information. Although Luo Kikai didn't want to see Luo Zhenyi's very much, Luo Kikai was not in this base. After the beast tide ended, he came to Luo base as Luo Kikai's father. Qin Zheng couldn't be too hard to stop him. So this scene just happened. In this cruel end of the world, what can a beautiful woman do if she is brought back to the base by others? If it's not a strong enough woman, what else can it be other than being raped by a man? Luo Zhenyi's knew it very well, and so did Tang Cheng. But it is a bit unacceptable to say this kind of thing. The first love is so unforgettable that he often dreams about the other party after the breakup. Knowing that Tang Lanlin might be his own daughter, he was haunted by dreams every day. He couldn't imagine how Qin Wei panted under someone else. So Tang Cheng was angry. My lord. Seeing Tang Cheng angry, Luo Zhenyi's didn't dare to speak nonsense. I don't know how long it took before Tang Cheng calmed down, and a colder voice sounded in Luo Zhenyi's heart. Why is his base not guarded except for the gate? That base is actually guarded, but there is a formation barrier inside, so all their guards are inside the base. Formation enchantment. Hearing this, Tang Cheng's dark pupils shrank involuntarily. After he became the Corpse King, although his temper became a little irritable, he also retained a trace of humanity. As long as Qin Wei doesn't have an accident, he won't run away. But now, you know, why didn't Qin Wei go to other bases to seek asylum before? Isn't it because of his outstanding body and appearance that it is easy for others to ride on him like a cow or a horse? So Qin Wei was brought into the base by Luo, and Tang Cheng was very upset. If Qin Wei had chosen someone who loved her, maybe Tang Cheng wouldn't say anything. After all, he had lost his human function now. In order for Qin Wei to survive for herself and her daughter, it is only natural for Qin Wei to seek shelter from other men. But if this person is Luo, then it is absolutely not allowed. After all, he and Luo had a feud. He couldn't control Qin Wei's inhuman treatment at Luo's base. Go back first, I will notify you of new tasks. Yes. Luo, why isn't your base guarded? The next morning, So Cangyun, who followed Luo back to the villa base, was puzzled when she saw the unguarded base in front of her. After the general base has built a city wall, a large number of guards will be arranged on it. The main function is to be vigilant. And this base? Just 2 security guards at the gate? Don't you know if you go in and take a look? Luo obviously guessed something, didn't say much, and walked towards the base with the 2 girls. Xiao Luo. My god, is it really young Master Luo? Open the door quickly. I'm coming. The ones who can be arranged as the guards of the base are naturally the old subordinates who know Luo. So there was no plot where he didn't know Luo and was pretended to be slapped in the face. It's just that after they opened the door, their eyes couldn't help looking at So Cangyun who was beside Luo. This woman looks really disastrous to the country and the people. Well, Luo went back to Nanxi this time just to kill the Corpse King, and then took some powerful people out to hunt high-level monsters in a group, but he didn't have time to deal with them. The villa base is still the villa base. It's just that within the walls of the base, there is an armored warrior standing every 5 meters. These armored warriors looked like miniature dark warriors, covered in metal armor and holding machetes in their hands, but there was no one inside? Master Luo. Boss. Boss. People go all the way. Many people greeted Luo respectfully, and Luo nodded in turn. Arriving deep in the base, Qiao Manli took So Cangyun to find Li Wanning and Yan Yun. Luo also found Chen Yang. You're back, brother Luo. Well, you made those armored warriors under the city wall. I did it, but I did it with Tong Nangeo. Speaking of this, Chen Yang couldn't help being a little proud. And took Luo to a place where no one was there, and told Luo about the masterpieces of himself and Tong Nangeo. Tong Nangeo is a foundry engineer. Apart from collecting forging materials, one of his biggest functions is to make the materials into the desired shape. He upgraded his casting ability by constantly making weapons and equipment. With the improvement of proficiency, his personal attributes will also be strengthened, and the equipment that can be made every day will also increase. Those armored warriors are his masterpieces. After the end of the world, all the energy in the air is much more. Chen Yang gathered these energies together with a special formation, and then connected them to these armored warriors. Because the formation requires a crystal nucleus to activate and cannot extend outside the base, these guards can only be placed inside the base. Oh? Hehe, adding puppet charms to the spirit gathering array? That's a good idea. After listening to his explanation, Luo also had to praise. This protagonist really doesn't have a weak chicken? When he was dealing with Lin Feng in the Demon City, he could single out Gao Tian, the necromancer, alone, and beat Gao Tian to shame. Now can rely on the strength of 2 people to increase hundreds of puppet guards? How embarrassing is this for those awakened who have awakened the puppeteer profession? Although these armored guards can only be used in the base, and their combat effectiveness is not very strong, the victory lies in the large number. And there is no need for human operation, as long as you are close to its attack range, it will attack you regardless of enemy or friend. Brother Liu, are you back? Xiao Xiu's voice interrupted the chat between Liu and Chen Yang. Xiao Xiu, a person with supernatural powers of the light department. As expected, they and Qin Xiao are twins. The plot on her is also very bloody. When she was just born, Qin Zheng wasn't the richest man in Yanqing, but a boss of a small company whose career was on the rise. It was a bit difficult for Qin Xiao's mother to bring up a pair of twins by herself. Then, under the neglect of care, one was taken away by human traffickers. After tossing and turning, the human trafficker left Xiao Xiu in the hotel on the way to buy food and was hit by a car and died. Xiao Xiu became an orphan before he sold it. Since communication and technology were not so advanced at the time, the police could not find her biological parents and had to send her to an orphanage. And Xiao Xiu's adoptive father, Xiao Jianbing, and his wife, happened to be unable to have children, so they adopted Xiao Xiu with his wife. Since Xiao Jianbing moved once, the child was only 1 year old when he lost it. So Qin Zheng and his wife didn't have time, and they couldn't find Xiao Xiu. If they didn't say anything, Qin Xiao and Xiao Xiu wouldn't know anything. Liu not only heard this storyline once from Qin Zhenkao, but also heard another version from Xiao Xiu's grandfather Xiao Zhengqing. So even if there is no paternity test, Liu can confirm the twin relationship between the two. But these are not the point now. The point is, Luo Zhenyi sneaked out in the middle of the night and met a burly man 2 meters away? Is it the Corpse King? Hehe, it's interesting, this guy finally appeared. Come on. Master Liu. Notify all base executives to come to the conference room for a meeting. Yes. Wait a moment. Young Master Liu, what else can I order? Go and call Qin Weiwei to me first, and let her come to the villa where I live to find me. Yes. Chapter 400 There is no free lunch. Qin Weiwei was a department head before the end of the world, a real white-collar worker of the company. Although not everyone's abilities can be awakened on the first day of the end of the world. But she did not become an awakener. As an ordinary person, it is actually very difficult for her to survive. If it weren't for the heroine's luck and the Corpse King protecting her in the early stage, I'm afraid she would have already become the monster's ration. After being forcibly taken to the space by Liu, she thought she would become a plaything for those men. But with Liu's order, not only was she not bullied, but she became one of the managers of the base. Li Wanning, Yan Yun, Lu Ruobing, and Qin Xiao are all women, and because of their own strength and background, they have the absolute right to speak in this base. And because of Liu's order, he took good care of her. So her life is better than imagined. But is there a free lunch in the world? No. Qin Weiwei has been in the workplace for many years and understands this truth. It's just that if Liu didn't say anything, she could only pretend not to know. Today, as usual, she counted the few food and supplies in the base, and directed a few workers to move the raw materials, but was suddenly told that Liu was back and asked to find her by name. She didn't have time to think about anything else, so she told her daughter, and hurried to Liu's villa alone. It is now April, and the weather is neither too cold nor too hot. The base of the end of the world is not the workplace before the end of the world, so there is no need to dress so formally. Following a maid to the villa, the leopard, spider, and scorpion, the 3 terrifying monsters dozing in the front yard, made her feel a little creepy. Fortunately, they just let her go after one glance. Qin Weiwei let out a sigh of relief, and followed the maid to continue inside. The door opened, and the maid retreated respectfully. After Qin Weiwei entered the door alone, a picture that made all men envious came into her eyes. Liu was wearing a clean and decent black casual suit, sitting in the middle of the sofa in the living room of the villa. Several stunning people surrounded him. Either lying on his lap docilely, or leaning arms on his shoulders ambiguously, or standing behind him and flirting with him with his arms around his neck, or serving tea and water to everyone in a maid outfit holding a tray. White legs, suspenders, black silk, and hip skirts are all available. In short, what it was like for those super-rich second generations to go to nightclubs before the end of the world is what Liu looks like now. The only difference is that the women around him are all beautiful, even without makeup, they can beat those girls in nightclubs. Master Liu. Are you here? Sit down first. Liu, who was discussing with Li Wanning whether to fight 4 rounds tonight, casually pointed to the sofa opposite. A few women shut up wisely. Qin Weiwei sat down timidly, and Liu spoke again. Staying in this base, how does it feel? Fortunately, everyone takes good care of me. Do you know what I called you to do today? Young Master Lu, please make it clear. As for me, I don't want to beat around the bush with you. I came to your community to save you for a purpose. You should understand this, right? I see. Can you give me the answer now? Answer. Qin Weiwei was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly reacted after seeing Lu's calm expression. She hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip directly, and said her answer. I agree. Such a direct answer made Lu raise his mouth subconsciously. You know what I'm talking about? Just agree. I know. Qin Weiwei lowered her head, as if mustering up a lot of courage. It's so dangerous outside now, and I don't have the ability to protect myself. If I want to get the protection of the base, I must pay a price. The price I can pay is only myself. Although I don't know why you can fall in love with me, but if you need it, young Master Lu, I will not refuse. Hehe, there are quite a few smart women these days, and you are one of them. Lu really laughed this time. Although Qin Weiwei's body and appearance can score about 94 points, there is actually nothing worthy of Lu's appreciation in her appearance. Not as pure as Yan Yun, not as fashionable as Qiao Manli, not as attractive as Li Wanning, not as petite and cute as Qin Ziro and Xiao Xiu. Even though she is still an ordinary person, she is completely incomparable with female war gods like Lu Ruobing and Luo Kikai. But she is the only heroine in Tang Cheng's plot, and she also has the attributes of a wife. Married wives are unacceptable to some innocent little boys. But for Lu, it is definitely a bonus item. Compared with Nanggong Ling, a married woman, she was less arrogant and more humble. Lu slept with her, not only can Tang Cheng break the defense, but also get rewarded by the heroine. Why didn't Lu do such a thing that kills two birds with one stone? Young Master Lu, I'm sorry, I just made a choice that a normal woman would make. Well, that's right. Lu nodded thoughtfully, go back and clean up. From tonight, you will move to live with me. Yes. Qin Weiwei did not live in Lu's villa, but lived in a villa with Dong Ying, who had 2 children. She knew that it was the last days outside. In these last days, as long as you can live, you are lucky. Although she has feelings for Tang Cheng is already the corpse king. And she didn't know that Tang Cheng was the corpse king. In this case, she chose to join Lu without any psychological burden at all. Not only is Lu's strength terrifying, but she also sees the treatment of Li Wanning and Yan Yun at the base like a cloud of beauties around her. Following Lu is definitely better than following other base leaders. So she joined Lu's team as a matter of course. Of course. Lu has other things to do today, so he won't do anything to her in broad daylight. After getting Qin Weiwei settled, Lu held a high-level meeting of the base. In addition to Luo Zhenyi's, Qin Zheng, Lao Wei, Li Hai, Wu Jiang, Chen Yang, Cao Meng, Luo Yin, Su Ling and all the base executives were present. As for the content of the meeting, this needs no explanation at all. Because Tang Cheng himself is no longer a human being. Therefore, Lu's way of dealing with him was not so fancy, and he directly mobilized the army to encircle and suppress him. However, since I haven't seen the Corpse King for so long, Lu doesn't know how far the other party has evolved, so he should be careful. After a period of discussion, Lu announced the final decision. President Qin, inform the leaders of all the surrounding bases that they must participate in this operation. The number of people in each base must be at least 100 people. If you don't come, you will bear the consequences. Okay, no problem. Old Wei, you set up 2 hunting teams to clean up the monsters on the road to the military base. If there are any monsters that can't be solved, let me know in time. Learn. You should have gone out to hunt monsters before, right? Who is responsible for driving to collect crystal nuclei? Lao Yan and Su Ling. Then you are still in charge this time. Well, yes. Yuner, you set up a medical team to be on call at any time. Yes, sir. That's it, everyone hurry up and act, and try to get him done within 3 days. After the meeting was over and the others left, Lu called Xiao Xiu. Xiu. Come here. Brother Lu, what's your order? Take your clone and transfer one to the military base to inform Luo Kikai. Okay. Looking at the back of Xiao Xiu leaving, Lu smiled. Corpse King, I don't think you are dead this time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.